could only happen if whoever is doing the interfering literally knows more than everybody else combined. And so that's why I think it's extremely unlikely. In fact, it's so overwhelmingly unlikely that I would say it's basically impossible except by fluke.
Is it kind of the broken window fallacy?
I don't think so, but go on. Like, what do you think?
The idea of that obviously is that if someone breaks a window, does it boost the economy because you then have to hire a glazier to fix the window, but you don't know where the capital would have gone otherwise?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's obviously related in that sense. Yeah, that I think it's very likely implicit in asking that question. I mean, you were kind of doing it as a devil's advocate, I suppose, but if you were putting it forward seriously, I think it would have to be implicit that you're not fully on top of the idea of there being an opportunity cost to that capital, which is where a lot of this comes from, right? Just lack of awareness of opportunity cost, thinking like, oh, I want to fix this problem, and in doing so, there will be no bad consequences whatsoever. We'll just fix it, and then that'll be the end of that.
So you're saying there is a efficient market hypothesis?
Very good.
No. And I know you don't stand for, but you kind of are.
Oh, do you want me to go back to growth, by the way? Because
yes.
I can tie...
Why is that a swear word?
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, it's not. If you use it properly, it's great. But you can tie in the broken window fallacy, which is what reminded me that I'd said that a few minutes ago. So this is like one of my almost favorite pet peeves of fiatism.
Fiatism.
Yeah, or fiat fuckery that
Are we going to be calling this show fiat fuckery?
We probably are, yeah.
We are going to be calling it.
I definitely get a kind of a perverse kick out of pointing this out. Like, it shouldn't make me happy because it's not sort of a sad topic, but I just got like nerd out on it a bit. That the way the word growth is used, including the way you used it, which is why I got pissy, in almost every discussion of economics or macroeconomics or finance is subtly wrong in a way that on the face of it maybe doesn't matter that much. It's kind of just semantics, but it's worth exploring because the misunderstanding itself reveals, it sheds a light on fiat fuckery, right? On the other deeper misunderstandings that you have to take fiat seriously. So when most people say growth, what they really mean is, a better word would just be increase. What they're talking about, they'll usually say like GDP growth, for example. I think that's what you meant before when you said it.
No, yeah, I didn't think it through, but I know GDP growth is kind of like gaslighting because it's not fucking real.
Oh, exactly. This is where I'm going. Like, just more specific about why it's not real.
It makes me think of like Einstein and relativity.
How?
Well, because like, okay, you can have GDP growth, but you have to consider inflation in that.
Oh, sure. I mean, you just have real GDP growth though. Like, that's easy to strip out. That's not that.
But they never give us real GDP growth.
Well,
because that means they have to say
if you know the two numbers, it's not hard.
All right, come on.
Okay, anyway. People who say this should say increase, because what they're talking about is the ratio of almost always one flow to another. I'll explain what I mean by that. So GDP is a flow in the sense that it is an amount of, I'll just say dollars as like the unit, but fiat, whatever, money. It's an amount of money over a period of time. That should be fairly easy to appreciate. And so is, for example, that's more like a macroeconomics example. You want to talk about finance instead, so would revenue be. So people talk about revenue growth. They're making the same mistake. Profit growth is at least a bit more helpful. You'll see why in a minute, but even that's wrong. In all of these cases, if you're just comparing GDP from year 1 to year 0, or revenue or profit or whatever, that is a ratio of one flow to another. It would be better described as an increase. What growth actually is the ratio of a flow to the stock that generated it. in this, and so this idea, the concept of stocks and flow are extremely important. So in this case, well, actually, in all of the three examples I gave, the stock would be measured in dollars, right? Yeah. So with the economy, it's actually a little bit complicated because I'll go in the other order, actually. Sorry. So with profit and revenue, the stock is the capital employed by the company. And this is where you get various financial metrics that people are comfortable with, like return on equity, things like that. With the economy, it's a bit trickier because you can appreciate in principle what it ought to be, which is the aggregation of all the capital employed. But you immediately run into problems because there's no way of measuring that. We don't need to worry about why that's the case. It's just interesting to appreciate. Now, the metric you want, by the way, is with a company would be profit over capital employed. You can tweak that in various ways, like return on equity is actually slightly more specific, not that important to this discussion, but the way you interpret it is really important because that should tell you most of the time something like how sustainably can this grow, as opposed to revenue going up from one year to the next, which tells you nothing whatsoever about sustainability. And so back to what you were mentioning before about all this like tech bubble nonsense that all the investment has gone to, very easy way to verify that capital was all misallocated is that it has never generated any return, maybe not never, but mostly has not generated any returns on capital. Their revenue has gone up and up and up, and hence they're very exciting and growing and whatever else, but they're just fundamentally poor investments for the most part. And in macroeconomics, it's the same thing. If you
is that only truly known as a net across the economy? Because you could have individual examples where there is a high return, but
of course, yeah.
But the only way you really know is net across the economy, capital investors versus return.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And so I think this is what you were getting at anyway, that if you only care about GDP going up, which is the aggregate equivalent of just a company's revenue going up, that is it could be a good thing, but there's no guarantee whatsoever that actually reflects anything good having happened to cause it. And that's where the broken window fallacy comes in. In the broken window fallacy, your stock is clearly going down because you have one less window now, but your revenue your flow is going up because you have to spend time fixing it.
Because you employed a glazier.
Yeah. And so in that case, clearly your return would be negative because you've just wasted time.
But it could be perceived as growth.
But if you only care, as the point of the fallacy, right? If you only care about the activity, then you see it as a good thing. Mm-hmm. And so this ties back to loads of things we've talked about already. That is capital misallocation, right? Aggregating this to an economy as a whole is sorry, take a sip.
But just while you're having a drink, going back to that fallacy though, it's very easy to see why people perceive that as growth and a good thing because the other thing's invisible.
Yes,
the second order effect.
Exactly. So this is why a moment ago when I said if you aggregate this to the entire economy, it's very tricky because the capital employed part you can't really measure properly. Mm-hmm. You can appreciate what it should be, but there's no way of really knowing what it is, which is why you have to be rigorous and disciplined when you're thinking about it, because it basically where this falls out is just intellectual laziness. It's like, can't measure that. Oh, but I can measure that. So I'll just measure that.
So we have to be a little bit more sophisticated and honest in how we measure things.
Yeah. And almost all, not just capital misallocation, but I mean, we're at a point like zero or negative interest rates is just capital consumption. It falls into this trap. If you're consuming capital, that's growth. That's like revenue, GDP are essentially measures of consumption, right? Not value added, just, not how much value did you create, just how much value did you like move around, right? If you consume capital, you've got growth, but you almost by definition have negative returns. You're destroying real wealth, but you're making yourself feel good because you're doing something at least.
So how does Bitcoin fix all of this? I almost feel like this is where we would want to end it and go, we need a part 2.
We do with Sasha as well.
Do you know what I mean? Because I'm thinking, we've got 9 minutes. We have to be somewhere in a bit.
There's one question I really want you to ask first, though.
You want to ask? You ask it. All right. Don't be pussy.
So in the book, or actually, I think it's in the article
Is
originally.
it the genitals thing again?
The what? Sorry?
Genitals.
The flicking the genitals.
No. So you say Bitcoin's not a sword for Theseus to fight the Minotaur, but a thread to follow to exit the labyrinth. Basically saying like people, like opposition of Bitcoin are going to start saying that it's like a hostile thing. We interviewed Jason Lowery 2 days ago, who obviously is a proponent of Bitcoin, or supposedly, and he's saying that it's a violent thing. And I'm very curious in your take of it.
So I'm hesitant to address this because I don't want to misrepresent his view. And I honestly don't know exactly what it is. I've kind of steered clear of, I don't want to say steer clear of him, but like it's a very Bitcoin Twitter thing. It kind of goes back to what I was saying before, honestly, that like I don't consider myself to really have that much expertise about Bitcoin specifically. So I don't really comment on most of that kind of thing on Twitter. I just comment on fiat fuckery.
My view on Jason Lowery following the interview is we all have a way of explaining Bitcoin to our cohorts, and he's found a way of explaining Bitcoin to his cohorts. But if you hold him at face value and you believe and trust him, he wants the same as what we do. And he's seen the influence he can have is within the USG. And then therefore he's trying to explain Bitcoin in exactly the same way as I am, but through the lens of the military industrial complex. That's my view.
I guess kind of like what we were talking about before the interview. You were saying you're writing these papers for like very traditional finance people to understand, and I guess he's doing the same thing, but for the military to understand, perhaps.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, I haven't read it though, so this is what I'm saying. I don't want to. I can like maybe you can just ask me a question from like just in your words, and I'll do my best to respond to that and not act like I'm responding to him.
Well, go back to the point that Danny said, is that what's the specific part of the quote where they will try and frame it?
Well, you in the book you say you think opponents of Bitcoin will try and smear it as like a hostile thing. And the point I was trying to make is that we now have like proponents doing the exact same thing.
Right. So he's positioned himself as a proponent. I don't think he's positioning it as hostile itself. I think he's positioning it that the race for Bitcoin between nation states will naturally become hostile because they're hostile to each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that seems reasonable. It's kind of bland.
Economic warfare exists already. The dollar hegemony versus.
I mean, I don't see what this has to do with Bitcoin, though.
What he's saying Bitcoin. I don't want to say the word violence, but he
said the word. He said Bitcoin's
yeah, but I think he's walked that back a little bit, hasn't he?
I mean, maybe if you're not like very familiar with the word, maybe we'll just cut this section and leave it out.
No, that's fine. Just put the motherfucker on the spot.
I mean, I can address that. Scottish. That's a good example, right?
He's used to violence from us.
No, Bitcoin is absolutely not violence. I can't think of any sane interpretation. I mean, that's even coming from a point where the section you're quoting from, or the chapter rather, almost everything in there is deliberately rhetorical. It's not, Bitcoin is not literally, which one is that? Ariadne. Clearly, it's not literally gravity. But these are, I think, helpful or at least amusing avenues to interrogating its properties. So if you say Bitcoin is literally violence, I think that's just blatantly nonsense. I'm also very skeptical that you could possibly use it in the way I say Bitcoin is gravity, for example, and still arrive at anything useful. In particular, because one of the things I say is, it's titled Bitcoin is Logos, just because I'm being pretentious, but it means Bitcoin is speech. And speech is not violence. Speech is definitively not violence. And so it would seem to be contradicted by something I've already said without really needing to add that much more.
Yeah.
This has been fucking brilliant, by the way.
I had a great time.
I'm going to wax lyrical afterwards. I wanted to get into the Bitcoin solution. I feel that it might be another 2 hours. I think I'm gonna call this one because we spent 2 hours on this brilliantly, but we're going to very quickly ask, when can we do this again? Because I think
I don't know. We've been trying to do this for a year.
Well, we're going to want to do part 2, and part 2 will be, okay, why is Bitcoin the solution? And what does it solve? And what does it change? But I just think we won't do it justice if we try and fit it in now. And so I think this is a worthy ending to a brilliant fucking conversation, and we will bring it back. Alan, is there any way you want to send people?
No, not really.
All right. Well,
Twitter's fine.
We will link to
hang out there.
all the articles in the book in the show notes.
I should talk about the book. I mean, we've obviously been referring to the book quite a lot, so I should maybe conclude with some details on that. So you can get it on Amazon. If you want to pay in Bitcoin, you can get it from Bitcoin Magazine. If you want it just for free, you can get a PDF from my website, which is. You should probably put this in the show notes as well. I guess it's not that
Fuck
great
the free one. Let people pay.
Read out a URL, but it's pretty simple. It's www.uncerto.
Fucking pay.
No. So this is important actually. You pay if you want. Obviously, if you want a physical copy, you have to pay. It was really important to me and to Sasha and to Alex Gladstein, who wrote the foreword, that there is an option for it to be free as well.
Just make them work to find it. For God's sake.
Okay, yeah, fine. I won't tell you exactly how to get it.
It's out there for free if you want it.
You can get a free version if you want to look for it. But if you do buy it via any of those avenues, the Bitcoin Magazine have been excellent on this, they were a year ago when they set this up. After they've made their money back in the production costs, all of the profits are going to the Human Rights Foundation.
Oh,
so that's a reason to
so definitely pay for it.
As well as, having a physical one is good. But it's good. I like that approach, right? There are ways to get it for free, but you have to earn them.
So you don't make a penny on the book?
No.
Very cool.
Alan, honestly, brilliant. Love this. Cannot wait to do this again in 7 years or whenever we can tie you down.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
All right, come on. How good was that one? Alan is so good. God, he's so smart. Love talking to him. Love making the show. It's taken a while. It's taken a long time to try and get us together in person, but we finally did it. And listen, if you haven't read Bitcoin is Venice, go and check it out. It's actually Danny's favorite writings about Bitcoin. Now, I do want to try and get Alan and his co-author, Sasha, on the show together at some point, so keep an eye out for that one. We will definitely make that happen. Also, if you've got any questions about this or anything else, please do hit me up. It's hello@whatbitcoindid.com.
Maximalist, may be toxic at times. BTC Rad.io. Block time 733,500.
And I'm the host of the Once Bitten podcast. This is a podcast focused on Bitcoin. It's my mission to interview as many people as I can around the different aspects of Bitcoin and help people understand exactly what Bitcoin can mean for them and for their families and for their future. I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you so much for listening. Hey guys, welcome to this edition of the Once Bitten podcast. Thank you for joining as always. And if you're new here, welcome to the Bitcoin rabbit hole, as more and more of you are starting to understand what Bitcoin is and what it's going to mean for you and your family and your future, and why education is so important. And that's why I'm looking forward to you listening to Scott and Tali here, who have made an incredible board game for you to be able to play with your family, your friends, and just try and help them understand, and perhaps even get a deeper understanding yourself about Bitcoin. Now, those of you that listen to the show regularly, you know I'm a big proponent of homeschooling, alternative education, world schooling, unschooling, call it whatever you will. Scott and Tali have done the same with their kids. They've never been to school, and we get into that kind of conversation, and they are trying their best to orange pill that community. Homeschoolers are Bitcoiners that just don't know it yet, and vice versa. Bitcoiners You are homeschoolers, you just don't know it yet. If you've separated education from state, you will separate money from state and vice versa. These go hand in hand, and I'm so honored and humbled to be able to straddle both of these groups of people and help each of you down those respective rabbit holes. Also, you will know I'm way behind on content. I had such an incredibly busy first quarter of the year. Scott and Tali, I'm so sorry you've waited so long for this one to come out and that we missed the release before Miami. But anybody out there that's getting along to homeschooling conferences or other conferences and that can help Scott and Tali shill, huddle up, please reach out to them whenever you can and just let's go. That's the message. Let's go. If you're stacking sats, good for you. If you haven't been and you're new, like I said, you want to find Bitcoin only companies to help you do that. Stay Bitcoin focused. Do not get sidelined by the flashy lights and the promises from the shitcoiners. Okay? Bitcoin only. Where can you stack your sats with Bitcoin only companies? In the US, swanbitcoin.com/Bitten. Been a long time supporter of this show for almost its entirety. Jan and Corey came on as they were launching Swan back in April 2020. Brilliant team, brilliant service, and they can help you with your retirement funds and high net worth individuals and just your local $10 a week pleb. It doesn't matter. Relay do the same for you in Europe. relai.ch/Bitten and use the code Bitten. Download the app and you can start buying Bitcoin immediately. No KYC required. Just add your payment method and you can start stacking. Coin Corner are based in the UK. They are an exchange. You set up an account with them. You can do a merchant account with them if you are a business looking to accept Bitcoin. You can also do that with Relay as well across Europe. Coin Corner accepts sterling and euros, and you can link your Bolt card and use a Bolt card as like an ATM card at point of sale machines where people are accepting Bitcoin, and use that to pay via the Lightning Network straight out your account. It's literally like having a bank account. Coin Corner doing great work, and more news to come from them as always as this year plays out. Hodl global trading and lending platform, hodlhodl.com. Use the link in the show notes to get that little discount on the commissions. That adds up a lot when you're making these trades. They're KYC free. What does that mean? It means you don't have to upload your passport, your date of birth, your any of this. No, you get on there, you find your trading partners, and you make those trades peer-to-peer. WasabiWallet.io. What Wasabi? They are a privacy-focused company that are offering a CoinJoin service. So when you're pulling the Bitcoin off of these apps and exchanges, it's a good idea to try and break that link to those services. So you can use a CoinJoin service. There are a few out there. Go do your own research. WasabiWallet.io. They support this show with Max Hillerbrand, who's been on the show 2 or 3 times already. You can go and listen to some of those earlier episodes where we get into all of these privacy questions. You should be cold storaged up to the max. If you're not, use a Bitbox. That is Bitbox02 by Bitbox. It used to be Shift Crypto, but they've rebranded. Bitbox.Swiss/Bitten is the code, and 5% off using the code Bitten to get that storage device, the hardware wallet, which everybody should be using and cold storing their Bitcoin. Mempool.space. What is it? It's the Bitcoin blockchain. Go and have a look at it. If you've never seen the Bitcoin blockchain, this is a perfect visualization. Mempool.space do a great job of educating you as well. There's loads of tabs there and you can follow your transactions and get an idea and see actually what is happening behind the scenes. So get across to mempool.space. Orange Pill app is where you're going to find Bitcoin events to get to and plebs to get to and meet with in your area. And conferences coming up are Liberty in Our Lifetime in Prague in October, put on by Free Cities Foundation. Use the code Bitten for a discount, and the Honey Badger, the Baltic Honey Badger by HODL. Same code, guys. Bitten gets you 10% off. Enjoy this show with Scott and Tali. All right, we're here with Scott and Tali, the inventors, creators of the board game HODL Up. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Thank you. You guys?
Great. It's nice to meet you.
It's wonderful to meet you guys. Yeah.
Great to meet you.
I see your daughter's
too.
with us.
Yes, she is. She's she usually asks the first question. So buckle up.
Buckle up. Okay.
So what is your favorite thing about Bitcoin?
You want to take that? You want me to take that?
For me, it is giving me hope for our kids because I used to I still get mad when I look at the news and I would want to yell, but it really didn't do anything. And I now have a framework and an understanding of how things really work. And I don't like what I see in the news, but the thing for me is I have hope for the kids. And then I, just a personal testimony, have lowered my time preference. So in terms of food and exercise and sleep and other things, it has been personally beneficial as well.
And
I
Tali?
just like I just like the fact that because Bitcoin has limited supply, we don't have to worry about inflation. And the first book that converted me to even try to walk toward the rabbit hole was the book called Hard Money You Can't F With. And in that book, he talked about the Wright brothers inventing the airplane and how they worked during the day and they were able to put away their money and not have to worry about spending extra time to invest it so that it will hold value. They devoted their time to inventing the airplane and it changed the world. And that they were only able to do that without the pressure of investors saying, hey, what about our return? It's been 6 months kind of thing, because the money held its value. And that's an impossibility today. And it makes me so sad. So that's my favorite part of Bitcoin.
Yeah, great book. Shout out for Jason. It's a very
for
good
sure.
book. Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you this other question that I already know, but it's for the listeners. So why did you create the game?
Oh, you already know why? Okay. Well, so the reason, I guess, that I personally love games. I've always loved games, and Tali and I have been homeschooling for 20 years. So you have the education piece, and we were working games into our curriculum, and this was a way for me to help teach the family, and it's something I can pass on to them whenever they're ready, and it's something you can also play just because I like that aspect of it. Then I also learned a lot. I had to do a lot of research in order to make the game actually reflect what Bitcoin does and how Bitcoin works. And that was a struggle. It was over 2 years of iterations to do that. But I love learning. Our house is like a library. I just love learning new things. And it's an endless rabbit hole. No matter how deep you go, you just keep on learning things. So I love having an impact on people too. So kind of a third aspect is we're seeing people play the game and ask questions that otherwise would not have asked questions about Bitcoin. And so now I didn't design the game for that reason per se, but it's been very personally fulfilling to watch people kind of start to come around and ask questions. So
Yeah.
Did you enjoy playing it?
Yeah, because I beat you.
Oh, I was going to ask who won. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
we just
Good job.
played a quick round of it was a shotgun round, and just the two of us and four treasury wallets, and she got me good.
Wonderful.
Let's put it that way.
Wonderful. So did you use the second video that Tali made to help you understand? Because you didn't have anybody there to help you along. So I was very curious how you got through that.
Yeah, well, I can actually. Do you want to go, or are you happy to sit? No.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was confused. Yeah, sorry. I can go.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways, bye. Thank you.
Oh, bye. It's nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Yeah. Okay. Take care now.
Yeah. So the first time I started digging in to try and understand it was with my parents. So thank you guys. That was
absolutely.
It's taken me a long time to try and open them up to Bitcoin. My mom has actually tried to read a book. She read Victoria Collette Jones' book, Truth Decay, which is a good book, actually, from a dentist standpoint, which is a very underrated book. Definitely pick up a copy if you can. So she's read that. I bought my dad a Bitcoin for Dummies book for Father's Day last year, and he took offense. So I'm like, no, the whole for Dummies thing is a franchise, Dad. They have it for everything. Like,
That's awesome.
So I'm
is
now
fantastic.
in possession of that particular book myself, as I found it
The
collecting
re-gift.
dust. Yeah.
The re-gift. Fantastic.
So I explained to them that the game had arrived and that you'd kindly sent it over for us to have a play around with before we delved into the podcast, and that I needed some guinea pigs to help me figure out how to play it. And they were Johnny and Johnette on the spot, unfortunately for them, or fortunately for me. And so we broke into it, and we were, you were right, Scott. The first time is definitely the hardest. We were muffling our way through it, and when you sent over the video that Tali made, that made a hell of a lot more sense. But we were trying to follow the original YouTube video that you had set, and the instruction pamphlet. And this will probably make you laugh. We didn't shuffle the cards. Was our first mistake. So the difficulty adjustment was just. It's like, hang on a second. It did say you're going to have a love-hate relationship with this difficulty adjustment dial. I just hate the fucking thing right now because it doesn't. How are all these cards number 9? This doesn't make. And it was my mum. She said, "Do you think we should have shuffled them?" I'm like, "Let's check. 9. Yeah. Put everything back. Let's shuffle the cards and start again." But we got there. We got there in the end, and it brought up a lot of discussion. The favorite question my mum asked was, "But how does this difficulty adjustment dial relate to Bitcoin in real life?"
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So we got to have that discussion and talk about
that is cool.
Yeah. So it is always bringing up questions, and what is actually mining, and why do we have to throw this dice? What does SimSwap even mean? Really basic questions like that. But I didn't think Bitcoin could ever be hacked. It's like, no, it can't be hacked, but it can be scammed. Or your computer can be hacked if you've got it on a hot wallet. That's why you need it in cold storage. So all of these touch points were happening in that few-hour period that we were trying to, get to grips with the game.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
so
perfect.
That's so fantastic. I am taking notes as we've watched other people play to figure out how we can help others with the first time they open it to get across that, because if you're there to explain it, it still takes a moment to. It's so different. The mechanics are so different. I found that Bitcoiners some of them will pick it up very quickly and get competitive. If you have someone who doesn't understand Bitcoin, that it's not fun for them. So you kind of have to just play the game, and getting them started is the hardest part. So we will continue to iterate and in future versions and try to come up with things. So what your feedback is very helpful, and I'm really happy to hear that your mom and dad were asking you questions. That's the part that we like, and we actually advise Bitcoiners when they play with people who don't understand. Just don't talk. Don't try to explain anything. Literally, just play, and then play. It's a heck of a lot less. And just let them play. And so I think that's a fantastic story. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Yeah, just sit back and let the questions come, right? That is probably the best advice you could ever give to somebody that is playing with, pre-coiners. And playing with Lauren.
Can I add some? Can I just add something for myself? One of the reasons why Scott even created this game was to try to convince me that Bitcoin is important and that we should do something about it. And I don't have a technical background. I have nothing, no experience in computer programming whatsoever. And so when he started explaining the hash rate and all those things, it just went over my head. I just did not think I could understand it. And he created the game. And after I played the game, I went back to reading the book, Inventing Bitcoin. And as I was reading that book, I could picture the different mechanics of the game and go, that's what he was trying to tell me. So the two of them together really cemented my understanding of Bitcoin from a completely non-technical person's point of view. So I would encourage that for for newcomers as well. Play the game and then read something really simple like a short book, and everything would kind of fall into place. Yeah.
And I've been reading your book alongside learning how to play the game as well, because for the listeners that aren't aware, a book comes with it, a pretty substantial book, which is very easily and well written, and lots of quotes from Jan, actually. So you're clearly fans of Jan's work. Shout out to Jan Pritzker, CTO of Swan, who did write Inventing Bitcoin, and an excellent book, and one I picked up, I think, around 2018 or 19, whenever it first came out. I remember Corey telling me about it. It's like, okay, yeah, I got to read this, and it's such a great resource. It really is. Well, and what's interesting as well is that clearly Scott was crazy Bitcoin guy in the family, driving everybody crazy at the dinner table, like many of us have suffered.
Yeah,
but you've managed to at least draw Tali, and maybe not the kids. I don't know. We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
What were those days like when you've tripped up, you've fallen down the rabbit hole, and your whole worldview is getting completely turned upside down? It puts a strain on relationships.
So I think there's two parts. What I was telling Lauren earlier is very true. I would get so upset when I would see things in the news, and yelling just didn't do anything. The dads would just think, or the kids would think, dad's just, I don't know, upset about whatever, and they just roll their eyes. And so there was I finally had a framework for things, because from Bitcoin, I went to Austrian economics, and then I started getting into time preference, and it was just one thing after another. So that part was a relief. On the other hand, there was this fear that I was missing out. I was in a fiat job that I was doing things I didn't want to do, because I had done all of the fiat recommendations along the way. Go to a good school, take out some student loans, get a house. Now you got a mortgage. Now you have kids and a lot of dogs. And all of a sudden you're like, well, we really can't afford not to pay our bills. And so I was doing the game as a hobby. I was learning it because I like games and that. And so the flip side of the coin was, I was also kind of mad at myself for having allowed myself to get to a position where I was working in a place that I wasn't happy with. And then it was like, how fast can I get out of here? Have we already missed out? All the kind of the FOMO that you have initially. So it was both. One side was relief, and I had hope, and I couldn't wait to share with people. And the other side was, oh my God, look where I am. How do I move myself forward? Sort of like the airplane idea of putting the mask on yourself first. I need to, if I'm going to tell my kids about this, or anybody else, or my parents, brother, friends, and I'm not in the position that, it's not like I could say, hey, look how well off I am because of all this. I don't have any credibility. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, no, this is a really good thing. So, I have to help myself before I'm going to be able to help others. And so it's kind of a mixed bag of emotions that were going on. Tali just looked at me like, okay, Scott's that's what he wants to study. He can go do his thing. And she kind of gave me the spouse hand of, hey, I don't really have time for this. You can tell me later. And I'm like, no, this is really important. Like, you gotta hear this. And I kept getting there's other things more important right now, the kids, meals, whatever the issue was.
Well, if you go back to those days, which is actually not that, it sounds like it's a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago. We homeschool our kids all the way through, and we actually read Rich Dad Poor Dad early on, and we were bound and determined to teach our kids how to use money, how to work money, the difference between an asset and a due, that kind of thing. So we were already making a lot of intentional effort to preparing our kids for a successful life, right? So we would bribe them to play Cash Flow for Kids, with jelly beans and things like that. We had them study accounting, from the time they were elementary school kids. But when we heard about Bitcoin, when he started hearing about Bitcoin, I was knee deep in trying to get them into universities because we're toward the end of high school, and the traditional route is you get them through high school, even if you homeschool, and you get them into a university that is a good name university, good program, good major, all that stuff. But when he started talking about Bitcoin and I didn't pay attention to him at first, I thought I was doing the right thing. I was preparing the kids for success in life. But as I started going down the rabbit hole myself, I started to realize that we were going in the wrong direction. We had spent all of this time preparing them, but we were pointing them in the wrong direction. So it actually helped me pivot my conversations with our kids. And specifically, when our kids graduated high school, I sent them overseas because I said, you got to see how big the world is. They were raised in the American Midwest and purely Christian homeschooler communities. And I said, you got to know that people believe different things and different things are going on in the world. You got to go experience them. So I sent them off. And then from there, they were supposed to come back and go to university. But it was during that time when they were away that we were really just falling into the rabbit hole. And by the time they came back, I was talking to my son. He is 19, about to turn 20. It was the summer and he came home and he said, okay, I want to talk to you about my future. And I said, Nolan, if you don't want to go back to college, I'm okay with that. Because we had already been exposed to all the other possibilities, the whole monetary system and the school system, all that stuff. You can talk about that for hours, right? But anyway, he said, so I'm thinking maybe I don't want to go back. And I said, okay, that's fine with me. And he was so shocked. He said, you spent my entire school, right? 12 years of formal homeschooling education. It's like, why did you change your mind? And I said, listen, if you get information and you don't consider it, then that's actually quite stupid. We sent you off down the path that we thought was right? You went overseas, you went to a traditional university, and we realized we weren't getting our money's worth. We realized that you were not going to be prepared in the way that we thought you would be prepared. So with the additional information that we now have, if we can still continue to go down that path, then that's really stupid of us. If you want to pivot now, just go ahead and pivot. So Bitcoin in that way literally allow our kids to pivot their direction away from how we have prepared them for 12 years, and that's how it has changed our family's life.
So Dan, just so you know, the other thing about why this is such a big deal is if you've ever heard of the expression tiger mom, it's kind of associated with Asian that
we lived in
academics.
Singapore for 15 years. I'm very aware of what
Okay.
tiger mom
Okay.
is.
So for Tali to, well, first of all, like her side of the family didn't understand how she could go to school and get an MBA and then not go get a job. Like, what are you doing? That was hard. But the whole homeschooling thing was difficult to hear. And now here we are advising their kids, you don't have to go to school. You can if you want. We'll support you whichever way. This is really internally with the family not expected. This is we're kind of breaking new ground, I think, in terms of what the expectations were and what we're actually doing. So I just wanted to give you background. Where she came from, to where she is today. That was this was a pretty big change. So
where did you come from, Tali?
I was born in Taiwan and I immigrated here when I was 10.
Right. So it is all about education, especially in Taiwan. It's the same in Singapore, South Korea, Japan.
Right.
It's so damaging for young children, for young kids. It's really bad. In fact, a friend of mine was an international school teacher, well, many in Singapore, but one in particular in Taiwan. And she used to coach the kids. She used to teach at one of the international schools and then coach some of the kids after hours. But they had to do it in secret. So none of the other students or student parents got jealous or, felt left behind or felt the FOMO. It was and some of the competitiveness and the pressure that's put on kids in Singapore. What we would see is might be the same in Taiwan, but because of the heat, you'd have the kids at the school gates by 7:15 and they'd be done by like 1:15, 1:30 p.m. But at 1:30 p.m., that wasn't day over for the kids. That was like, no, mom picks them up, right, off the violin or off the piano, whatever it would be, some kind of classical instrument. It had to be.
Yeah.
No guitar or drums. Like, no way. Forget it.
Yeah.
You'll never be a percussionist or like, no, you will. It would be classical kind of instrument. And then after that, it will be off to the extra mathematics lessons, which always took precedent. And what I found out, and this is what blew it up for me, our oldest daughter, Caitlin, at the time, we'd moved her from an international school into one of the state schooling systems, which was just around the corner from us and a lot cheaper, almost nothing compared. And they were grading her at the end of the year and to where to shuffle her, but at the age of 9. And because she had fallen into like average of math, then she was going to be average in every single other thing. And so we pointed out to the teacher, but her mother tongue is English. She speaks English, and you're putting her in like a middle grade for English, and like bringing home these grammar sheets, which, by the way, are incorrect grammar, and is ridiculous. What I'm reading, it doesn't make any sense, and there are spelling mistakes all over it. What's the point? That but because it's all on her math grade, and it all suddenly clicked. It's like, that's why the society is the way it is, in which I've been living for the last 6-7 years, whatever it had been at that time, 10 years probably. And that was a real like awakening moment as to what the education systems do. And we can get into that, I'm sure. You guys clearly made a decision to homeschool all 4 of your kids from day one. Yeah. So why? There's a rabbit hole that was obviously explored. What was the reasoning for that?
That's best for you, Tully. Why don't you go ahead?
I'll share a personal story, which I had in my mind when I was watching my kids when they were little. So I have 2 siblings myself. We were growing up in Taiwan, and I was the A student. Like, for whatever reason, I understood how to get high grades on my tests, right? So I was the smart one. And then my brother, he is sort of the social genius kind of person. Like, anywhere he went, he was the head of the pack, right? He was the leader of the boys. And he has such an understanding of mechanical workings, like sort of mechanical engineering concepts. They're just effortless for him to pick up. But he was terrible in school. He was terrible. He was labeled a bad student. It really affected his self-esteem in a very, very profound way. And I remember specifically years ago, it was like 1983. And because we were immigrants, we were put in the same English as a second language class. And he was really struggling with taking even spelling tests or whatever. And I, for whatever reason, just kind of flew through all those subjects. But I remember him walking, I was sitting in class and he was walking by me and he was turning in his test paper and he was muttering under his breath, I hope it's an A, I hope it's an A, because he had tried so hard to study for it. And the next day we got a test back, he didn't get an A, and just the devastation that was on his face. And I knew he was a brilliant, brilliant person, but he was labeled a horrible student. And you carry that with you. I don't care how people justify it. You carry that with you. So our kids were little, and I think Brina was like 2 or 3. And I just kept remembering that story. And I did not want our kids to be labeled anything at all, except for what they're really, really great at. Because if my brother had been labeled a mechanical genius, I mean, I feel like it would have changed everything, right? So I was really paying attention, especially for our boys, because they are very active. And when I first started hearing about homeschooling, I remember hearing a story about this woman who would allow her son to jump up and down like on a trampoline while he was studying, because that's what he needed to do, without labeling, any condition in particular. Just boys need to move. girls are more likely in general to sit still. So I kind of carry that in the back of my mind as I was watching them go through their preschool experience, because when I mentioned I wanted to homeschool, I got a lot of pushback from both sides of the family. They both on both sides, they said, well, you're gonna ruin your kids socially. They're not gonna be able to talk to people. They're gonna be like hermits, and they're gonna really seriously lack in social skills, all that stuff. So I put them in preschool. And I remember after a couple of years, I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I don't know how they're being socialized there. So I actually called up the school and said, can I please come and just observe? I'll just, I'll drop her off at the line and then I'll just sneak, in from the side. And here's what I saw. I saw them, this is their socialization, right? I saw them line up the kids at the door, and they held a rope and they walked on a line that was taped on the floor, and then mouth closed, no talking. They go to the cubbyhole area. They put all their stuff in the cubbyhole. They stand back in their line, no talking still. They walk on a line on the floor. They go into a room. Everybody takes out a little piece of carpet square. They sit down on their carpet square. No talking, no touching. Don't pay attention to the other kids because they're supposed to pay attention to the teacher. The teacher does a little blurb. They line up again. They go outside to the playground, and the teacher's like, playtime for 10 minutes, right? So I'm sitting there watching the kids. I'm like, she's here to socialize. There was no talking. There were kids like completely spread out on the playgrounds, one sitting on a swing by himself, like slowly swinging back and forth, one going down the slide. And then 10 minutes later, line up again and, walk on the line on the ground, blah, blah, blah. After 2 hours, I said, oh, one more. So it was around Christmas time. And they were supposed to make a craft, right? And they were making a Christmas tree with your thumbprints. So I'm like, oh, that's kind of fun. They can express themselves artistically, whatever. No, they were set on their square on the floor. The teacher was at the table with an ink pad and a paper, and they called the students up one by one, and they held the child's hand to make the most perfect, beautiful Christmas tree. At the end of it, everybody's Christmas tree looked exactly the same except for their actual fingerprint. And then they let out again, and they were going home. I'm like, this is not socialization.
Yeah.
This is what is it? Conformity training?
Yeah,
Well,
conformist.
That was the last time.
Yeah, if I could add to, I mean, to me, there's the school is expecting people to conform, and that's where you start to get into. I mean, it could be indoctrination later with different beliefs, or it could just be following the line. So you have some bad things you can avoid with homeschooling, and then on the other hand, there are good things, because if you have a child who is gifted and wants to explore a subject that's not part of the normal curriculum, you can let them explore as fast as they can, and kids can learn a lot faster than I think we give them credit for. So to me, what Tali is describing to me is this kind of thou shalt conform kind of culture, and you can't control the narrative of what's being taught. And we don't want you to advance too far ahead. We don't want you to be different. You're going to kind of stay at whatever level. So kids can't explore the things that they're really good at. And so to me, there's kind of, you want to avoid some of the homeschooling to me was about avoiding some of the bad. You want the opportunity for the good. And then Tali wanted to have time with the kids, as opposed to getting a job, paying most of it into taxes, the rest of it into somebody, a daycare or other things, and then very little time with the kids. So, a third component was just, Tali wanted the kids. She didn't say this, but she wanted to know the kids. She wanted to be the one who was, raising the kids. And there's a benefit of actually being there present. So sorry for interrupting you.
But also, just getting back to what you mentioned before, you were saying that your daughter was forced to be at the whatever the medium level was in all subjects just because of one subject. So there's a book that really influenced my thinking early on, and it's a book by Jennifer Fox, Jennifer with one N, and it's called Find Your Child's Strength. And she specifically addresses how wasteful that is for our human potential, because everybody's born with a gift in some area, whether that is natural or based on exposure to opportunities. Everybody's gifted in some area. And if they're forced to waste time to bring up other areas, that's taking away the opportunity from to excel in one, right? And so when you are forcing the kids to all stand in line, stand in line and walk forward together, like what you were saying, that's a waste of human potential.
It truly is.
So
actually, let me just grab one second. Because the whole socialization FUD is the biggest. It's the Bitcoin boils the oceans FUD of homeschooling. And I tried to. Here it is. So, quick shill. In my book, Choose Life, I in chapter 5 about education and world schooling, I address this, what's going on, and by looking at the definition of the word socialize, spelled with a Z, you American people, you get the following definitions. So one, it's a verb, right? So one, the first definition is to mix socially with others, right? That's what we just default think to. Definition 2, make someone behave in a way that is acceptable to their society. That is what is going on. That's the socialization within the education system. And but what people don't understand is that is happening to their children, to you as well. It happened to you. It happened to all of us. We have all been programmed. We went through it. We were socialized. We didn't socialize. We weren't there having fun. Some outliers will say, yeah, I had a great time at school because, I had some friends and whatever else. Very few people are still friends with the people that they were forced into a room with at the age of 11 for the next 5 or 6 years of their life, just because of some random algorithm threw some names together. That's not social. That is forced association is exactly what that is. You had no choice. You better make friends. But basically the relationships you made were forced relationships out of necessity. It's like a camaraderie. More than it's almost like the camaraderie you'd find in a military unit, just to get through, just to survive. That is what is going on in the classroom. There is nothing, not 1 ounce of what definition 1 means, to be social with other people. Like you spent 90% of your time avoiding the people you didn't want to see or couldn't stand or were afraid of. It's a absolute hotbed of negative emotive experiences that are draining the soul, and it's such a damaging system, but it's working perfectly as designed.
As designed. That was I think you were discussing that with Nomad. Oh, by the way, I meant to do that up front. I wanted to do a shout out to Nomad and to Scott Sibley, both of whom did an introduction about the same time. So I just wanted to say thank you to both of them for that. But it was also there that I learned about your book. So we have it on order. We don't have it yet. So
thank you.
Well, I'm looking forward to reading this. Tali and I we love books, so we love learning. So I'm looking forward to diving into that. So it made Tali jealous though, because I told her the title included world schooling,
right?
And this was what she had hoped. She was really kind of hoping we would do, and you did it. So a little bit of jealousy here. We just want to.
I tried for years to convince Scott to quit his job and just buy an RV, like sell our house and buy an RV and go on the road with the kids. Right. But I also heard about this French family who sold everything and took their kids on a sailboat and sailed the world for a year and came back. I'm like, Scott, let's do that. Let's go get a sailboat.
You read about that in the 4-Hour Work Week, I'm guessing.
Oh yes. Yeah,
I remember that part in the 4-Hour Work Week as well, because that was the book that made me quit my job, and then that was a part in the book that made me think, I could quit my job and then we could do. I mean, not the sailing thing, but we could certainly rub our own little stank on it and see what we can do. And we ended up home swapping our way around the world. That's how we were doing it. But have you ever watched the film Captain Fantastic? Did you see that one yet?
I don't believe so. Right. No, I'm taking notes though, so I'll get it down here.
Tali's. I don't know, Scott. You might not want to watch it because it's about a family that go off and live in a forest and RV around. And
oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I had full fiat fear about trying to take care of the family.
What
and
was
I just,
your
it was
profession?
so ingrained.
What was that? What was Fiat
It was
Scott's
primarily,
life?
so I started out in the Army. So I graduated in West Point, spent 5 years in the service, and I got out, and then I went to business school at Yale. That's where Tali and I met. My intention was to become a management consultant. What I ended up really doing, that was just prior to 9/11. What I ended up, the full-time offer I had from my internship disappeared, as did a lot of offers. And I found myself doing more operations, analytical type of things. It was like a corporate job. And then from there, I transitioned more into operations with I'm looking at the word here. So logistics and manufacturing, light manufacturing, and did mostly distribution, spent a lot of time in warehouses. So I would just kind of put an umbrella over that as called operational. So you had a lot of strategic planning and things, but it was also a lot of just tactical execution of keeping the warehouse efficient or the teams efficient. And that's what most of my career has been post Army, has been in operational settings.
So why the Army then? What was the decision there to go to West Point? Was that a family tradition or?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you I was like really smart. Back you have to start the process to that. You have to apply. You have to start really 2 years ahead of time to do that. My grandfather had gone to Kings Point, which is the Merchant Marine Academy, and my brother and I had the opportunity to visit one time, and I was like, why would anybody ever want to come here? There are no girls. Like it didn't make sense to me. And then I was trying to figure out how I was going to pay for college, and I started looking at ROTC, and then at some point it clicked. Well, hey, if I'm looking at ROTC, why don't I just look at the academies? And I came full circle on it. So I wish I could say that I was really forward looking and understood the how beneficial that experience is. Now in hindsight, I see that. I am so grateful for that experience that really helped shape me at a time in life when I probably could have gone one way or another. It's a really amazing. Anybody who is even thinking about it, I would highly encourage them to go. But I didn't understand what I was getting into when I started, and it's now with hindsight that I look back on just how amazing that opportunity was.
Have you ever read Preston's book about his life as a West Point
no, I haven't.
Or yeah,
it's
great.
I'm going to look that up. I'm trying to get him. He is tentatively agreed to play our game out in Miami.
Right.
So I'm trying to get him, as a fellow West Pointer to play. But I didn't. I've listened to him for 5, 6. Back to when he was doing the just value investing on the podcast before the Bitcoin thing exploded, and I didn't realize that he had his own this whole time. So I will absolutely read that.
Yeah, it's a good. If you do Audible book, it's a good one to have on in the car. It's a riot. It's funny, and the guy who
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's and I've had him on the podcast a few times, asking him about a few of the funny experiences that he mentioned in the book. So it's definitely worth a listen. So Tali, you still ended up at Yale, huh? You did the whole thing as was expected from a Taiwanese family. You must have been the pride and joy for them to write home about and tell like aunties and uncles and everything.
Right.
Because immigrating away from a country is still a huge decision, right? I'm sure that your parents made at that time. They were probably looked upon with sideward glances from extended family members. And here we go, like retribution. Our daughter made it to Yale. So you fulfilled.
Yeah, I fulfilled, but I went there probably for the wrong reason, which I think is not uncommon for a lot of Asian students, because they go forward with so many expectations from their family members. So originally I was going to go pre-med, and if from an Asian family, you have 5 career choices, right? Back in the day, you can do medicine, law, business, some kind of engineering or computer. That's it. Those were your 5 choices. There was no other choice for you. So I went, I'll go pre-med. I went and I did an externship at the University Hospital. I was at University of Virginia. And I realized I didn't want to be in that environment. It was just very sterile for me. And I realized too late that it wasn't what I wanted to do. I'm like, what the heck am I going to do now? I don't want to be a doctor. I don't want to be a lawyer. I don't want to be an accountant. What are my choices? So I kind of blundered around a little bit, eventually decided I will go into business. And I went to Yale, and my intention originally was to go into investment banking. And in fact, I actually did my internship with Lehman Brothers in London when I was an MBA student. And when Scott and I got together and 9/11 happened, I thought, life is short. I don't want to do something that my heart is not in. So when we had our first, and I was holding her in my arms, originally the plan was for me to go back to work because we had a hefty student debt that we were so confident would be so easy to pay back at the time, right? It was like 2000, early 2000. And so I was holding her in my arms, and I had a nanny already lined up, and I was going to go back to work. And I looked at her. I'm like, I don't want to hand her off to be raised by somebody else. So we talked about it, and I decided to stay home with Scott's support, and my family flipped out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How dare you want to give all of your loving attention to this incredible young new life that has entered this planet? I mean, what are you, crazy? Like, get back to work. Get back to that office.
I was insane. I was a crazy person, but I understand where they're coming from too, because if you work your whole life and you give up everything, as immigrants, we had nothing. And you work so hard, you get to where you think you're just about to kind of enter the promised land and walk away from the doorstep. I can understand why they would think I was crazy. Mm-hmm. And I question myself numerous times over the last 20 years, especially as Scott's job is changing. And I was thinking, it wouldn't be this difficult if I was working. And then we would have these family meetings with the kids, because we wanted to be very open with them with all our decisions. So we would sit down and be like, okay, if mom goes back to work, you guys will go to school and we'll have more money. We'll have more, we'll have the opportunity to take vacations. Like, some of our other family members and friends will be able to do, because we gave all of that up, right? But you understand that you will be then under the control of your teachers and school system and things like that. Let's take a vote. Let's everybody be a part of this process, this decision process. And it took place several times over the last 20 years. And every single time the kids are like, we'll give up what we need to give up, like unanimously. We'll give up what we need to give up so that you can continue to homeschool us. So this, in the beginning, was our decision, but throughout the 20 years, it was a family decision.
So a lot of people listening that have never even considered homeschooling before, probably because they didn't even know there was a choice. In some countries, especially in Europe, there are some countries where it isn't a choice, in which case get out of that country because you're living in an authoritarian dictatorship. And I know it's different from state to state in the US. Explain how like a typical day might look, because most people just picture in their head, they picture a classroom at school filled with 30 kids, and then they just overlay that picture to the kitchen table. And instead of there being 30 kids, maybe there's 3, but mom's still at the front or dad's still at the front, and the blackboard comes out and it's like, okay, kids, it's trigonometry for the next hour and a half. Buckle down.
Right.
Yeah. And then people are like, I could never be able to do that. I'm not smart enough to teach my own kids. And you're like, that, you see what they did to you? You see the words that are coming out of your mouth? That is not your true self speaking. That is somebody has put that program inside your brain.
Hold on a second. I think our internet is unstable.
Okay, are we back?
Right.
Sorry,
you're I think we're back. Can you hear us? You're kind of frozen right now.
Okay. Am I moving again? Let's see here.
No.
We can hear you. So as long as you're, are we moving or are we frozen?
No, you're moving. You're moving.
Okay. Yeah, so you're back.
You're good.
Back.
Okay, good. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
to answer your question,
go for it.
Okay, so I was not a typical homeschooler. I was the crazy tiger mom homeschool person. So we did do some of what you described, which is I stood at the front of the house, I mean the room that we were in, and I did talk to the kids as a group. But I actually consider our schooling more on the go schooling, because I signed them up for everything under the sun because, well, okay, I signed them up for everything under the sun for a couple of reasons. One is I believe that the ability to perform is exceptionally important for success in life. That's not something that is heavily encouraged. It's sort of an elective for most people, but for me, it was a requirement because the ability to speak in front of a group, I think, is key, no matter what profession you go into. So I put the kids in a lot of performing arts programs young enough when they didn't know any different. They didn't know to say, I'm too shy or I can't do that or whatever. They just did it because it was a place a mom brought them. And they developed this incredible level of confidence that I think is really quite visible when you meet them in person. The other thing that I wanted to make sure they were doing was a lot of sports, because I think in the past, at least, now not so much, but in the past, the Asian families really focused on academics, and sports was just kind of like a thing that you didn't waste your time on, But I believe in the physical fitness related to your mental fitness. So one of the books that I read that really made an impact on me was it's by the Institute for Human Potential. It's called How to Teach Your Baby to Be Physically Superb. And that sounds really crazy because I'm not actually raising them to be Olympic athletes, but it's just the idea that if you give them the opportunity, they will develop skills, because kids are very adaptive. So we were on the go all the time. They did karate, they did dance, they did drama, they did a lot of different kinds of sports. We were schooling with tons and tons of field trips. I put them in Toastmasters because, like I said, public speaking is really, really key. And so if you say a typical homeschooling day, actually, there was no typical homeschooling day. We were always doing something very different. And I think one of the things that people don't understand about socialization when they talk about homeschooling is that our kids are exposed to so many different types of situations, and they're exposed to so many different types of people that they're able to talk to people in all age groups, right? I think when you're forced to be in the same classroom all day, every day with people your own age, you just get used to interacting with them. But homeschoolers can talk to very old people. They can talk to very young kids. There's such a wide range because they're constantly exposed to them.
Yeah.
And they're practicing their socialization skills all the time.
Yeah.
So
Can I
Please.
Daniel, if I could just add my point of view on what that would look like. I remember when the kids were young, she also had workbooks on every subject. She wanted them to know Greek, be in Latin, because she thought that would help with vocabulary. There was math, there was accounting, there's everything. So there's always this pile of books and notebooks that would be going with Tali to the family van. And there was a day when, I don't remember the occasion was, but I was going to fill in for her. I forget what it was. She said, "Can you just do this?" So she said, "I'm going to simplify the day for you." So she did a couple activities or subjects, and I couldn't keep up with it. So here I am trying to keep up with the 1,000 things going on, like in a warehouse or whatever type of building operation you can think of. And yet I felt like I couldn't handle one day with the crazy schedule that she had, because she'd say, "Okay, we're going to listen to this Audible book between karate and gymnastics." And that was whatever lesson. And then maybe there'd be a different thing that they would listen to from one thing and another. And they say, "Okay, while this kid is doing this one's studying this." And then you throw on top of that change of clothes and some food things. And I was completely lost. But somehow, to me, a typical day meant Tali was going to work in all the activities, and she was going to get every subject possible. Every minute was going to be something in there. You're in the car, you're probably listening to some type of book on tape, or I guess audible tape, audible book. So there was always something. And then you could just you'd have your books with you, your notebooks. So even if you were in between and you couldn't get home, okay, well, then you're just going to study in the car. So your classroom was not the kitchen table with a chalkboard. It was the books next to you. Okay, time to do your math, time to do your vocab, time to do your whatever fill in the blank type of subject you can do. So to me, it looked like a crazy schedule to me. That's what my impression of what a typical day looked like.
Well, if I can add to that, also, I was heavily influenced by the Charlotte Mason method. I don't know if you're familiar with that. They really stress teaching kids subjects from living books written by authors who were passionate about their subject rather than textbooks written by textbook writers. And so what I really wanted and also to not water down original great works so that they can better understand. Like, so if you read any of the original, like even if you read like The Pilgrim's Progress or Gulliver's Island or something, they're always like the original, and then you have the junior version where the words are simplified, the sentences are shortened, that kind of thing. And Charlotte Mason says, no, you just show them the original beautiful work that was acclaimed for its quality, and you let the kids absorb what they can from it. And so when we were driving places, even when the kids were very little, I never agreed with the grade assignment of learning material. Like, I think that's really dumb. I think just let them absorb what they can absorb, because they will shock you with their ability to absorb stuff, right? And so we were listening to just amazing literature on tape, and I've asked them questions afterwards, but kids are absolutely incredible learners. They absorb without even consciously understanding that they're absorbing. And so we really try to follow that route. I exposed the kids to, like, when they were little, to college level courses, because I really like the professor and I love the professor's ability to explain concepts. And so even when they're in elementary school, I'm like, let's listen to this lecture. So yes, we did a lot of really crazy stuff. So in that way, I think I'm very atypical, because I think most homeschoolers would rather follow like a stepping up curriculum setup.
Yeah. And I think, just for the listeners that don't do homeschooling, this would sound intimidating. It's not, because we need to put a little caution here, because the expectations of what you need to do for school, there are so many resources. You have, first of all, just with the internet, you have a lot of free resources. You can go to Khan Academy, you can go to Sailor.org, there's so many just on YouTube. That was one of the things that helped me understand blockchain, was to actually watch someone do a demonstration on hashing and what it did. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's what that is. And you also have co-ops. So there are a lot of creative ways and you just basically coordinate with other small groups, and maybe Tali could teach Chinese and I could teach trigonometry and somebody else could teach whatever. And it's a way of kind of divvying up the work. And then some people will go to small, they're almost like private schools, and you could say, we're going to sign our kids up for one day a week because we don't know biology, but they have a biology teacher there. So there's so many resources available. I don't want people who don't homeschool yet to be intimidated. It's the resources and the support that are out there to do this are just amazing. And you also have a very low risk, because you think about how fast kids fall when they fall off a bike or anything else. If you mess up and you don't teach the kids enough of whatever it is at grade level X for math, they can recover so quickly with subjects. So you have near zero downside, but you're going to do long-term damage to your kid because you felt like you didn't teach at a high enough caliber. And on the other hand, you have huge upside potential, because now you can expose them to things they otherwise wouldn't have seen, and at a pace that they otherwise would not be allowed to pursue. So I'm sitting here, and it's funny for Tali and I to tell stories. We think it's funny to tell people all the scary stories. I kind of forgot some of the people may not do this yet, and I want to encourage everybody. This is a worthwhile investment of your time. It's very worthwhile. You will not regret doing it. And if you get overwhelmed and the kids end up going back into a traditional school, they're fine. There's no permanent damage done. You have zero downside on this, but the upside is so amazing. I just wanted to add that because I feel like we're kind of going deep down this story of how that is. So
I mentioned that because I get too excited. I know. But yeah, for a beginning homeschooler, there is such a huge amount of support out there, and there are homeschooling communities everywhere now in every shape and form. So like Scott said, you can, when you get to high school level, some of our homeschooling friends, they don't teach any of the subjects. They basically bring the kids to a consortium of sorts, and it's basically kind of like part-time private school. So the kids go to school 2 days a week, and then the other 3 days they do homework under their parents' supervision, but it's still considered homeschooling. And you still have a lot of control over what they're studying. You know exactly what they're doing, what teachers are telling them. You choose the classes that they sign up for. So that's on one spectrum. And then the spectrum, you can go crazy with pulling resources together yourself and everywhere in between. All you have to do is ask a question to a fellow homeschooler. It is such a wonderful community. Everybody's willing to help. So
very helpful.
Yeah.
Sort of like asking another Bitcoiner, can you help me with my Nostr account? Can you help me with whatever it is that you want help with? I guarantee you someone in homeschooling will help you with any question you have. So anyway, so long way of saying, please don't be scared. We want to encourage people to do this. It is absolutely worthwhile. And what better investment can you make than the kids' future and helping them critical thinking skills, etc. So
you're totally right. It's a completely asymmetrical bet is not even the right word there, but it's all upside, no downside. And even on the downside, you have the safety net of the public education system or state school education system, which you can just fall straight back into anyway. And when you do fall straight back into it, you realize, oh shit, my kid's a year ahead of all these guys.
Right, exactly.
Or two.
Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea, and perhaps we shouldn't be sending them back anyway. So like there is no downside to at least giving it a try. But what happened during COVID, people have been like damaged permanently, I think, about the idea of homeschooling from COVID, because that's what they believe homeschooling is. Like it wasn't that. That was forced school at home. This is not the same. Nothing near the same. So if anybody's got that like nagging doubt in their mind because of what they went through, that was hell. That was not your choice. That was forced on you. No one was ready for that. It was disgusting in every manner. So it's definitely something. So go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I wanted to add to that. The other thing is I don't want people to walk away and think that I am down. Like I went to public school. I don't have anything against someone who chooses that. But it doesn't have to be all or nothing either. So you can still teach your kids the subjects that you want anytime that you want. So for example, let's say you're in a situation and you say, for us, we really need both spouses to be working. The kids have to go to school. But you know what? You can still do things together. You can still study Bitcoin and play a game and maybe go to a meetup together. It doesn't have to be Bitcoin. That's obviously what we're focused on, but it can be anything. And you can still add whatever you want to your kids' education. You're not trapped. If you want to go 100% to homeschooling, obviously that's what we've been talking about. But if you can't get all the way there, it doesn't mean like that's it. You can still take advantage of all those free resources that we talked about. You can still take advantage of extra activities, and you can still. You as a parent still have that right. And so when you say self-custody education, it doesn't have to be 100% to the homeschooling. And it just means like at least be aware of what your kid's learning, making sure they're getting the right thing. And if you don't have the ability to teach it, then find the resource for them.
Right.
That's all. Take control over it. You have that ability. So,
and homeschoolers are so primed to find Bitcoin as well. Like these are two camps of people that are just ready to find each other. And I want you to talk about like your conference experience, because those people that have separated education from state are going to separate money from state. It's just hand in hand. and vice versa.
Yes.
That's why so many Bitcoiners are waking up to the idea of, even those that haven't had kids yet, even those that aren't even married yet or still single, they pull me aside at conferences and they'll say, because of what you guys have been talking about on podcasts about homeschooling and like unschooling or world schooling, call it whatever you like, it doesn't matter. My kids are never going to go to a state school. I see it now, and they can see that clearly because they've got Bitcoin. They already have Bitcoin, and in 5 to 10 years' time, they know they're good, and they know they're going to have that. They won't have to have two working spouses in fiat clown world. They might be employed within a Bitcoin ecosystem, but that'll be a lot more flexible, and time will be on their, spent in a much more discerning manner, and making a decision about your kid's future, whether or not to homeschool. I think it's just going to be a knee-jerk reaction. Yeah. Why would I mean, I don't need that facility, so why would I use it? It doesn't make sense. So what did you experience at your conference? Because you went to a homeschooling conference, I believe.
Right. So I first of all, I agree with everything you just said there. I think just like now, most Bitcoiners would agree. They see how energy and mining companies are coming together. When you talk to Bitcoiners, like you said, even the ones that don't have family yet or have young kids, you can see how they're going to gravitate towards homeschooling or self-custody of the education. To me, what I saw, and I'll let Tali go, she's much more of an expert in homeschooling than I think I am. But what I saw is these are people who are already primed for Bitcoin in so many ways. And that's why I shared with you some of the thoughts that I was trying to put into an article. There's so many ways that the homeschoolers are like that, but they don't know it yet. And to me, that was frustrating. This is a worthwhile cause. These are people who understand the concepts, but there's a lot of FUD. There's a lot of fear. There's some trends with the moms generally were the most apprehensive and say the dads are going to do the finance or Bitcoin. But to me, I was really hoping for a more receptive audience there and more deep conversations about what is available, because they are so Bitcoin. They just don't know it. And I struggled with that. There were certain times during the conference when I was really down. And then there was times when I was like, well, the potential is here though. If we keep at this we keep going to conferences, if we keep talking to people, is it a year? Is it 2 years? Take a low time preference perspective on this. Someday, as we advance up the adoption curve, this next group of people is going to come, and we want to be there to help them with that step. So that kind of gave me hope for the future. But I just honestly, I was hoping for a more receptive. They're so primed for it. I was hoping for a more receptive. Thank you for coming and showing the light. No, that's not what I saw anyway. So
no, we actually, I was sort of sitting in the corner of the booth and watching people go by, and Scott was sitting and like standing up in the center, and I was watching some people walk by, and they'll read our sign and they would be like, "Oh, Bitcoin," and then they would walk by, and I thought, I felt so sad because it's because of what they've heard in the news and they don't understand. And the few that were willing to stand in front of me and have a conversation with me, the most common thing they said was, "I don't understand it. And maybe my husband will understand it, but I don't. These are the moms." But who's homeschooling the moms? 99% of the time homeschooling the kids, it's the moms, right? And for whatever reason, they don't believe they can understand this thing, which is why I was trying so hard to explain to them I was in the same boat. And that's why we created this game. And we want to use it to explain to you what it is in a way that at least takes away some of the fear of the unknown, right? It's like the limbic brain. If I don't know it, it's dangerous. So there were people who were willing to at least talk to me, but gave up walking away thinking they just won't understand it. And then there were people who came up and they were already Bitcoin investors. They would say, "Oh, I already invest in Bitcoin." And I would say, "Well, how are you investing in Bitcoin?" "Oh, I have some stocks that are in Bitcoin." And I said, "But do you know what Bitcoin is?" "No, I don't. I just need to know if it's going to go to zero." And I said, well, let's talk about the fundamentals of
Scary.
Bitcoin, right? And so you have these two groups of people. One knows that it is important, but they cannot possibly have the hope of understanding it. And then the one that thinks they understand it, but they see it as an investment vehicle. From the people with the babies that they're still, they're wrapped on their chest, to people who have been there for decades, like some of the vendors, when we were talking to them, almost across the board, I would think they fall into one of two camps. And so we spend hours discussing it during and after. How do we help them bridge this gap, this knowledge gap, right? So at the last convention, he gave a talk, and I was standing in the back of the room, and I was watching the room, and I knew the people who had come because they had stopped by our booth first. And I knew half of them came, they already have some knowledge, and half of them came, they have no knowledge at all. So you know that they're interested in learning. But even the talk that we gave wasn't too much. So we got to like tone it back even a little bit more and go from the very basic, like beyond personal finance. Because when you talk money with homeschoolers, they immediately think Dave Ramsey. Mm-hmm. They think if you don't get into personal debt, then you're okay. If you're operating on a cash basis, then you're okay. And so that's your primary focus. When they teach money to their kids, that's what they're teaching. I think we need to bring it back and even just challenge that concept, which is, beyond personal finance. What if you've done all those things right and you still lose?
Yeah. So Daniel, I'm not sure. Have you ever been to a homeschooling conference?
I have not.
Okay. So there are many homeschooling conferences across the US, and depending on who's organizing it, they may have a slightly different way of doing it. But I think essentially you have two big things. You have an exhibition area. So think of a very large room filled with these 10-foot, 10 by 8 booths where vendors will set up and tell you about their college, their curriculum, their games, whatever it is that they have to offer. The other big attraction is actually speakers and workshops. And they have a very, very detailed list of subjects that people can go and do either a workshop where you go and do something, maybe it's on a smaller basis, or sometimes they'll have a large auditorium because they have a very big influencer who's going to come in and speak on a topic that they're all interested in. So you have this mix, and your clientele, or if you're the attendees, they're often families. So sometimes it's a couple, but I would say at least half are actually bringing their kids with them on this venture. So there are kids out there walking around in there. There's not just adults. So you have, I think they said about 5,000 people in St. Louis, and we're getting ready for the Cincinnati homeschooling convention in 2 weeks, and they expect to have around 15,000. So imagine 15,000 homeschooling people or couples with their kids walking around either in an exhibition area talking and looking at materials, or dragging their kids to listen to people speak about whatever subject. If you have a kid who's autistic, you're probably going to listen to that speaker. If you have someone who's interested in science or whatever it is, you name the subject and they have the breakout area. So those are your two big draws. It's materials and you have speakers, and they go there and they spend time kind of going back and forth. And you often will have the speaker, if it's interesting, then they'll go to the booth and they'll say, "Oh, I liked what Daniel had to say about, world schooling." And then they'll go and maybe there's a world schooling booth by Daniel Prince, and they'll go over and try to talk to you more and get your personal feedback on what they should do with theirs. So that's kind of the big breakdown. So what we had a booth, and we set up and we displayed the game and our book. And then we also did one workshop. And one of our lessons learned as we go into Cincinnati is we're going to change how we do the booth. It's going to be much more over the head. Here's Bitcoin. We're not going to try to start with sound money and go soft with it. We're just going to say we're Bitcoin, and then let's just go straight forward. And then we're signing up for 3 or 4 different workshops to present. Because what Tali was describing, when you have a split audience, it's very difficult to reach both. So if I give a presentation on, essentially imagine the chapters in the book that says, here's why there are wallets, here's why there's halvings, here's why there's a hot and cold wallet, then we want to focus on that. Whereas if someone is just completely, that's going to overwhelm them, then maybe Tali wants to do something where they can just focus on a much lighter version of what's going on without
just focus on why you should understand Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Beyond that, it's something you invest in, you know. And I think one of the things we talked about with the adoption curve, the first adoption tends to be people who are willing and have the time to invest in listening to hours and hours of podcasts and many, many books and investment to learning the subject. Second way probably will involve more people who have less time. So for example, at the homeschooling conference, if we want to reach the next generation, we got to be able to reach the moms, right? So if the moms don't believe that it is critical for their kids to understand how the monetary system works and why Bitcoin is important, it's not going to trickle down to the kids. So we got to at least convince them that this is a subject worth investing their time in, but also lead them gently so that we're not telling them you got to spend the next 100 hours trying to understand this kind of thing.
Yeah, Daniel, this is like, how do we get them to ask us, what's this difficulty adjustment like your mom did?
Right.
Like, how do we do the same with the homeschooling mom to say, what is this thing? Because if we can at least if we can start the question and the conversation, we have a chance of them taking the next step and the next step.
Right.
If they don't even want to approach, then it's just going to be very difficult to you have almost no chance of going deep on a subject and explaining it. So
who are the speakers? Who are the influencers that hit these conferences and go around the scene? Do you know?
Well, so in the homeschooling world, there are podcasters that have a lot of audience support, but they're not really influencers per se. We have a lot of curriculums that are very established that people go to these conferences looking for. So places like the Rainbow Resources, that's almost like a catalog, like a Sears catalog for homeschooling curriculum. You have Sunlight, which is a very well-established homeschooling curriculum. You have the Matthew C., the DEM Learning, and then you have the IEW, the Institute for Excellence in Writing, and then you have ABECA, you have Classical Conversation. These are just established curriculum, so not necessarily an influencer per se. So there are a few new ones that are popping up that are specifically addressing self-government, like the importance of First, Second Amendment kind of thing, but they're not tying it anywhere near the monetary system, and they are certainly not connecting it to Bitcoin. I think I would say as far as 99% of the people who were there don't consider Bitcoin as a money standard, and even a step backward, they don't question the monetary system. Like they would teach their kids, like there's one curriculum that teaches using the book called Whatever Happened to Penny Candy, which talks about inflation. But that's basically it. They're not necessarily tying it to an alternative. They're just saying, this is what's happening. This is why inflation continues to rise. And you got to have two jobs. You got to have one job where you earn your money and then another job to keep your money, kind of thing. So
Daniel, are you interested in, I don't actually know the speakers because as a game person, I can go to game conference, but I don't know all the speakers. I didn't do a lot of, I think some of them are like PhDs or maybe they're teachers themselves. And I think some of them come from the institutions that you just described, Tali.
Most of them focus on math and reading and Bible and history.
Right. Yeah. I just wondered if they had some of the big authors there, like Peter Gray or somebody that might draw a crowd. Cincinnati. It's Cincinnati, homeschool conference or something? You're
going to look under this. It's called Great Homeschooling Conventions.
It's just homeschool, not homeschooling.
Great Homeschool Conventions. And then when you click on it, that organization has 5 locations. And then it's not the easiest website to drill through, but if you pick Cincinnati, then there'll be another thing they'll say speakers, and they'll show you. It kind of reminds me of like the Bitcoin conference. They're going to show you all the people that people really want to come and see.
Yeah,
and you can read their
Yeah, I'm just wondering who they might be and how we can reach them. Top speakers. Let's see.
But I like the way you're thinking, though, in terms of being able to make it kind of to kind of crack this and make it a subject that's okay to talk about and get them past that initial question, initial fear.
Absolutely. There's absolutely nobody here I recognize. I've interviewed a lot of the people, a lot of the authors. I've never been to a physical homeschool conference, but I've hosted 2 online ones, and we would have people like Peter Gray. I've had Sir Ken Robinson on before he passed. Pat Ferenga, which runs all of John Holt's work. I've had him on the podcast before. Naomi Fisher, who's a psychiatrist in the UK. So I just wondered. Oh, and Jerry Mintz, who runs Aero, the alternative education resource. Out of their conference is over on the West Coast, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I would like to. In fact, I need to chat with Pat again to see if he'd come on the podcast. And each time I speak to these people, and Peggy Webb as well from West River Academy, I always mention Bitcoin and what are you doing to educate the kids around Bitcoin? Are you going to bring this into the curriculum? There's a whole resource out here that is basically a secret, for want of a better word, because no one's using it. No one knows about it. But now we've got a booth turning up in a homeschooling conference with Bitcoin written all over it, and people are walking past it. This is a travesty. This should be a honeypot, because a homeschooler's mindset should be, what's that thing?
That's exactly
over there.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's exactly what we're trying to figure out, and we're trying to iterate. So
it was actually interesting that we had really wonderful conversations with some of the other vendors, and 3 of them were representing universities there. So they are trying to recruit homeschoolers for students. And I'm trying to figure out how we can bring a game event there, to their campuses.
So a Bitcoin game event.
A Bitcoin game event. So I actually went to my daughter's college the other day, and I sat in the cafeteria and I just kind of hung out with her friends. And they're all there for different majors. One of them was a business major, and I said, "So, do you know anything about how our monetary system works?" And he said, "No." And I said, have you heard about Bitcoin? He goes, "Well, I've heard of it." And I said, "Do you know anything about Bitcoin?" He said, "No." And I said, "Would you all be interested in learning more? Because I will be willing to bring our game over and just have an informal game night. I'm not even going to go through the university and go, 'Can you sanction this?' I'm like, no, I will bring it to their dorm and I will play with them. And it takes one person to start talking about it, and that person can spread it to another person. So I think it's going to have to be grassroots.
Yeah.
But I am trying to get our game brought, or at least discussion of our game, or even a demonstration of our game, to college campuses where we can, to start conversations like that.
Yeah,
I have the guy for you. I had the and I don't know where.
Exactly.
I love it.
I don't know exactly where he is though. In relation to where you guys are in the States, but it's number 322 on Once Bitten. It's Blake Kaufman 17, or Kaufman, however you would pronounce that. He's a 19-year-old kid in his college dorm mining Bitcoin in a cool box to keep the thing silent. But he books professors' office hours, any professor office hours he can get. Doesn't matter if he's studying the subject or not, and goes to them and talks about Bitcoin. Yeah. So he would love, he's trying to host a Bitcoin meetup. He would love to have you guys over and get a bunch of students around just to play the game. If you listen to that episode, get a feel for Blake, and then either DM him, or I can make the introduction, however you want to work it. But that would be an amazing thing.
That would be amazing.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. We're coming at this from other angles too. So every year, my brother and I would go to a game conference in Indiana called Gen Con, and to put it in order of magnitude, last year at Bitcoin 22, I think they had 30,000 plus attendees. Gen Con is between 50 and 60,000 gamers. So it's quite intense. And instead of getting a booth there, like we did with homeschooling, they have something called Trade Day, which is focused on educators. It's sort of like Industry Day before Miami is the day before. So Trade Day is focused, and you'll have either retailers, which I guess I kind of fall into, and you also have educators. So they'll have teachers and librarians that'll show up there. So I have 3 sessions approved so far for the regular breakout sessions during the conference, and I'm waiting to get approval to present basically huddle up as a case study of game schooling at Trade Day. So that to me is it's not nearly as big, but if you want to talk about grassroots, if I could get a librarian or somebody to get this into a school, or maybe someone who has a whole school district, and we can get something that I don't know if we want to call it an extracurricular or a workshop or a summer after school something program. I don't know what, but it's another angle to try to reach educators, and that won't be till August. So it's kind of far away, but we're just trying every angle we can. So I mean, if we can get the students to do it, that's brilliant. If we can get that to catch fire, that would just be, as opposed to the top-down parents saying you should do this, or an administrator saying that. If we could actually get the students, so I like that best. But I'm going to come from all angles.
Actually, at the homeschool convention that we were at last time, we had a couple of high schoolers who came by, and they showed so much interest. They kept coming back and asking questions and touching the game pieces and everything. And I said, "So are you here with your parents?" And he goes, "Yeah." So it took them some convincing to get their parents to come by, and they were the ones who were going to tell their parents about Bitcoin.
I like that.
Using our game.
Kids going to orange pill their parents.
The high schoolers. I mean, obviously not the younger ones, but the high schoolers, there were a couple who came by over and over again. And I was like, you gotta bring your parents, dude. You gotta bring them back over here. And they did.
There's another great piece of FUD busting to address about homeschooling before we start to wrap it up. And I'm glad I just caught you reference it again here, Tali. And the big FUD is, if you homeschool your kids, they're never going to be able to go to college. But you just said colleges go to homeschool conventions to recruit homeschooled kids. So that completely turns that FUD upside down. And I know for a fact that you've had your kids through college, or will have your kids through college without even stepping foot inside of a state school or even a private school. So what would you say to people that are hung up on that part of their decision making for their kids, that they will never be able to go to college?
Oh, no. So I actually, we spent about 2 years in the college admission process, and I talked to so many admission officers, and every time I would kind of poke them with that question: do you view homeschoolers differently from any other student? And they said no. I mean, that was a thing of the past. I mean, maybe 30 years ago, they might have questioned, your homeschooling methods or whatever. I think everybody now recognizes that homeschooling produces really wonderful critical thinkers. And some of them went as far as saying, we think homeschooling students are better. I can't tell you who they are, but we didn't have any trouble with the admission process. Our only trouble during that time was COVID, and it was just this crazy weird, some kids took a year off, and then next year there was like 3 times more applicants than usual kind of thing. But honestly, I think the biggest question you need to ask yourself is college necessarily a part of your students' academic training? It used to be that you should. Now I question it, unless you're specifically talking about going to, medicine or engineering or something that requires it. But if you do decide to go that route, for sure, there is no problem. I think all the schools out there recognize, even when we were touring Yale, and I asked the admission officers, open, like outright. I said, do you have homeschool kids, purely homeschool kids on campus that have applied and have been accepted and are students here? And they said yes. I asked that question at Princeton. I asked that question at all the schools that we visited.
Yeah, my recommendation, Daniel, would be, so first of all, let them know if you were talking to someone. Yes, it could be the academies, it could be colleges.
Yeah, even academies.
They will accept homeschoolers, but you should probably do your homework early. So if you if you wait till you're the equivalent of a junior, like you're 17 or 18 and you're getting ready to apply, if there's anything that a certain school that you want to go to requires, it's very late to try to add that. But if you have an inkling of where your child may be interested in going, do your homework a couple years ahead, because then you still have the opportunity. If they say, well, you really need a sport, well, there's our boys were in homeschooling soccer. They did drama, they did robotics. So if a certain school has a certain requirement, whatever it might be, you have plenty of time to figure out how to make sure that your child's application has that. Just don't wait till the last moment. If you just know other people have already done it, it's sort of like just breaking that framework. Hey, I can't do a 4-minute mile. The human flight's impossible. So, hey, homeschoolers do go to college.
Yes,
they do.
Break that paradigm.
Yeah.
And then just be smart about it. If you can make your life a lot easier if you do that 3 or 4 years ahead of time and say, wow, this school really focuses on test scores, or this one only focuses on extracurricular, whatever their school might be. If you do that with 3 or 4 schools, you're going to have you're going to figure it out. And then you're just say, okay, we're on track, or we need to add something, or whatever it is. I
want to add one tip to that. You definitely want to start early. And for homeschoolers especially, I think it's really important that you have third-party stamp of approval, which sounds really awful, but it's true. So, for example, we homeschool full-time, but we did put our kids in a homeschool organized robotics team. So it was organized by somebody other than us. And so that gave us credibility for the robotics team. And then we took our kids to drama, which was at a co-op. And so somebody else signed their name on that thing. So just having third party, I guess, evidence is one way to put it. The part-time sort of cottage school situation, which is almost like a part-time private school, that's very powerful. So for subjects that you can't teach yourself, like I don't speak Latin, but I wanted our kids to know Latin. So I brought them to a cottage school program and they learned Latin and logic. And their report card from that institution gave us credibility for that part of their curriculum. And so you got to just kind of collate all of those things. Obviously, you're still in control over what your kids sign up for. But if you have third party, not recommendation, what do you call it? Third party. I don't know. I'm going to call it evidence again. But if you have
it's like it's like social proof, but it's education proof for
and it could be anything. It could be sports. It could be drama. It could be robotics. Like I said, it could be Latin. It could be biology. It doesn't matter. But it's like somebody other than your own name on everything. That helps a lot when you're applying to colleges.
Right. So colleges will also say we want recommendations. Well, if you need 3 recommendations from teachers and you're the only teacher, that's hard. So doing what Tali just described, you can figure out, okay, we're going to need a recommendation. Where's a school where my kid we can do one of these programs that fits? And then you can say, hey, can we ask for a recommendation? Even if it's a couple years early, you can still do it. So just, get that. I don't want to call it stamp of approval, but you just put the whole package together.
Yeah. And we have family friends who actually were full-time homeschoolers and they were accepted to the Air Force Academy not long ago. West Point, I think, had 1 or 2, and they have full rides to other colleges. So we see it. We've experienced it. So it's definitely possible.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, that's great. Now that's all FUD busted. So anybody listening, no more FUD. They're going to get socialized. Right, they can go to college if you want. If you want to burden them with all of that student debt, then that's your choice. But I just had another thought about does Jeff Davidson ever go? He's the executive lead at Sailor.org. Does he ever go to any of these homeschool conferences? Because I'm sure we could get him up on stage talking about Sailor Academy as a viable option for not going to college for homeschooled families.
Right.
And they have the
Right.
whole Bitcoin course set up there, which I think Stefan devised, or did he do the Austrian economics one? But it's all
Right.
there, and that's just another touch point. So perhaps we can
Yeah.
get you guys in touch with
I
Jeff.
did not see him there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, that would be a really great
Mm.
speaker.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
I just need to know your what's the it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting too to see what would pull them in. Which part of it is it?
Mhm.
Do you go directly at Bitcoin, or is it? I mean, what is it that? I'd love the idea. So
I mean,
Mhm.
Bitcoin's the Trojan horse at Sailor.org because the main attraction there is it's free. It's college level education without certification because, of course, it's like starting a bank. You're never going to get that FDIC license. If you're going to start a university, you're never going to get that those certification licenses either. But for a homeschooling crowd, 5,000 people listening to so they can get a college education, but will not necessarily get the certificate, but they won't have 200 grand's worth of debt. That's an interesting angle.
Right.
So yeah, I'll get in contact with Jeff,
Right. And we could even put something on the. So Dan, what about this? We had talked to Jordan at Thank God for Bitcoin, because there's a heavy Christian percentage of the attendees are heavy Christians. So we had that on display at our table. If there's something for Sailor.org, even if we're not selling, we could at least put it there. And I'm just trying to picture what that would look like, but that people would they'd had never heard of Thank God for Bitcoin, right? And we're like, okay, well, it didn't start a conversation with everybody, but if we could, if we're going to be physically at a conference anyway, it won't be. I don't think it'll be as powerful as what you described with Jeff speaking. But we could certainly test the waters in Cincinnati in a couple of weeks and think about what can we put out. I'm thinking just like a little 8.5 by 11 tabletopper type of thing that says, "Hey, do you know you can get free college?"
Right. Exactly.
Like I think
That's a very, very big topic in the homeschooling world right now.
Yep.
Very big topic. And I think there's a very huge trend that's very popular where they have the kids do dual credit classes during high school. So they're basically doing half of their college in high school. And then they come out and they go to community college and then they finish. So that's a very popular trend. That's their way around this whole student debt thing. And it's very popular for them to want to pay everything with cash. So in general, homeschoolers don't like debt.
Yeah, that might be the way. Wow. Maybe that's the way then, if he were to speak and say, "Hey, here's an option for free college." Like if that was the title of something along those lines, you'd have a packed house.
Okay.
I would suspect.
I think so. I think so. Yeah.
So
I'll get on to Jeff and we'll get that conversation going. And at the very least, if you guys are, it's going to be 2 weeks before this conference. At the very least, get some pamphlets or something on your table to hand around, and then hopefully we can plan for the next conference for Jeff to be a speaker at. We'll get the flywheel turning.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely, I love that. Yeah.
Final question: if you had one last orange pill left to give to somebody, who would you give it to, and why?
So we talked about this. I was going to Tali's going to answer for both of us if that's acceptable to you.
Well, I'm going to use a pill cutter and I'm going to cut into 3 pieces.
All right.
We have 4 kids. We have 1 who has been orange pilled, and we have 3 who know all about Bitcoin, but they're sitting there thinking it's not that important. So I would give them each 1/3 of a pill to get them closer to the rabbit hole, and hopefully time and circumstance in life will bring them to the rabbit hole and down the rabbit hole. But that's what I would do.
Yeah, I was going to say kids. I just like the fact that if anything were to happen to Tali and I, we have the book and the game, and so it could be years from now. If you're looking at this from a low time preference thing, if I just give a lecture and I say, this is why you're going to study. We're going to force you. We're homeschooling. You have to listen to this. I don't think we're going to be very effective. What we really want them to want to understand this, and not everybody's ready at the same time. So for me, I almost look at the game and the book together, almost like it's an orange pill waiting for you to do more than just play the game, with it. And then when you get curious and no one's around, the book just can point you to resources to get more information. It's essentially like the 2 years of, well, one is half of it explains the mechanics behind the game itself, and then the other half of it is just resources. So to me, it's almost meant to be an orange pill. But for me, it's Tali and I were in agreement. If we we're going to start with our own family, and this is something we're going to try to not be over the top with. We want to still be able to for them to come and talk to us and not think this is a forbidden subject because we're going to be ranting and raving and laser-eyed and whatever else they think we might be. So
love it.
Yep.
Well, thank you both so much for coming on and giving up the time. And I know you've been working on the game for a long time. So you've put a lot of time and effort into that as well. So let's make sure people know how to find you and where to find the game. And if they want to learn how to play it before even ordering, perhaps talk about the YouTube channel or the YouTube kind of game explainer that you put out there. So the plebs, how can the plebs find you in the most effective manner?
The effective manner. So a lot of people are still using Twitter despite Nostr rising and what's going on in the Twitter. I'm at Scott Lindbergh 93, and we also, the easier one to remember is at Free Market Kids, and then Free Market Kids altogether, freemarketkids.com. From there, you can see the Huddle Up game. And Daniel, thanks for mentioning the videos. If you actually scroll through the media that are in the product description, there are 2 videos in there. The one that you mentioned that was helpful is one of those videos. So if you start with freemarketkids.com, go to Huddle Up, and then scroll through the different pictures, and at the end you'll see a couple of videos. That'll be very helpful for learning to play. And then at the very top of the website, something new for Tali and I. We recently, like this past week, just set up a Patreon as well to try to help support us as we go to these different homeschooling events and meetups and other things that we're doing. There's a link to that as well. So any support would be greatly appreciated.
Excellent.
Yeah, we have set a goal. We have set a goal to bring the game to all 50 states before the next halving.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
we lofty goal.
So not to extend this too long. So we went to the homeschooling conference in St. Louis. We coordinated with the St. Charles group while we were there, and they did a game event. They had a couple tables going, and we spent over 5 hours talking with those guys. They were a wonderful group. And Tali's like, and we've already gone to Lexington, to Cincinnati, and of course Tali and I are doing one here in Louisville. We had a chance to do it at Bitcoin Park in Nashville. Yeah. She goes, oh wow. She was like, well, we've got Tennessee, we've got certainly Kentucky, Ohio, and now we've got Missouri. She goes, let's do all 50 states. Let's do it before the next halving.
All right, there's a few things that might be able to help you here. List on Geyser. Okay. List your project on Geyser to get that 50 states, and then plebs from all over the world can send you directly Bitcoin. So that's GEYSER, which will probably be more favorable to plebs than Patreon, because we can just send you sats immediately. So you can get that project listed, and then Mick and the gang over at Geyser can help you get set up very, very quickly. So reach out to Geyser and say you want to list the project there. And join Orange Pill app because
I'm on it.
Okay, of course. I think we chatted on there. But did you see that they've updated the app and you can now list events?
I saw that, and then I went to try it, and it still said on the phone. It told me that I still couldn't. I can try it again. Right. When I first saw that, I immediately went there to try to add an event. Yeah. and I wasn't able to. So I thought maybe it's just a timing with the rollout.
It could be that. It could be exactly that. So if you go back again and try, because if I look now, I'm opening the app. It's brand new this week. It just went live, and it's pretty exciting. And for those that don't know, you'll be able to list your meetups, whatever it is that your discover events. Okay, so if I hit discover events, I've got all of this upcoming. My nearest one is 166 miles away in Andorra. Whoa. All right.
My.
Friday. That's tomorrow. God damn, I can't make that. This is awesome. Held by Lola. Who
All
the
right.
hell- yeah, hello and welcome to the launch of Bitcoin Andorra. I love it. No crypto, no NFT, no shitcoins, no speculation.
I love
Pure
it.
signal.
So I'm hitting on it.
Yeah.
So when I do it, I'm still getting coming soon.
Okay.
Maybe
Maybe you need
it's
to
because he's in Europe.
go to your
Is it because he's in
no,
Europe?
go to your app store and just make sure that it doesn't say update next to your app. If you just open the app store and put in Orange Pill app, it might just need a quick update.
I will do that right after. I don't dare do the interfere with anything that might impact our satellite connection right now.
Yeah.
So I will do that. I will do that right after. So no, we signed up for the Orange Pill, especially since we were traveling, and it has helped. We've made a few connections because of it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And with we have a Bitcoin meetup in Louisville, and we have used that to find a couple people who didn't know about us as well. So it's it has a lot of potential, and we'll do our best to help use that and make connections. So
Yeah, it's the best way for plebs to find each other through sort through the noise and just seek down that signal. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure getting to know you. I look forward to seeing you in Miami, and we'll be up to. Will you have a table there to play the game?
we are. We have a booth in the bazaar. We'll have the game out. That makes it a little challenging. We will have the game out the day before Industry Day.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan's going to let us set up a table for the Thank God for Bitcoin. If anybody comes out early, maybe they can swing by there. But we will have a booth in the bazaar.
Right.
So,
all right. Look forward to coming and finding you guys. Take care.
Thank you,
all right.
Daniel. It
Thank
was great
you.
chatting with you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed that episode with Scott and Tali, and go and meet them in the bazaar. I did, because they were right across the hall, right across the aisle from the Orange Pill app booth, where I was spending some time with Matteo, the founder of Orange Pill, and Knut. Knut and I were both signing our books from the booth there. My book, Choose Life, which, like, complete and utter random chance, a homeschooler, a world schooler, the world schooler that wrote the introduction, the foreword to my book, his name is Brandon Pierce. He and his family inspired my family to take our first steps when we were in that dark, deep process of trying to extricate ourselves from fiat life. And I found his family blog about how they were traveling with three kids around the world. And I emailed Brandon because I was looking for that confidence, that conviction, and just to know that there was another family out there traveling around doing the thing that we wanted to do, but they were proving it. And this is what we talk about: do your own research. And he was so damn nice. He responded to me, and then we bumped into them on our world travels, and there he was, standing in front of me at our booth, and he'd never actually seen a physical copy of the book. So I was able to sign him a book, and I walked him straight over to Scott and Tali and introduced him to the guys, and showed Brandon Hodl Up and how it worked. And it's just, get yourselves out there, guys. I don't know what to say. I bang this drum as much as I can. Like, the social layer of Bitcoin, it opens up so many random events, so many incredible meetings. Your network explodes with positivity, with people that you want to be around, people you want to build with, people you want to help, people you can add value to. If you go to Orange Pill app and you download the app, it's a paid app. It's $3 a month. What does that do? Well, it keeps it Bitcoin only, right? Because crypto bros and robos are not going to join. It's going to be full of high signal. And on there, the events tab, there's over 350 at time of recording. It's 362 events live at the moment, I think. And you can scroll through whether it's nearby or upcoming, and you can start planning which events you want to hit. And they could be anything from the latest conference that's coming up to just the pleb meetup in your village you had no idea even existed, but there it is on Orange Pill app. So whatever you guys can do to help Scott and Tali, reach out to them if there's some way you can add value. If you're in the homeschooling crowd and you've been brought to this podcast by your other homeschooling Bitcoin friends, then if you go to the conferences, please go and say hi to the guys. Tell them you listen to the show, and there's a way that you'd be able to help. Because the more we can do to help people realize what Bitcoin is and what alternative education is, which is nothing alternative about it, is the actual way we freaking learn. The way we do not learn is being put in prison with 29 other strangers for 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, doing low-grade clerical work. That, my friends, is a gulag. The way we learn is by connecting with each other, building out this social layer, and getting to spend time with the most amazing people like I just did in Prague and I did in Miami, and I will be doing again in July at the BTC Adventure weekend in the UK. In August, there's Surfing Bitcoin. In September, there is Riga, the Baltic Honey Badger. You can use code BITTEN to get a 10% discount off of that one. And Free Cities Foundation, Liberty Now Lifetime in Prague in October is going to be one of those really life-changing or life-altering, mind-bending conferences that you can go to and listen not just about Bitcoin, but about all of the parallel structures that are being built out there alongside Clown World, where you can get to escape to. So hit the link in the show notes, get your ticket, use the code BITTEN, get a 10% discount, come hang out with the Free Cities Foundation guys. That's Peter Young and Timothy Allen, who are brilliant Bitcoiners in their own right, and come and explore Prague with us. It's an incredible time, and there will be some big name Bitcoiners there too. So if you are a Bitcoiner and you want to go and hang with these guys, you get to do it in a much more intimate setting rather than a huge convention or surrounded by 5,000 other people. Make sure you're stacking your sats. You know who to use: Swan Bitcoin in the US, Relay across Europe, Coin Corner Europe and the UK, Global Hodl. They are KYC free. Wasabi Wallet have you covered if you want to break that affiliation with these apps or exchanges. You can use the CoinJoin service. Please make sure you're cold storage in your Bitcoin, and you can use the Bitbox 02 for that. Bitbox.swiss/bitten. Use the code BITTEN, that saves you 5%. Go check out mempool.space, more coming from them soon. Use that as a visual aid to orange pill as many people as you can. And I think that's everything. And last, Shield, for Consensus Network, their booth at Prague was amazing. I was up there signing books alongside Knut, Yoni Appelberg, Svetsky was there, Seyfedin had a booth right next door selling his books in different languages. What a Consensus. They are a publishing house for Bitcoin-only books or Bitcoin-related books, and they are turning these books, transforming them into as many different languages as they can. It's a pleb initiative run by plebs that are all pitching in. I'm more than happy to shill them. You can use code BITTEN to get a 10% discount on any book that you can find on there. And they do have a lot of languages and more being added all of the time. And if you pay via the Lightning Network, you will get another 10% off. So they're doing great work, global education push. Thank you, Consensus, for everything you're doing. Nico and the team, Luke and everybody else, Edouard that I met at the booth again in Prague. I'm going to stop rambling now, guys, but you know what to do. Get out there, social layer, meet your plebs, build and support your plebs. Catch you on the next show.
Maybe toxic at times. BTC Rad.io. Block time 733,506.
It is brought to you by River, the financial institution built for all time. With 100% full reserve custody and zero fees on recurring orders, River allows you to buy and mine Bitcoin with ease. Build your Bitcoin mining fleet today with River. Plus, River offers unparalleled service and functionality, including tax optimization, entity accounts, inheritance planning, and instant buy volume. Use the link in the show notes to get started and earn up to $10,000 when you buy Bitcoin or miners at River. And for the ultimate in Bitcoin security and design, Check out the Cold Card hardware wallet from CoinKite with built-in sleep at night technology. It's the only dedicated air-gapped, ultra-secure signing device for Bitcoin. Maker of some of the most iconic Bitcoin products, such as OpenDime, Cold Card, Sats Card, Tap Signer, Sats Chip, and Block Clock, which I have on the way for Father's Day. CoinKite is a leader in security and hardware manufacturer established Block 141,000. Use the link in the show notes for a discount. Don't trust, verify. Steve Jobs has been quoted as saying, taking LSD was a profound experience, one of the most important things in my life. It reinforced my sense of what was important, creating great things, putting them into the stream of history and human consciousness as much as I could. Welcome to this thought-provoking episode of the Bitcoin Matrix, where we sit down with Fractal and Crypt to explore the exciting world of self-sovereignty. Today, we will delve into the controversial topics of Bitcoin and psychedelics as tools for personal empowerment and freedom. Together, we will examine the boundaries of society and the limits of the individual and discuss pressing questions around what does it mean to be a free and sovereign individual? What is the government allowed to regulate? And do you have the right to modify your own mind and the right to modify your own computer? Join us as we embark on a fascinating journey into the history, taboo nature, and potential power of these misunderstood technologies. Let's enter the Bitcoin Matrix and explore these tools of self-sovereignty with Fractal and Crypt.
What is real? How do you define real? You can't jump into cash. Cash is trash. What do? You get out.
Fractal and Crypt is a cypherpunk artist infusing software, math, art, technology, and chemistry into biological interfaces. Fractal and Crypt is best known for the Bitcoin full node sculpture. Fractal, welcome to the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, I'm super excited to chat. I feel like this has been a long time in the making, especially since the Bitcoin full node sculpture came out. And, I think even, I don't know when I saw that in terms of the official release, but also Knut van Holm's book, Independence Reimagined. It's all over the cover and it's phenomenal. And that book really opened my eyes to looking at Bitcoin in different ways. And I remember Knut kind of, featuring your art and thinking a lot about that deeply. So, I'm really excited to jam here. I'd love to hear about, your art, maybe preceding Bitcoin, and maybe kind of you could speak a little bit about your influences or your style or however you would describe it or put it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can talk about some of the pre-Bitcoin stuff. I've basically been doing art since as far back as I can remember. I've always liked art. My parents actually sent me to some little painting classes that I remember where the guy taught me how to paint a bush in the sky. And that shit blew my mind, honestly, like to just see how you could just transform a paper into something that looked like basically, some bushes in the sky. So that really kind of just got my imagination going, like, wow, you can kind of create worlds that don't exist. And I think I've always kind of been interested in that. So I never really had any formal art training, but I just went to all my art classes in regular school. And, I've always been a studier on my own. So I whatever I get into, I tend to just dive into and research myself. So I certainly spent a lot of time in libraries. I used to take the public buses over to the main libraries that before the internet, that was kind of how we got information was, you kind of had to actually do the proof of work and search that shit out and find it in the Dewey Decimal System, actually go to the shelves, pull it down and bring out the dusty book and, actually bring that knowledge into yourself. And, so I spent a lot of time with a lot of art books there, just looking through stuff and, kind of what people were doing to represent things and, how art was being used to tell stories and things like that. And that also really caught my attention. And I think I encountered at some point, the art of ancient civilizations like Egyptians and Mayans and how they were using kind of hieroglyphics or glyphic languages. So now you kind of had art that was actually a literal story. So it wasn't just art that was some kind of arbitrary, maybe there's, the artist is saying this. It was actually very beautiful art that actually had a very specific story that it was telling. And that again just kind of flipped my script in the sense of, wow, like not only can you tell stories, but you can actually be very explicit about what you're doing, and also subtle at the same time. So I just always been into art, like I said, since I was little. And then at some point, I think in the 90s, I started collecting LSD blotter art. And because I was into LSD and just the art side of it was just really cool. And like I just ran into some guy at this, it was like a Grateful Dead cover band show that they had in Fort Lauderdale. And he just sat outside with a whole bunch of these art prints. And that guy's kind of famous now in that whole blotter art scene. But coming across him, he kind of sparked my imagination. And I was like, oh, this is a neat thing. And I was always a collector. I like comics, I like records, I like books. And, so this is just a new kind of thing to collect. And so I got into it. And at some point I thought, oh, this would be neat to give to people as kind of like a holiday gift, a Christmas gift or a Hanukkah gift or something, birthday gift, something like that. It's like, oh, so I started taking like the sheets and breaking them down because they come in like a little print that's like kind of 8 by 8 inches or something like that. It's kind of big. So I would kind of break them down to just like 100 hit by 100 hit square and get a little dollar store frame. And then I just drew stuff around it and just basically kind of glued it onto the thing and just made this little gift for the people. And the blotter art only costs like $10 for the whole thing. So like with my dollar store frame and my blotter art thing, I had a little gift for somebody that probably cost me like $3 to create, but it was something they'd probably remember forever. Because if it was some blotter art that maybe they remembered, it was meaningful to them. It just kind of it was something that would kind of seem like a neat idea to me. So I started giving those out to people. Somebody was like, "Ooh, you should sell these." I was like, "Ooh, that's an interesting idea." I was like, "You think anybody would buy them?" They're like, "Yeah, I think so." I was like, "Well, where would I do that?" And there was like a music festival that was coming to town shortly thereafter. So I just ended up saying, well, hey, I'll invest a little money. I'll go to the dollar store. I'll buy like 10 or 20 of these frames and take some of my art that I have here and just drew up a bunch of pictures. And then I just basically threw them out on a blanket that day and just hope for the best, see how it goes. And actually I sold out. Like I didn't go home with a single one of my frames. Like I sold them all, and it was like, I think I sold them for 10 or $15. So I was like tripping out because I was like, dude, I paid like $2 to make these things or $3 and I made 15. This is amazing. It's like, and people were very appreciative about the art. Like the interaction that I had with people that were actually purchasing art was kind of different than anything I had ever experienced before. So that was very gratifying in a weird way too, also, just that people appreciated it enough that they wanted to like come out of pocket for the money that they worked for and bring it to their homes and actually display it. Like that was kind of meaningful to me. So that like again kind of triggered new thoughts in my mind. And wow, there's maybe something here, and maybe I could do something more than these little dollar store, things that I'm doing. Maybe there's like additional stuff. So then I kind of just riffed off that. I started making like blotter art jewelry, little resin things, and because it was like, oh, you can kind of wear this next to your heart, and it's something meaningful to you, and you're kind of wearing it in a place that's meaningful. And jewelry, people are, I don't know, it's kind of one of those interesting things with people. So, so I started doing that, and then I started doing like more intense stuff. At first, they were very simple, and they got more elaborate over time, and just like how I kind of started out just throwing my stuff out on a blanket on the floor at the concert. Like the pendants kind of started out very much that way. And my wife was like, you got to kind of put these in a jewelry display or something, like make these look like jewelry. They're jewelry, like make it look nice. And so now I started taking them off the floor and kind of making them look a little nicer. And you learn as you go. And now, okay, maybe you put some lights up. Maybe we get a table. And at some point, we actually started paying to vend at festivals. So we actually just stopped just like showing up and putting stuff on the floor, and like places actually let us put art in there as like one of the little vendors. So that was kind of a whole nother thing. So then we started traveling across the country and going to all these different music festivals throughout the summer. And it was very cool because we were able to let the art act as a vehicle so that we could see the country. We can basically travel the whole country all summer, and the art pretty much paid for the whole experience. So that was very fun to do for as long as I could do. And I definitely miss that. That's something that I think went away with the whole pandemic, was the whole music festival scene. So I think that was a really fun way to just basically get out and see the world and interact with interesting people. So that's one of the things that I hope to see making a little bit more of a comeback over as we go into the future. I think I kind of got a little out there, but that's kind of some of my art history.
I loved it. Please more. I love the intersection between art and music myself. I'm a big music head. I remember going to the library, my shitty car, maybe not by bus, but I don't know, maybe it was by bus a few times, but I could get all these jazz albums. They had just, a huge catalog of CDs, and you could take out like 20 or 30 at a time. And I could just rip them, and I could just kind of get into them later on. And I could even grab a lot of, just music that I wasn't into because I didn't have to pay for it. And I could kind of rip that or burn the CDs and kind of explore that as well. I'd love to hear about the Bitcoin full node sculptures, how that series came about.
Okay, well, the Bitcoin full node sculptures was kind of like an extension of my previous art. Like I was kind of saying, at some point I got interested in ancient civilizations art, and like I started doing a series of drawings with psychedelics that were kind of based on some of the Mayan calendar. Schema, where it basically uses these different rings and all the encoded information. So I was using that with I made an LSD mandala, a DMT mandala, and a couple other drawings that were kind of related. Those are probably the two big ones, though. Those both probably took me about a year each to complete. And then when I got into Bitcoin, I was thinking, because the idea behind both of these drawings, the DMT and the LSD mandala, was to kind of take it at a very base level, say, at some each of the different rings of the mandala would kind of tell a different story. So one of is kind of how does it work in the world? How do you get it? And then one of them was actually the explicit recipe from the patent. Like, how do you go through each step of the chemistry and the synthesis? And the DMT one was very similar, where it kind of takes you through, if you plant this plant, here's how you could go through the extraction process and recrystallization, and kind of basically encode all this information within the drawing. So that way, if they ever take the internet from us, whatever it is, like we actually have all this information just encoded graphically. Kind of a different sly roundabout way, I suppose. So the Bitcoin full node was basically just an extension of, in essence, the LSD mandala, kind of the idea of, let's take these base primitives, see how this whole thing works, and then try to kind of see if it fits into any kind of cosmology. And in fact, like, Bitcoin is extremely beautiful because it's not like some of these other things where they're chemistry molecules and tend to be certain random things. Like, there's a lot of things in Bitcoin which are very explicit, and they work out very interestingly when you plot them out graphically. So that's one of the interesting things about numbers. If you just look at them sometimes, or you're just kind of looking at them in a 2D sense, well, even 2D, if you're not kind of arranging them, but just 2D in a line, is different than, say, actually just geometrically arranging things. So you can get information kind of just by creating maps. So that was one of the interesting things I found by creating the Bitcoin full node, was that I learned Bitcoin better because I wanted to teach it to other people. So I was kind of using the art as a tool to teach myself and then also teach other people about Bitcoin. So I think it's definitely was a really rewarding thing, because not only did I have the experience of just kind of creating the design, so like what did it say in it, but I did a series of 10 different pieces. So I got to experiment on doing different mediums and kind of growing as an artist as well. So not only did I get to do it once, but I got to kind of re-express it in a bunch of different ways. And I felt like each different version of the mandala kind of speaks a different language, and they're kind of like their own piece in a way. So even though they're all cohesive and they all actually basically say the same thing, they're just kind of set to different block heights. I just felt I grew so much over the process of doing it. It pretty much took me 3 years from the time I got the idea, which was basically at the Bitcoin conference in 2019 in San Francisco, until I actually finished the 10th one, which was pretty much I think last year. So last summer was when I actually finished the last one. So there was a lot of growth personally for me, both, just as a person and then also as an artist as well. So it was just really cool to get to do that whole series. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a little bit about it.
I was lucky enough to see one, I think in person in Miami, at maybe Bitcoin 2022. Not sure
Was it wood or mirror?
Oh, man. I was at 21 as well. Maybe I saw both.
Yeah, the 21 I had the mirrored version, and then in 22 I had the wood version. So there's two different ones that I was able to display there. Which was
yeah, I think I remember the wood one more because later, and I probably spent more time with it. Nice. It's stunning. It's a masterpiece. I'm sure all of them are, the whole series, and just the symmetry, the appealing visual nature of it. Obviously, Bitcoin lends a lot of beauty and numbers and the math to it, but you had to envision this, conceptualize. I'm kind of really curious at what point, what was it like to feel that you were done? Because to crystallize it is to, almost come to some sort of perfection because it's going to be set and, it works. That's what I'm saying. It looks perfect. So, but so what was that feeling like, or that moment, or did you ever question it, or?
That is such a crazy question, because really, I don't think an artist ever feels like they're done with something. And that was one of the beauties of doing it as a series of 10, because I actually did iterate the design in between each one, because it was like, ooh, like I could do this better, or maybe I wanted to see something like this. And in fact, number 1 through 3 were basically based on the same design as the first one. So when I kind of created the first one and said, okay, I'm done, again, it took quite a while. Like I said, I started in maybe July, and I don't think I was actually like finished with the design work until around Christmas of that year. So it was basically half a year of just basically doing design work without even cutting any wood or cutting the first piece. So just getting to that point of, okay, I think I'm like done in quotes, took quite a while, but I think there was never a sense of like, ooh, maybe there's something I can't do better, because there's always, I think like each time you do it, you kind of grow and learn, like I was saying, but it's also like you yearn to see what else you could do. Like, oh, maybe there's something more I could do, or something different or better. So I think like the beauty of doing a series of 10 that also didn't have to be identical was very transformative to me, as an artist as well, because it gave me a lot of room to grow and a lot of room. Like I didn't have to do the same thing. And as I was saying, the first 3 were based on the identical design. But when I wanted to do the 4th one, I think I spent another 6 or 7 months going back to the design board and just saying, okay, like I need to redo this. And I in essence, kind of reworked the entire design. So there's a pretty big difference, even though they may look very similar to other people. Like there's a pretty big difference between the first 3 and then the later ones in the series. I never really diverted too far from that second design. Once I kind of completed that was more holistically, I think, where I felt done-ish. But each time I did it, I kind of had to change things about it. When I moved from making it just straight on out of wood, laser cut wood, to doing it on mirror for the first time, I thought it was going to be an easy transition. I thought, okay, you have the laser, it's going to do the exact same thing, but mirror is an entirely different thing than wood. So it took me months of just working with this stuff, just the new material, and figuring out how can I work with this? How can I make it look good? And then once I had some things that I thought was working good, I realized like, okay, like this means you have to actually go into your design and change a whole shitload of stuff to make it work. Now with this, it's still gonna look basically the same, but you're gonna And just by going in and doing that, some things are changing little parts, and it just feels like holistically each time it gets just a little better and a little better. So I just really enjoyed going through the process and each time and kind of being allowed to do that. And, so yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's very freeing having sort of license to do what you want. I relate in the sense that I took a break early on in my corporate accounting and audit career to go to film school, and I made films, and I make content now, and I definitely know that feeling of you release something and you definitely want to make improvements, or you would change things. You see that sort of with like in film, like director's cuts. And it's interesting though in the sense that a lot of time the art, even though you want to make improvements, the art lives on its own in a singular sense that other people see it in that version or can.
Absolutely.
Or, and
once
it's
you
fun.
release it.
Yeah, and it's so much fun to explore those rabbit holes of, getting to hear the person's, sort of studio version versus their live version versus the version they would have remixed 15 years later versus the engineer's version. And to explore the learning of, your favorite artists do or their growth. So can you share with us where most of these 10 pieces are, who might have them or where they are, or where we could see them, that kind of thing?
Well, each of them is in a private collection, as far as I know. So each one of them is a private person that owns one, and only one of them has asked me not to disclose who they are, and but everybody else is publicly known. A lot of them are on Twitter. The guy that bought the first one is a guy named Harry Ye, and he actually bought it at the Bitcoin conference, North American Bitcoin conference in January of 2020. He actually saw it, and he was like, "Oh, what is this?" And I was like, "Well, this is, an art sculpture." And I explained it to him. He's like, "I'll take it." I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, but I only have," I told him I want a Bitcoin for it. He's like, "Okay, well, I only have half a Bitcoin now. Can I give that to you? And then I'll come back and give you some later." And I was like, "Okay, that's more than fine. Deposit with me. I think we could work with that." And so, yeah, after that, so that was pretty much displayed and sold in less than 24 hours. So that kind of was what started the whole thing. Then the number 2 one was bought by a guy named Charlie, and he's on Twitter at Charlie Holmes, I think. And then the number 3rd one was bought by a guy named Nosy at Nosy, also on Twitter. The 4th one was bought by a guy named at Satoshi's Ark. He bought that on the Scarcity auction. So that was the first one of that, the new design. When I redesigned the 4th one, that was the very first one of that new design. So he got that one. Number 5 was Michael Saylor has number 5. Eric Weiss has number 6. Number 7 is owned by Lewis Hugh, and he's got the mirrored one, and he's also on Twitter. Number 8 is owned by a gentleman in Germany. He's also on Twitter. He's at Protagonist4 now. And then the next one is the guy that doesn't want me to disclose him. And then the number 10th one is owned by Ricardo Salinas.
Fascinating.
Right. Yeah.
So I get 10, but why not 21?
Well, I was actually gonna just make one. Like originally, when I was gonna make it, I had pretty much finished the design work. Like I said, I didn't have any pieces cut, and I was just showing it to Crypto Graffiti, who's another Bitcoin artist, and he was kind of giving me a lot of mentoring in that early stage and a lot of advice, and still now he does. He's a genius guy, and he was like, "You shouldn't just do one of these. You should do a series." And I was like, "Really?" I was like, "I've never done that." He's like, "Yeah, you should do a series of 10." I was like, "Oh, someone will ever buy 10 of these from me?" Like, I don't know if I could do that. And he's like, yes, So like, I did the 10 because I just didn't know if that many people would ever want to get one of those. So yeah, maybe there was room to do 21, but once I kind of did the first one and said one of 10, then I just, figure we stick by that. We'll do the hard cap like Bitcoin, and
Wow.
Other additions I'll play around with, but that just happened because of Crypto Graffiti was kind of just that little one comment, change your whole life.
I already think it's on the Mount Rushmore of Bitcoin art. The other thing I could think of to put up there right now, maybe the block clock is, just an awesome,
yeah,
piece of work. I really want to turn to Bitcoin and other tools of self-sovereignty. You put out this fascinating piece in Citadel 21 volume 18 in 2022. Well, July 21st of 2022. Bitcoin and psychedelics. I guess first, before we really get into it, I mean, we're going to talk primarily about LSD and what most people call mushrooms. Just to make sure I'm saying this word right, how do you say psilocybin? Is that correct?
I'm not 100%
what we're
sure
gonna
how it's
go with?
pronounced, but yeah, we can go with psilocybin.
All right.
I will say that.
Is there another version you would go with, or
I say
have heard?
psilocybin is how I
Psilocybin,
normally.
okay.
Psilocybin is how I usually think about it.
All right, so
Psilocybin.
we'll go with that.
Correct.
So we have some interesting questions to kind of maybe ask rhetorically at first, but do you have the right to modify your own mind? Do you have the right to modify your own computer? What are your rights and what is your own? What are the limits of society and what are the limits of the individual? So why are Bitcoin and psychedelics simultaneously, maybe the most powerful yet least understood technologies? Maybe just to kind of get into it a little bit. How do you
I'd
see them
love
as
to.
tools of sovereignty? Yeah.
Well, it in so many ways, Bitcoin is a tool of sovereignty in the financial sense, but in other ways, for many Bitcoiners as well, it changes the way that they think. But psychedelics as well is a tool that people can use by themselves without having to go to any trusted third party or any intermediary, and just learn about themselves. Just get real input from themselves, think about it deeply, and see where they are in the world. How do they truly feel about certain things? Sometimes you don't need a psychedelic to think about these things, but I think that it kind of confronts you with some of these questions, whether you're prepared to ask them or not, which is many times beneficial. But I think both of these are tools that people can use. And I also think they're tools of self-sovereignty because they're tools, like I said, that you can kind of use at home without anybody's permission. In some sense, I guess everybody has different laws in different countries, so you have to be aware of all that. But in a sense, these things are something that you can kind of spin up on your own. You can spin up your own Bitcoin node. You can kind of grow your own mushrooms or something, and take control over these experiences from the very beginning to the end, and kind of really incorporate this into your life rather than just something that you encounter peripherally, because a lot of times they take a little deeper investigation. Things like Bitcoin and psychedelics, like if you come across them just peripherally, in most cases, your experience of them will not be reflective of all the nuance that happens inside them. So, when you take time to actually look a little deeper, I think a lot of people will be surprised at the depths that they can find between the two.
Yeah, I mean, you go on to write there complementary, revolutionary technologies that can be leveraged for profound personal growth. They help us to define self-sovereign boundaries in our lives when it comes to questions about who has dominion over the things we think, the software we use, and the actions we take. They can be used to mold the future of the individual and by extension, the world. Many are using these tools today to create a better, more productive life. So, I mean, just quickly, are these tools for everyone? I mean, even Jameson Lopp has, famously, tweeted, nobody understands Bitcoin, and that's okay.
Sure. I mean, I would say these tools are probably not for everybody, like, and in a sense, that's not necessarily I think the common line is that people want to say, oh, everybody can use everything. And I think that some people will use Bitcoin, some people won't use Bitcoin. Same thing with psychedelics. Some people will use them, some people won't use them. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing at this time in human history. I think like everybody's kind of finding their own path with these things. And I think psychedelics and Bitcoin are both very personal decisions, and they shouldn't be taken lightly. It's something that, if you're going to get into them, you should kind of know what you're doing. Bitcoin, if you're not kind of paying attention, it's easy to slip up and, make mistakes. And these mistakes are very costly. And you can have a similar situation with psychedelics. If you're making mistakes with psychedelics, they can be very costly, whether psychologically or other avenues of your life. So these are systems that have consequences if you join them. So it's something to think about deeply before you do embark upon them. But the same thing is that you can't get the benefits that these tools offer without actually using them. You can read about them, you can kind of like hear other people talk about them on a podcast and things like that. But there's no one that's going to be able to tell you what the experience is like until you actually have that experience. It's like, if you haven't had sex, you can't tell somebody what that feels like, or, hey, what is orange? It's hard to convey even something as simple as that. So I think for each person, it's something they have to discover on their own. Whether they even want to embark on it. The same thing like Bitcoin, it has consequences. There are a lot of benefits. You can become a lot more self-sovereign. You can be your own bank. You can be responsible for yourself, but not everybody is prepared to be responsible. So, and I've learned hard lessons. So I guess the other side of that is, sometimes the hard lessons are the ones that you retain the best, and they help you to guide you to a better future. So I certainly have made plenty wrong turns and many mistakes that kind of had led me to more critical thinking, where you have to say, okay, from a first principles view, how is this path of my life turning out? Is this something I actually want to continue down, or do I want to kind of veer off here and go somewhere else? And many times that's very valuable. I think that's one of the values of psychedelics, is they kind of allow you to get a perspective shift, in the sense that when you look at someone else, it's easy to tell whether they're doing fucking up, or, oh, you're messing up, man. Can't you see what's going on? But at the same time, it's hard to see when you are fucking up and you're messing up. So the psychedelics kind of give you a perspective shift where you can actually kind of look at your own self and make a barometer of whether you're fucking up or not. And if you are, you can come to terms with that and say, hey, why am I doing this? And then there's whole like rabbit holes that you can go into with that. And I think there's a lot of growth that you can have as a person through going through these personal rabbit holes and investigating yourself and what your place in the world is. And and doing this in a personal way without having intermediators or someone to tell you what your place is in the world. You find it for yourself.
Right. That being said, can we achieve asymmetric returns with psychedelics?
Definitely. I mean, that's almost unquestionable as far as I'm concerned. The thing is the people that pay attention and use them in a more advanced way. Like, again, if you have very peripheral experience with these things, either Bitcoin or psychedelics, you're going to tend to use them in a less experienced way. But the more experience you become with them, the better user that you become of these softwares or these technologies or these tools. So as you become better at using them, you become more adept and you become more used to, I guess, working within them. And that familiarity is going to be where you can kind of enter these flow states where, for instance, maybe you're working on something or you have a problem or that you're thinking about, and you kind of bring that problem into the experience. So you can kind of look at it holistically, maybe from these different perspectives, the perspective shift that I was saying. And many times you can actually benefit from that. So that's where these asymmetric gains can come from, is that you're kind of just thinking outside of the box or making connections that you wouldn't make otherwise. And you're doing it a lot quicker. So, and at least for me, that's how it works. Again, I can't say that everybody kind of experiences the same way. But in that article that you're referencing, I did give some good examples, some before psychedelics were even illegal. For example, in the early 60s, there wasn't a lot of stigma because, it wasn't illegal, so there was nothing wrong with doing it. So when they had given it to a whole bunch of professionals that kind of had been stumped, the prerequisite for joining the group was that you had to have a problem that you've been working on for weeks. It has to be complicated, and you don't have a solution yet. And so they put these people through the process, and I think it was just basically one LSD session, as far as I know. And from that one LSD session with all these different, they had mathematicians and artists and all kinds of different individuals involved in this study, but they ended up with a whole bunch of concrete results from that study, and that was extremely interesting to me to see that, before we had this stigma, we had this social thing where the government was telling us, oh, this is poisoning us and it's bad for us. It was actually showing that it was helping people solve problems that they couldn't solve before, like demonstrably. Like, we actually had scientific proof of this. So it was, it just made me think, like, maybe the sources of information that we are looking for are something that we really need to fully examine. So these are some of the things that I bring up in the article. Just always look at your sources, and don't even trust me, always go out and verify.
Yeah. Speaking of sources and verify and don't trust, verify, do your own research. So I think we can stipulate no one fully understands how these things work. No one's, at the bottom of the rabbit hole, or both of these rabbit holes. But you talked a little bit about I think the LSD and DMT mandala earlier before that you created. So maybe going a little bit more into that, what is the source code for LSD and psilocybin fully, freely available and understood or able to be researched?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so the source code of both LSD and psilocybin are actually totally open source in a sense. So the patents for LSD that they originally came up with are actually published, and anybody could just look those up online, and you can actually fully see how to start with carbon and end up with, LSD at the end. And so the steps are fully out there to do that. Obviously, there's a lot of watch on some of those things, so it tends to be difficult both in obtaining the precursor chemicals to do that, and then also obtaining the knowledge to do that. But that doesn't. The same thing is there's also similar barriers to entry to something like Bitcoin coding. So the people that are actually coding the Bitcoin development software and actually making that, usually those are somebody that's kind of put in additional time or interest into several areas of their life that have allowed them to actually get to that level of understanding where they're doing those things. Now, psilocybin is kind of the other side of that coin. So LSD, I kind of feel like in a sense it's a very specialized thing where you only have a couple people that are kind of doing that per the amount of people that may be experiencing it. Whereas psilocybin is on the other end of that spectrum. Mushrooms are something that almost any 5-year-old could grow. It's extremely easy to do and proliferate. Anybody can get spores and kind of just put them on earth and grow some mushrooms. It's actually something extremely accessible to most people, and also it's relatively quick, and also even though it's relatively quick, there is some time involved, and also so that time involved in the process is time that you kind of are connecting to this bringing of potential life, bringing some like a spore, which is potential, into the kinetic, actually, like, the spores kind of germinating and growing into these things, and then it becomes life, and then you kind of like take this life into yourself and it changes you in some way. It's a very very interesting kind of process to go through. Terrence McKenna used to have a saying. I don't know whether it was true or not, but he said, like if you're eating mushrooms that you grew, it's kind of like riding first class on the airplane. They treat you a little better or something. It's like you kind of have this connection to them. You've been kind of with them since before they were even potential energy, and you've kind of been with them through all this time. So you kind of, they're a little gentler with you in some sense. So, or there's a connection between you and them. So I think that alone is a very deep thing to be able to kind of build your own tools. So Bitcoin allows you to build your own tools. Psychedelics allows you to build your own tools. These are tools that you can use to grow and investigate yourself and kind of become a better person, all around. So I do think that these things are open source and freely available to people that want to look. Unfortunately, we do have some, there are prescriptions against certain molecules in certain places in the world. Everybody's different, and, how they approach that.
Yeah, I will agree. I mean, homegrown, probably anything is better. And if you grow it yourself, you're gonna be more connected the time you put into it. I mean, I definitely have experience growing things, and though I want to ask, like, who created LSD? What is it? Is it natural or synthetic? Do we consider it man-made?
Okay, so this is its own rabbit hole now. Like, the official story is that it's created by a gentleman named Albert Hoffman, and that in 1938 it was synthesized like they were basically investigating a series of these lysergic amides looking for basically it wasn't exactly a migraine thing, but they were looking for circulatory stimulants, and they were not interesting when they initially tested it in 1938, and then in 43 eventually they went back and resynthesized some. I'm highly skeptical of this whole story. I actually have I have a little bit of this article that touches on it, and a whole Twitter thread on my conspiracy theory about the LSD origins. But where it comes from is kind of unrelated to all this conspiracy. That's not really like relevant to where it comes from. Where it comes from is just it's a natural it comes from a fungus called ergo, which is Claviceps papali or Claviceps purpura, and this grows on wheat or cereal grains, something like that. So it basically in essence, you take these these fungi that grow on the wheat, and they would put them in a petri dish. They kind of grow it out. They see if they can get some that kind of react in a black light, and if they do, then you can grow that out in a liquid culture. And then once you liquid culture it, then you can in essence kind of convert that into ergoamine, and then from there you can basically roll it out into LSD, recrystallize it, and then in essence it just comes from natural sources.
Got it. So, do you think psychedelic users are interconnected globally like the Bitcoin network?
I mean, for sure. I mean, in essence, I think psychedelics have probably connected humanity for as long as humans have been here, if not longer. I think we've always probably known about certain plants that will change our consciousness. And it's probably just you have certain parts of humanity that have known this for a long time and kind of passes information on. And you have a lot of times where this gets forgotten and people have no idea that certain plants or things do things anymore. So I think this kind of information has come and gone over time, but it's something that has been there a long time. At this point, it's absolutely undeniable. Just if you just probably look at the worldwide distribution or like a weekend consumption of LSD, I'm sure globally it's probably a huge amount. At least I would hope so.
Right. So then, what is there misinformation or and/or FUD around psychedelics? I remember growing up that I was always told in like early on in high school like if you do LSD, man, you're going to turn into a glass of orange juice for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. Well, I would say with psychedelics, there's more misinformation than there is good information. In terms of like quantity, you probably have a good about 80% misinformation and 20% good information. And it's probably getting more and more of, we're probably getting a larger amount of good information now than we've ever had. But there's two reasons for this. One, it's purposeful. So there's purposeful misinformation where, maybe a government doesn't want people to use psychedelics for different reasons. Maybe it's not, in line with the company party thinking or whatever it is, or dangerous in other ways, so they don't want that. And then there's like misinformation that's not purposeful, like you were saying, kind of where you run into people and they're kind of spreading myths like, oh, if you do LSD 7 times you're going to be legally insane, and all these things like that, like, or the chromosome damage was something that actually did come from the government. But there's all these kind of false narratives that surround psychedelics, and they go so far back that many people can't tell what's true and what's not. And there's so many layers of people repeating bad stories over and over again that again it becomes very clouded and very hard to discern what information is good and what information is not good. And that's part of the reason why I wrote that article, was because I kind of wanted to act as a link. In fact, like, it's a deeply linked article. So if you're going through the article, there's every paragraph has links to external information, because I'm very much a don't trust, verify type person, and I know other people are as well, and they'll want to go see the source material. So that was one of the reasons why I put that together, was kind of to filter through a lot of what I felt was the good material and actually present that to people so they could find it in a way without having to sift through volumes of what may be misinformation as well. So I definitely think there's misinformation. It's the same with Bitcoin. There's probably more misinformation about Bitcoin in the public sphere. If you look at, say, for example, like mainstream media articles, most of them don't get the nuance or, say, the depth of what they should be actually saying. In fact, sometimes they get it so wrong that it's embarrassing. And you have the whole New York Times thing where they have to stop the presses, and so you have, I guess, all sides of it.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Do you think Bitcoin and psychedelics are antidotes for wrongthink?
No, unfortunately. It would be great if we had a magic bullet and you could just say, oh, everybody that took LSD was a perfect person and everybody that used Bitcoin was not a shitcoiner. But it doesn't work like that. And in fact, there is no magic bullet at all. In fact, like both psychedelics and Bitcoin have avenues of wrongthink that you can go down. And I just gave some examples with the shitcoining. Bitcoin, you can kind of end up in all these places where people will tell you, oh, this is faster than Bitcoin. Bitcoin is boomer tech. It's old. It's slow. It's this and that. And, you could easily fall for a lot of this hype that happens out there. And you don't actually understand that these people are not telling you this for for your benefit. They're telling you this for their benefit. They're actually, there's actually a very scammy reason that they're doing this. And, psychedelics have a very similar dark side where there's people that will be predatory and prey on people, because of psychedelics or through psychedelics. So it's, it doesn't automatically make you a good person. There's no magic bullet. And you certainly can't trust other people just because they say they're a Bitcoiner, or they say they use psychedelics or something like that. It's not a good litmus test. Although I do find that if you meet people that are Bitcoin only type people, and they legitimately are, I do find that to be a good filter. Those people have already kind of done some kind of acid testing, not in the LSD sense, but the acid testing of their mind to actually arrive at that Bitcoin only position. So it's not just, oh, I'm a Bitcoiner, but when you meet those people, that's like, oh, I'm actually Bitcoin only. They've kind of gone through a little filtering. Now there is the orange washing phenomenon where people will try to orange wash themselves and pretend to be Bitcoiners. So there's always the wolf in sheep's clothing. So you always have to kind of don't trust, verify, but these little mind filters do help, I suppose.
Sure. I'm thinking about, are psychedelics wholesome and teach good family values?
I think they're absolutely wholesome. There's nothing not good about psychedelics. It's actually, psychedelics are completely neutral. Really, like the main variable I think is us. So what I say Bitcoin is a constant and LSD is a constant. The main variable is the human. So it's your personal body chemistry, what you went through that day. Are you happy? Are you sad? All these things play into the experience, and all these things are very critical. So I think that you can't take the person out of the tool. In essence, it's basically a matter of figuring out for that person how they can use this tool to best kind of grow themselves and actualize themselves.
Right. So then I think we've talked a little bit about, psychedelics can help us transform ourselves. What about our relationships?
I guess it's unique for everybody. I do think it's extremely good for relationships, in my opinion, because I think it gives people a lot of it gives me personally some empathy, because it kind of helps me think in terms of what would it be if I was this person in a different way than maybe if I was not on a psychedelic. I think it gives me a much clearer kind of window into other people, if that makes any sense. So I do think that there's something there that kind of transforms our relationships and the way that we interact with each other, because you can do this in a positive way or a negative way. You could have some people that will analyze this and say, oh, these are the things I'm doing wrong, this is what I could do to better my life. And then you'll have some people that will analyze it and say, oh, these are the ways that I can manipulate this situation to come out better. So and it's kind of where you are in your own personal path. Like, I'm not saying one way is right and one way is wrong. It's just everybody's got to find their own path. And I think these things confront you with it. They at least put it front and center, so it becomes at least a little more apparent.
Right. And what are safe spaces for psychedelic use?
I'm not sure that they really exist today, but I do have a concept that is a very old concept, actually, by Hakeem Bey, of the temporary autonomous zone. This is basically like little areas of non-interference. So, okay, we're going to create a temporary autonomous zone where it's going to be, and temporary autonomous zones are what they are, like in the sense of being temporary. And you could think of like a Burning Man or something like that. Like, okay, we're going to build this temporary autonomous zone where, in essence, this is a vessel for creativity and change and art and whatever it is, and we're kind of not going to fuck with it too much. Like the government kind of lets it go down and doesn't mess with it too much. Yes, if things get out of control, they'll do whatever they do, but you create these zones where they're kind of low interference, and these are kind of, in essence, like melting pots where new things can come out of. So I think that this is a very powerful thing, and I do want to see, I think like the interaction between computers and psychedelics brings together interesting people. And I do want to see kind of more interactions between the people that are interested in these two things. I do think that that's going to just lead to more and more things that I personally would find interesting. So I do find the combination of these to be very intriguing, and then the other people that are interested in these similar things to also kind of lead to paths that I find interesting as well. So I do kind of hope to see like more of that kind of arise, I guess, in the community, like as time goes on.
Sure. You also note in the piece that
There's interesting evidence that psychedelics increase brain activity and activate new pathways and connections throughout the brain. So, if this is going on in the individual, what do you think the impacts would be on sort of modern civilization?
Right. That was actually pretty amazing to see some of the science with the increased brain activity, because right, if that's kind of what's happening in an individual level, when you unleash these things in a community, then you have the macroscopic, what as above, so below. So what's happening kind of in our brains will happen in the communities as well. So I definitely think that unleashing these tools is kind of creating new pathways and new connections through the human network, as it were. So, like there's people today that are connecting because of psychedelics or because of Bitcoin that just, they don't have other commonalities or other interests, but these things kind of bring them together. And when you have these kind of things standing in the center, there's pillars around them that tend to be interesting. So like these pillars would be other areas of interest. So economics, mathematics, geometry, chemistry. You tend to find these people are versed within some of these other interesting educational paths that give them these perspectives that are very valuable, because they kind of come from a place that's outside of the mainstream kind of vein. So when you have all these different connections that are creating within this human network, it just leads to additional kind of opportunities for growth, which is the same as what happens in your brain. So when you're connecting things in your brain, you can grow because you're just having new thoughts. You're just kind of making new connections. And this is basically undeniable now. We have the science to prove it, and that just is what it is.
Right. We kind of going over a bit about how LSD is more centralized than say mushrooms, and mushrooms are more decentralized. But it's interesting to note part of that pyramid form is because a single gram of LSD contains 10,000 doses. We've also talked a little bit about how LSD and mushrooms are not toxic, but are either of them habit forming?
I mean, I guess for each individual, that would be something that they would have to kind of look at. But I would say they're not habit forming in the traditional sense of something, say like a cigarette, where you're using cigarettes every day or something like that, or multiple times a day. Most people won't do that. There's some people that will say, oh, I love DMT. It's like, oh, well, when's the last time you did that? 1976. Something like that's like, it's certainly not something that they are doing constantly, but it is something that had such a profound effect on their life that 35 years later they're still talking about it. But you will certainly have people that will tend to do it more often than others. Also, there's different types of psychedelics. So I tended to like keep a narrow focus in terms of what the article was discussing, and because LSD and psilocybin tend to be very kind of focused in a sense, and I would not consider those to be habit forming. But there are kind of like things on the fringes of that, say like MDMA or something like that, which can tend to be like more habit forming in the sense that people might want to do it a lot more often. And part of the reason is because it's just not as challenging psychologically. Like LSD will really put you through the ringer. You're going to go through like a whole roller coaster of emotions and your whole life, and you have to actually look at yourself in the mirror and this is a good person. Like MDMA is like not that, it's much more gentle. And so there's a lot more willingness, I think, for people to kind of go to those places, whereas the psychedelics, like there's a sense of finality in that, like once you take this, it's like that's it, there's kind of no coming back from it. And you kind of, once you've done that, you kind of have to see where it goes. And I think most people won't kind of do that in a way that's like habit forming, in a sense like, oh, every day I'm gonna do this. And in fact, I think just the pure pharmacology of it wouldn't allow that because of tolerance. I think LSD tolerance is such that if you tried to do it every day, it just actually wouldn't work. So as far as being habit forming in those ways, no, I think it's certainly not.
So to also put things in perspective, how would you compare the safety aspect of LSD and mushrooms to say something like aspirin?
Funny enough, they're magnitudes of order safer. I don't think there's any human recorded deaths from LSD that are known. And that's, people are consuming millions of doses every weekend for decades. So it's a pretty good amount of history that we have in terms of determining whether something's safe or not. Well, for example, I always like to tell people, if you're going to take something, you kind of want to take something that's been around for decades and people have tried it, and whether it's like going to have like general negative effects or not. And the only way to know that is if it's been used over a long population for a long time. So LSD has been around since the 40s at least, and widely used since the 60s. And then it went through periods of disuse, and then I think in the 90s it went through a pretty big resurgence there. So it's pretty well tested in terms of, is this safe or not? And then when you compare it to something like aspirin, I think 3,000 people per year die from aspirin. So I just compared it to LSD, where you have zero. I think I would imagine, I've never ever heard of a mushroom death or either, like a psilocybin mushroom death. There are deaths from misidentifying mushrooms. So if people like eat mushrooms that they don't know are psilocybin mushrooms and they have misidentified them, they can get poisoned, or certainly you could probably die as well. But from the actual like LSD or psilocybin themselves, they're probably not much safer substances on the planet. And part of this is because of their similarity to just our body neurochemicals. So like your serotonin chemical is extremely similar to both LSD and psilocybin. Just the way that they look molecularly, they're basically like mirrors in a sense. And that's why they fit. They're almost like keys that fit into the same locks in our mind. And that's why they do what they do. But because of that, they're just extremely safe, and our body just knows how to process them because they're very familiar with the structure, and metabolizing it's like no big deal. Like, so it doesn't show up in like urine tests and things like that, because your body just metabolizes these things very quickly and safely.
So, can someone trip out from like yoga or meditation?
I don't have a lot of success personally with yoga or meditation, but what my point, I think like my main thing with yoga and meditation is that I just don't like when people say, like, for example, you could get what you get from LSD out of doing other things. Couldn't you get what you get from LSD from doing other things like yoga or meditation? I just completely reject that. Like, there's just no, like, these are different things. And in fact, you want them to be different things. Like if you're meditating, you kind of want to know that you're, like the act of taking a drug is actually very good, because that you're kind of defining this part as like, okay, I'm kind of breaking for reality for a while. There's going to be a certain time amount. It's going to go away. And yeah, there's no replicating that through other means. So I think people that will try to tell you that don't know what they're talking about, and I don't think that that's a good argument at all. So that's my thoughts on that.
Right. And from your research and experience, what have you seen with mushrooms and their effect on depression and anxiety?
I don't know too much about mushrooms and depression and anxiety. I do think that there's a lot of studies going on with that, but I'm not too knowledgeable about that to be honest.
Sure. I think Brian Murrescu, he noted that he's seen effects in like very quickly, not just positive changes in attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs, but fundamental psychological change in an afternoon. Even a few years after experiments, 75% of volunteers still report that their one and only dose of psilocybin remains one of the most meaningful experiences of their entire lives, if not the most meaningful experience. I think this came out of a study at Roland Griffith's work at Johns Hopkins University.
This wasn't depression. So this is actually Roland Griffith's study. He was seeing if like mushrooms could evoke the same type of mystical experiences that people had reported over the years, like famous mystics from religion and history, and their science in essence just proved that yes, the mystical states that are produced by psychedelics are almost indistinguishable from what are reported from the ancient mystics. And Brian Murrescu's quote that you just gave there was absolutely astonishing when you think about that, where 75% of the people that were in this study, even 3 years later, say that this was a fundamental transformative moment in their life. And this just one experience, that's just extremely powerful. It just shows that I think Terence McKenna has a quote that says, going to the grave without having a psychedelic experience is like going to the grave without ever having sex. It's like you're just kind of missing out on this one facet of life, and there's no way to kind of tell you what this is, or you just have to actually experience it for yourself. And it's not for everybody, and it's not without risk, but there's no way to find out if that's for you without actually going in. But the thing is you don't have to just go in willy-nilly. Like you can actually, there are safe ways and there are safe protocols to do this. So if if you can obtain, for example, some good mushrooms or some good LSD, you don't have to just go ahead and eat like a full dose out of nowhere, like, and just that's your first time. You can actually just kind of work your way into it slowly. So there's no rush to it. So if you have a good supply, you can actually just take your time over weeks or months and just kind of take really small amounts until you start to feel it and kind of work your way into it. And I think that these type of gentle kind of exposures to it tend to be a little more welcoming. There is value in just jumping off the deep end. I'm not saying that that's not valuable also, but it's not for everybody. So I'm just saying that there's different ways to go about this, and it's not always that you just have to do one and done type situation. You know, these things you can actually work yourself into, and even if you don't fully go through a full psychedelic experience on some of these trips, you're kind of working your way up to it, getting a familiarity with it, you understanding how it makes your body feel. Also, in a sense, you're doing a little allergy testing, so you know that, oh, this is good, it's not harmful, in a sense, like I've got something that's good and it makes me feel good. So those things are better to determine at very low doses than very high doses.
Sure. Is this related to why are psychedelics sometimes called entheogens?
Entheogens.
Yeah.
So the reason that they're called entheogens, the word means that it awakens the divine within. So this is very controversial. People have different feelings and thoughts about that word, but to me, it's meaningful in the sense that it gives people access again to that mystical state, whatever you call that. If it's like a sense of religious awe or ecstasy or whatever it is, it kind of gives you access to these ecstatic states that are just not accessible through other means. And I don't know if I lost the thread there.
No, that was great. And so, I want to ask these a little bit rhetorically, but what does it mean to be a free and sovereign individual? What is the government allowed to regulate? What are your rights? What is your property? What are the limits of society, and what are the boundaries of the individual? Do you have the right to modify your own mind? Do you have the right to modify your own computer? Bitcoin is a tool of information. LSD is a tool of experience and imagination. Similarly, like Ross Stevens has a quote that I think is phenomenal. You can stay on the fiat standard, in which some people get to produce unlimited new units of money for free, just not you, or opt into the Bitcoin standard, in which no one gets to do that, including you. Users of psychedelics go through, well, this is not Ross Stevens, but users of psychedelics go through similar lifestyle changes that profoundly change how they interact with the world. These can manifest in the same way as with Bitcoin, changes in how people eat, work, exercise, consume media, interact with each other, etc. These significant life changes may never have been actualized without directly using one or both of the technologies discussed in this article. Like any tool, these can be misused, abused, and lead users down the wrong path. Talking about combining Bitcoin and psychedelics, maybe a little bit more about your rabbit hole story. What was sort of the intersection there of Bitcoin and psychedelics?
Absolutely. Yeah. I guess this is good because it brings us back kind of a little to the beginning of our conversation, because the way that I got into Bitcoin was also through psychedelics and art. So it's all very much tied into the conversation that we're having here. So as I was doing this art, some of the art that I made actually was LSD blotter art. So originally I collected it, but then, as I started becoming an artist and doing art, and then I wanted to make my own blotter art too. So like I started making blotter art and doing other things like that. So at one point I had a guy that had wanted to buy a stack of the blotter art from me, but he was in Brazil, and he said, hey, will you take Bitcoin? Because it's just the easiest way to send money internationally for me. And I was like, well, yeah, I'll take Bitcoin, but I don't know how to do that. You have to tell me what to do. And he's like, okay, you need to set up a wallet, and you go to blockchain.info and you just set it up, and and you do this, you copy paste, send it, and I'm just going to send you the Bitcoin. And I had heard of Bitcoin, at this point it was 2015. So I had heard of Bitcoin a long time ago. I was actually on a mushroom forum where people were talking about it quite a lot back in 2010, 2011, when the Silk Road was kind of going on. Once they got busted, it became a lot more publicly known, I think, at that point. But I'd say at this point, I knew what it was, but I just had zero concept of like how to accept it, or even that it changed in value in terms of the US dollar. I didn't really understand any of this, but he just wanted to pay me in Bitcoin. I said, no problem, fine. He sent me the Bitcoin, I sent him the art, and then in essence, this guy just basically disappeared back into the internet. He's just like some cypherpunk that popped up anonymously out of the internet and just disappeared back into the internet. I pretty much just never heard from him again. And I had this Bitcoin now in a wallet, and he told me like how to like see what it was worth, but I don't think I understood that you could exchange it or anything like that. I had just no concept of what I had. And in fact, I just basically ended up forgetting about it. And I think like a year later, one of my friends was like, hey, do you know where I can get some Bitcoin? Because I want to get some LSD on the dark net. I was like, oh yeah, I do. I actually have some Bitcoin and I need to pay my rent. And so it was, I think like Bitcoin was like $600 at the time. So the Bitcoin that the guy had sent me for the art had appreciated in value basically like 3 or 4 times at this point. And like I was like, wow, like this is only worth $400 back then. Now it's worth like almost $2,000. And so paid quite a bit of rent at that point. And I think I had like a 0.1 of a Bitcoin that was left over, which was like $10 at that time. And it was in essence change that was I didn't give to him. I just gave him the rest of what I had. And again, I just forgot about it. And the same guy called me a year or two later, which was September of 2017, and he said, oh, hey, you remember that $10 of Bitcoin you didn't want to sell me? You should check your account because Bitcoin's worth $4,000 now. And I was like, what? That's not true. But I went home and I looked, and my little 0.1 was actually worth $400. And I was like, wow, this is insane. Like my whole art sale was supposed to be $400, and now I have $400 again magically. Like, and I already extracted, 2,000 in value. Like, what the fuck is going on here? So now I'm like paying attention, like the first 2 times, okay, I missed it. Now I'm starting to see like something's going on here. Like, how is this worth? Like, if somebody gives you $1 next year, it's not worth $2. It's certainly not worth $10. Like you're not like, so now I'm paying attention. So in September, I kind of like start watching it move from September to December. So this 0.1 goes from $400 to like $2,000. And I was like, man, like this is really crazy. And that's when I started like hearing all the narratives like, oh, Bitcoin is slow and it's boomer tech and it's slow and slow and outdated and all this stuff. And you want these other coins. And so I believed all that stuff. And in essence, like I ended up probably spending that whole 0.1 on like shit coins and doing all kinds of retarded stuff with it. So in essence, all that got lost. But like that's why I say like a system without consequences is, you don't really learn from that. So these both systems, Bitcoin and psychedelics, they have definite consequences. And in essence, you never forget that you sold 3 Bitcoin for $1,800 for rent or whatever. Like, like at one point when that was $70,000 or whatever that was like $210,000 for this art, like absolutely inconceivable, to think about these things. So the lessons are hard. You remember them. You modify your behavior in your life to make sure you don't make these same type of mistakes again. And I think it's very important. So these consequences are real, and I do think that they're valuable. And I think me personally, I've grown through using both and learning the hard way.
Yeah, similar pain and tuition costs. I want to read a bit from your piece. So in December 2017, I made my first Bitcoin art. This change in subject matter was significant for me as I view my art as a method to spread my message to the world. When I get into something, it takes over my whole life. Psychedelics had been my subject for over a decade, so this shift was monumental for me. I quickly got tricked into shitcoining, and for about a year and a half, I believed ridiculous things like Ethereum is the future of art and other equally dubious things. But as I said, when I get into something, I become consumed by it. I investigate it as thoroughly as I can. I began investigating NFTs, learning how they were coded, how they work, and the more I learned, the more disillusioned I became. Through using an array of shitcoins in combination with psychedelics, I quickly saw that I was on the path of broken promises and dead-end tech of this wasteland of shitcoinery. There was a hard line, a threshold, and I crossed it in June of 2019. While working on a hackathon project for the Bitcoin 2019 conference, I went through a psychedelic experience that drew a line in the sand. While working on a really cheesy Super Bowl commercial for Bitcoin, The resolve hit me all at once. I logged onto the exchange and dumped all my shitcoins for Bitcoin, and my art was going to be Bitcoin only from here on out. The following month, I flew out to San Francisco for the Bitcoin 2019 conference. That Friday, during the conference, I heard someone mention Bitcoin's clock and calendar-like nature. I took some LSD that evening and went to a Bitcoin developers meetup a few blocks away from my hotel. After a full day and evening consuming LSD and Bitcoin content, I spent the night sketching out the very first concept designs for the Bitcoin full node sculpture. I spent the next 7 months working tirelessly, avoiding friends, TV, Twitter, and sleeping in an endless quest to create. Here, I quickly combined Bitcoin and psychedelics with the intended desire of creating an art piece that mapped Bitcoin over time, space, mind, and the people making up the network. This process stretched out the entire 7 months, and I used LSD in different ways during this time. I found it especially helpful in two distinct endeavors. So I'd love for you to describe these two different, distinct endeavors. Start with the first one for holistic, big picture thinking. Maybe how do you frame up your usage and your approach?
Okay, there's actually so much there in terms of the history of where we came from. So I definitely want to touch on that, but you brought up some thoughts also in terms of where I've come from artistically, and also just how I like to use it to spread a message. And I do think that actually, the way that I said it there kind of brought a little of the gravity better than the way I described it before, because I do take it very seriously when I'm kind of making art. It's like, I feel like, yes, I'm using it to spread a message, and I do feel like that's very important, and there's a responsibility there. So I tend to be very focused on delivering that message. And with psychedelics, it was the message that these are wholesome, valuable tools for humanity that are misrepresented and misunderstood, and something that people should look deeper at. And so when I found Bitcoin and I actually kind of decided to do a subject change, in essence, and it really, in many ways, I don't even consider it a subject change, because I feel like Bitcoin is a complementary, revolutionary technology, just like psychedelics are. So it's just basically it's a new spin on the path that I was already on, in essence. But it was pretty monumental to me in the sense of saying, like, okay, like, now we're going to incorporate something different to what we've been doing for the past, your whole life, in essence, the past 10 years of your life. So it was definitely a huge deal to kind of first incorporate that. But then coming from that time of 2017, there was a lot of like misdirection and me kind of doing self analysis through psychedelics and saying, like, hey, is a lot of this narrative you're being told true? Is some of this stuff accurate? Is what you're being told good? And part of it was like, with some of the NFT things, like, as an artist, you're actually like creating these things and selling tokens, like, and really, like, there's nothing more shitcoiny than creating your own token and trying to sell it to other people for their Bitcoin or whatever. So like, when I had realized this, it was a very, like, there was a lot of like self-searching that I had to go through to come to like realization of like, what is all this and where's my place in the world? And so all these things happen, like, it kind of breezed through there in the article. But yeah, from 2017 to 2019 was a very deep time. And yes, that like kind of cheesy Super Bowl commercial thing was a turning point for me. I kind of had spent a lot of time and energy making like these really stupid NFT things, like, and like every weekend, like, the way that the NFT market is, it kind of like, it pays you to keep producing crappy continuous art like over and over again. And like, I was basically like fooled into doing that over and over again, like, for a few months. And then at some point I just was like, look, this is absolutely ridiculous and repugnant behavior. Like, what are you doing with your life? And like, so like, yeah, then I changed, and it was kind of a big deal, because like, I'm seeing all these other NFT artists that I was friends with and working with at the time. And like, that whole thing kind of started to blow up really big right when I turned said like, this is not right, and I'm gonna do Bitcoin only. So I'm actually like sitting here in my apartment, like, not talking to anybody, watching all this NFT shit like go crazy, working on this Bitcoin mandala that nobody's seen, nobody even knows is going on, nobody cares about, nobody fucking cares, and nobody knows what I'm doing. And so months of this, so, and like, eventually, like, finally, I release it, and people are like, the reaction was unbelievable. So like, that was kind of proved to me that yes, like, you're on the right path and there is some value in what you're doing. And like, the market doesn't only want this retarded, stupid thing that you didn't feel good about doing anyways. Like, here's something that you could feel good about doing. It spreads a positive message, and there's something wholesome here, and there's something that the world needs. And maybe you have a way to kind of translate it that other people will relate to it. And people have told me that, sometimes, like, just seeing a picture of something is relatable in a different way than maybe reading about it. So just, it's the way that I can help, in essence, I guess.
Sure. So maybe we could talk a little bit about
I didn't get to those those 2 points that you were going to ask. Okay, so the ways that, in essence, what this led to, the ways that I was using LSD and Bitcoin in combination during this time of kind of creating that LSD mandala was 2 ways. One, I would do kind of a high dose type sessions where I didn't really care about like doing the actual work. I could almost get a little sloppy and just really like get very far out there in my mind, turn the project around, just kind of think about it in different ways. And honestly, like if I got distracted or I went somewhere totally different, that was fine. Sometimes you can't control like how this stuff goes, but sometimes magic happens, and you kind of have to open yourself up to it and kind of create the proper setting. So like nobody's going to bother you. You have time to yourself. You have the proper place, the proper amount, all these things. Is kind of, by setting things up, you kind of allow for this magic to happen. So, when you're in these spaces, sometimes I would do like basic sketches, or even if you just get these ideas, like once you have the vision, it doesn't go away a lot of times. That's one of the advanced uses of psychedelics, I think, is some people will take psychedelics when they're not very experienced with it. They'll have these very epiphany visions and, come to this amazing realization, but then the next morning they kind of forget about it. I find that becoming more familiar with it and being able to kind of leverage the insights that you get from psychedelics is a little more advanced use of it. And so some of these uses of combining are kind of leveraging that as well. So you have these high dose sessions that are more just, in essence, for like forming ideas on the project and kind of thinking about it holistically, like how do these things fit together? How does it work? And then other times you'll have, the other way that I would use it is kind of like in a flow state situation where you're trying to actually do the work. So you're actually like, okay, you have your concept, you kind of know what you're doing. Now you're just kind of in front of your pencil or your computer or whatever you're using and actually just sitting there for hours and doing whatever it is. Sometimes you could just get so lost in it that just time dissolves and everything goes away. And, your wife's like, yo, you haven't eaten in 2 days. And it's like, don't bother me, woman. I'm over here making magic. And you just kind of have this feeling that things are right and you're on, and like and everything's kind of coming together correctly. And there's kind of ways that you can, like I said, set yourself up for success like this. And I do give some examples in the article about just kind of the ways that I would do the flow state. The flow state sessions would be different than a high dose session. A high dose, maybe you would just take your full amount, whatever you would like for the dose at one point. Whereas if you were doing one of these kind of creative flow state sessions, if you had what you would consider one dose, maybe you would cut that into quarters. And instead of taking it all at once, you just kind of take 1 quarter and then just see how it feels. And sometimes like that's enough to get you going and you don't actually need anything more. And sometimes that doesn't do much. And like you kind of don't really need to have expectations, but kind of every hour you could just keep taking another quarter. And then a lot of times just by doing this really slow kind of over time entrance into the state, it doesn't hit you all at once. So there's not this like overwhelming shift from regular consciousness to, oh my gosh, I'm tripping. In fact, it happens kind of so slow and gently that you kind of just move into it. And by creating these kind of gentle transitions, you also kind of allow for yourself to move into these flow states a little easier, because you don't have like the body shocks or the mental shocks or anything. It just kind of all flows, and you're kind of setting up, you have all your tools of your trade, whatever you're trying to do, good music, everything kind of plays properly. And you just never can be attached to things. Like if if it works out, cool. If you don't have nothing and nothing productive happens, really, it's not the end of the world. You just have another Sunday, and it is what it is. So it's like, I think like not having attachments to it is also important, because sometimes you can kind of try to push yourself too far, and that's not productive. In a flow state, you just kind of want to, like I was saying, you just want to have that feeling that things are right and things are moving forward and things are good. And if not, sometimes you can't force it. You can kind of fake it till you make it a little, but if things aren't working, it's no problem to just go off in other directions. And sometimes other directions are where the magic happens, to be quite honest.
Sure. Magic is awesome. You have a saying, create high, edit sober. And I want to read a little bit more from your piece. Many professionals have been and continue to be too scared of professional or social repercussions due to their use of psychedelics. Luckily, not everyone is silent on this matter. Dennis Weir, a computer programmer, shared this story. Here is a way I used LSD 25 for a complex programming project in 1975. I was working in New York developing a compiler for an application language called Marlin. At one point in the project, I could not get an overall viewpoint of the operation of the entire system. It really was too much for my brain to keep all the subtle aspects and processing nuances clear so I could get a processing and design overview. After struggling with this problem for a few weeks, I decided to use a little acid to see if it would enable a breakthrough. I used only 75 micrograms because I was not interested in tripping, as I had a specific, limited, and definite purpose for the use of LSD. While stimulated by the LSD, I was able to get the entire system wholly in my mind at the same time. I spent some time mentally visualizing various aspects of the compiler, the language, and the processing which would take place. I did discover 3 or 4 design inconsistencies while being stimulated by the effect of the LSD, and I made notes for later checking. Once all the changes were made, I was able to successfully complete the programming of this huge system. The design changes I made reduced future program modification errors and contributed to the elegance of the design. The system was a commercial success for my employer and was used for many years by them. Although the use of LSD was an important component of the success of the system, no one knew of its use except for me.
That to me is just such an amazing story on so many levels, because it's a perfect description of some of the things that I was trying to say earlier, how, he was able to use it to just see the system holistically in a different perspective. And he was able to make material changes that were good for his employer, but the really dynamic, he just kind of disclosed this. He just disclosed this like 20 years later on the internet, and no one knew. And because of the social stigma, we will never know how many revelatory changes have happened in the world because of LSD, because a lot of people just won't tell you that it has anything to do with maybe something important or something, something that they thought of. Sometimes they may not even realize, but sometimes it's very, very, very plain. And I found a lot of programming examples where there was different programmers that were using psychedelics. I even found one that used it in that same exact way that I was saying, where you kind of take a quarter every hour in that very gentle way. He was basically gave a description where you say, oh, if you just take a sliver of a tab and you can end up coding and really end up in some creative spaces. And I think he also even was saying how sometimes you can just end up in a totally different place than you started, but sometimes that's kind of where you need to be anyways, project wise. Like, you didn't think you needed to go here, but that's where it ends up.
Right. And there's more examples you cited, like Bill Atkinson and with HyperCard and Apple, and how that's sort of meta using tools of self-sovereignty to create additional tools of self-sovereignty.
That's super cool. How he basically used LSD and then he created something that Apple shipped to millions of households all over the planet. And like, what this tool did is it let your regular person become like a desktop publisher. So it was the first kind of computer art and computer publishing tools that people had access to. So HyperCard was a huge deal. So he's creating this tool that allows people to become their own publisher, their own artist, and they never had this ability before, in a sense. And so he's giving them this tool of self-sovereignty. He created this tool of self-sovereignty by using 2 other tools of self-sovereignty, computers and psychedelics together. So his combination of the 2 led to an entirely new creation that other people were able to benefit from. And just, so this goes back to that kind of what you were saying before, with the way when we have our brain is changing and making these new connections and new pathways, what happens when you unleash this on the world. So I think HyperCard's story is another amazing example of how this happens.
Right. I want to read a little more from your piece. You believe we are all capable of creating masterpieces. A car mechanic can be so good that he is considered an artist. The same applies to a chef, a lawyer, or a teacher. All these crafts can be honed to a level of mastery. Find your passion, follow it, and create your masterpieces. Using these tools of self-sovereignty, Fractal believes we can grow as individuals and cultivate the opportunity to impact the world around us in more profound ways.
kind of turning a little bit towards origin stories. I mean, it is kind of, there are some maybe parallels between maybe Albert Hoffman and Satoshi. You noted how, we always kind of get what actually happened.
I was thinking before we jump into the similarities between the segue that you just gave there, where we were talking about how first we were talking about how HyperCard allowed other people to benefit from tools of self-sovereignty that were built with tools of self-sovereignty. What I was trying to convey there for everybody else is that no matter who you are and what you can do, you probably do something good enough that you can create a masterpiece at it, whatever it is. I don't know what that is. You probably know your thing. But if you kind of lean into that, in essence, like kind of I did with the art, and then kind of also point that at Bitcoin, you may find that you're able to leverage these things in ways that will lead to new things like HyperCard that do change the world. So every single one of us, everybody that's listening, we all have the ability to create a masterpiece. You were kind enough to say that about my art pieces, but I just think everybody can make art. We all just work in a different medium. We're all artists. We all just work in different mediums. And there is a big reason to go out and create. And the reason that you want to go out and create is because, in essence, this is very fulfilling. This could change your life. You just kind of want to follow your passion. What drives you in life? If you follow that, you never know where it will take you. So I figure it can't take you wrong, because it will just take you to avenues that you're already interested in. And if for some reason you find you're no longer interested in that, you just change your avenue.
Right on. So yeah, I mean, I love what you said there. Turning a little bit to origin stories. I mean, was Albert Hoffman CIA? Was Satoshi CIA? You kind of frame things up with what actually happened, what we're told happened, and complete fabrications and misinformation about what happened. So, maybe more towards LSD and, Hoffman. What do you see going on there with maybe the CIA?
Oh, well, with Hoffman and the CIA, there's some conjecture that Sandoz was a longtime CIA kind of asset, so that there was definitely a relationship between the CIA and Sandoz. But more concretely, there was an episode in France in a city called Port
Saint Esprit. I lost you.
Where people kind of went crazy, and they attributed it to St. Anthony's fire, which is like an ergotism. And it's basically like I was saying before, LSD comes from a fungus called ergo. So they were saying that this was an ergo poisoning, but what people actually think happened is it was a covert LSD dosing that the CIA kind of perpetrated in this French city. And there's actually a whole book about this. Hank Amperelli has a book that kind of gets deep into the Pont Saint Esprit incident, and it's super interesting. So whether or not like Albert Hoffman was directly a CIA asset or not is certainly up for debate, but there's definitely these interesting connections that people have drawn, and without question, the U.S. government had put in orders for LSD from Sandoz, so there were certainly like connections there between the U.S. government and whether the CIA or not, I don't know. And the same can be said with Satoshi. So we have things like the NSA creating the SHA-256 algorithm, so people are suspicious right off the bat. And I think when Satoshi left was actually because Gavin Andreessen said he wanted to go do a presentation in front of the CIA about Bitcoin. They wanted to talk to him about Bitcoin, and I was like, we never heard from Satoshi again. So like there's certainly these weird origin stories that number one, like kind of like I was saying, we have the official story, like what we're told. Then there's probably what actually happened, and then there's also misinformation about what happened. So these are extremely mysterious origin stories, but the fact is that these technologies, so Bitcoin and psychedelic LSD, like they exist today. So like what we have to figure out is like, how are these things important to me as an individual? So like, where can I benefit from these technologies? Since we already know they exist, it's kind of like not beneficial, I think, to like wonder about like who Satoshi is, in essence, like, oh, who is the Satoshi? Do I have to know? There's not a lot of benefit to actually knowing that, but actually the benefit becomes like knowing how can you use Satoshi's invention to better your life. Like,
right. Yeah, I mean, I think Terence McKenna popularized the stoned ape theory, where unthinking monkeys evolved into humans by consuming psychedelic mushrooms on the African plains. Don't know if that's accurate. The CIA seems to be everywhere here, from Bitcoin to LSD. I mean, MK Ultra. There's been rumors and conspiracy theories about the CIA and the Grateful Dead and the whole scene in San Francisco, which kind of brings us to the early computer revolution. And we talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but LSD used to be legal in California until 1966. You noted one of those studies where, in this one that I have in front of me, 27 men participated in a study which included, engineers, physicists, mathematicians, architects, a furniture designer, and a commercial artist. The subjects were instructed to select one or more problems that required a creative solution, and then subjects had to work for weeks or months without being able to find a satisfactory solution before the program. And what came out of that was astonishing: a mathematical theorem for NOR gate circuits, a conceptual model of a photon, a linear electron accelerator beam steering device. This all sounds like Austin Powers. A new design for the vibratory microtome, a technical improvement of the magnetic tape recorder. Different things there.
Yeah, they have like concrete results, and it's super interesting to think that you had like a good overlap of at least 10 or maybe 12, 15 years where computer science and psychedelic science were not controversial at all to combine. So you could have had people doing both, and in fact there's a lot of evidence that there was people doing both, straight all the way through the 60s. Like pre-illegalization, there was actually a group called the International Foundation for Advanced Study that basically dosed 350 very reputable, scientists and engineers in the computer science industry in San Francisco. And some of these people were very influential in computers. In fact, one of them, Doug Engelbart, even invented the mouse later on. So like something that you probably have on your desk right fucking now, these people were expanding their mind and figuring out how some of this works through psychedelics. And it's very interesting to think that not only was it happening at the same time, but it was happening in the same geographic location. So you have this little pinpoint that happens in history that focuses right around the San Francisco Bay Area, and you have this kind of mix of both cryptography, computing, and psychedelics that happen both at the public and military levels. So there's like levels to what's going on, but it's all happening in the same exact place and time. So all these ideas are kind of commingling, coexisting, and entering existence together, and there's no way to unentangle them. And I think the internet itself is probably a very direct result of psychedelics and computers being combined.
Wow. Yeah, I want to read more from your piece. LSD was used at many of the top computer companies of the 50s and 60s for everything from systems design to the design of computer circuitry. Several of the early computer design engineers relied on LSD in designing circuit chips, especially in the years before they could be designed on computers, because you had to be able to visualize a staggering complexity in 3 dimensions, hold it all in your head, and they found that LSD could help. Timothy Leary, Harvard professor and well-known psychedelic evangelist, became an outspoken proponent of the power of personal computing as a tool for personal growth. He saw the personal computer as a technology that could open the mind in many of the same ways as LSD. Quote, "The PC is the LSD of the 1990s," end quote, Timothy Leary. LSD was everywhere in 60s Silicon Valley. Computer scientists, programmers, and designers from all major companies were involved. This story from Wired magazine goes into the connections between psychedelics, the internet, and the Grateful Dead. Even though this story is from 25 years before Bitcoin's birth, the following paragraph below sounds very Bitcoin-like. One part of that transaction's magic is the achievement of sharing useful content through the network over decades in time. But another, even more astonishing fact is the resilience of the data, that it held from machine to machine with some kind of life force of its own. Something inside of it made it self-replicating and alive. something begging to be copied and shared and listening to a song. And listen
That's just like Bitcoin poetry to me, you know. When I saw that quote, it was like I couldn't believe it was 25 years before Bitcoin that people had a system that had data resilience that they were using like this. And it's amazing to see how kind of Grateful Dead songs were one of the impetus for data to start moving across the internet. So it's kind of like there's just, and this is before the internet. This is just like networked computers that happened to be networked in the 70s.
Right. And more from your piece, we can see that the beginnings of the computer and psychedelic revolutions both trace their roots back to this focused nexus of location and time. These rivers seem to flow into the same oceans and arise from the same sources. There are overlapping ripples between the seemingly separate subcultures brewing in the early compute and psychedelic communities. Many thinkers, authors, scientists, and researchers of the time came in close contact through social circumstances or through their occupations. The path from building tools of control for corporations to building tools for people to resist control came about over decades. So, I mean, there's just this huge nexus here of all this stuff going on. So then how does cryptography fall in line with these other revolutions that are happening? And who is Whit Diffie?
Yeah, Whit Diffie, if you ever heard of exchanging your public and private key with somebody, pretty much Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman are the two that you can thank for that. And in essence, these two heroes kind of wrestled public key cryptography out from the jaws of the military industrial complex. There was already cryptography that was happening, but most of that crypto was extremely military sensitive, and it was not publicly accessible information. And these two guys were some of the first that really started to go out and try to pull together as much of this information that they could on cryptography systems. And not only did they figure out, kind of a little of what was already going on, but they created their own, version, which now people are still using today. The public private key exchange is called I think it's called a Diffie-Hellman key exchange, actually. So it's these two guys that we can really thank for doing that. And these are the guys that pretty much brought privacy to humanity. And I think these are very interesting people to look at. And I did spend a little bit of the article kind of getting into some of their philosophies. And really, they are kind of an outcropping of what first came earlier with that 1950s, 1960s. So first we had the military industrial complex funding some really big computing projects, and also probably also funding a lot of psychedelic research as well, to be honest. So that the 50s and 60s. Now, this time where we're talking about with Hellman and Diffie is more mid 70s. So we've already had computing and things like that. So now they're able to use some of these technologies that were built. But again, we're in the same exact San Francisco Bay Area. So we have this nexus that's going on. But this work that they did was very unliked by the government, and in fact they pretty much almost made it illegal to write code that was cryptographic in nature, and they pretty much considered it a munition. And there was something called the encryption wars of the 80s and 90s, and the original cypherpunks that probably birthed the whole Satoshi movement were pretty much radicalized through what happened during this time, where they were pretty much saying code was the same as a weapon. And so you had cypherpunks saying, no, not only is code not a weapon, but code is the way to protect ourselves. Code is the shield, not the weapon.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, reading more from your piece, I mean, cryptography was a closely guarded secret of government intelligence agencies until Whit Diffie and Martin Hellman wrestled the secret knowledge free and gave it to the everyday man. This insolence was not without consequences. The government tried to ban encryption by labeling it as a munition of war and making it illegal to write and publish cryptographic code. Using cryptography would be the same as being a weapons dealer. This led to the encryption wars of the 80s and 90s. Here again, we find ourselves in this pinpoint nexus of time and place. The hero of our story joins the battle, changing the course of human history forever. In 1965, after leaving MIT, Whit Diffie got a job through his knowledge of psychedelics, and in 1969 traveled to, you guessed it, the San Francisco Bay Area. In 1975, he published his work on public-private key cryptography that underpins the entire Bitcoin system. And thinking about how the 60s counterculture of San Francisco shaped the entire PC industry, Quote, Diffie's job interview at the Mitri Corporation was with a distinguished mathematician and software designer named Roland Silver, who became his mentor. It was an unusual interview by military contractor standards. It took place at Silver's home, and almost the entire conversation concerned psychedelic drugs, how to prepare them, where to acquire them, etc. Diffie passed with flying colors. Diffie was also a major proponent of personal liberty and self-sovereignty. When he learned that government intelligence agencies were hiding knowledge of cryptographic mathematics, he is quoted as saying, "Cryptography is vital to human privacy. Maybe passionate researchers in the public sector should attempt to liberate the subject. If we put our minds to it, we could rediscover a lot of that material." These are some interesting dudes. So how does Ralph Merkle tie in with these guys?
Yeah, so that's interesting. And I even forgot that psychedelic connection with Diffie too. That was hard to find, but that was a great little piece in there, is the fact that he got his the way that he came into San Francisco was through psychedelics. So again, we have this connection between psychedelics, cryptography, Bitcoin, computing. I just find this to be fascinating how they're interconnected so deeply. Now, Ralph Merkle shows up on the scene, I want to say, in the later 70s. So in the earlier 70s or mid 70s, we have the public key cryptography paper from Hellman and Diffie. I think Merkle reads that paper and then kind of links up with them, and they begin doing additional work. I think RSA also sprung out of this, which is another type of cryptography. So we have Merkle trees, and we also have the RSA cryptography that all kind of springs directly out of this initial Diffie and Hellman connection. And all these people are pretty interconnected all through the 80s. So there's a lot of computer conferences and some super interesting transcripts that still exist, where you see like kind of representatives from all three of the camps all presenting at some of the conferences, and there's some really interesting historical stuff that still does exist from that time, which I suggest people look into if they are interested.
Yeah, I mean, so much going on here. We got the motto, cypherpunks write code, and we'd be remiss if we didn't tie in someone going through a terribly tragic, legendary hero's journey at the moment. A story about Silk Road and how that ties into all of this.
Yeah, that's probably one of the connections to Bitcoin that is not as obvious, but yeah. So Ross Ulbricht was probably one of the first people that saw the revolutionary nature of Bitcoin and how it could be used as a tool of self-sovereignty. And he created the Silk Road website, which was in essence just a libertarian platform that allowed people to buy and sell whatever they wanted, without laws there. And the currency that they used was Bitcoin. But before Silk Road really was anything, it didn't even have its first product, So as Ross was kind of dreaming this up and thinking about it, he had to come up with his first product. And what a lot of people don't know is that the very first product on Silk Road was psychedelic mushrooms, and they're psychedelic mushrooms that Ross actually grew himself so that he could put them on the Silk Road and they can actually be the first things that were sold. So there's this extremely deep connection between Bitcoin and psychedelics that pretty much goes back to the beginning, because when you look at what transactions there are for Bitcoin, everybody knows about the pizza. So there's the pizza that was sold for the 10,000 Bitcoin, and there may be a couple other things. I know some people are selling some paper cups and some paper towels and things like that on Bitcoin Talk. But pretty much one of the first things that was ever transacted for Bitcoin was psychedelic mushrooms. So again, we see these connections that are intertwined in an unentangleable manner.
Right. And to also of note, you mentioned that the first place Ross advertised the Silk Road was on a psychedelic mushroom online forum called the Shroomery under the username Altoid. You can still read his one and only post, and you put the link here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another interesting thing is that the place that he advertised the Silk Road. So one of the first advertisements for the Silk Road ever. It's kind of like one of those historical things. People go on tours, like, hey, we're going to take a tourist tour through Miami or whatever. So you can actually take a tourist tour through the internet and see today Altoids post on the Shroomery still advertising the Silk Road. And I do think that that's an interesting piece of Bitcoin history for people to go check out. So you guys got to check out that link. And yeah, it's kind of one of those forgotten pieces, but it's still out there for anybody to visit today.
Right. I want to read a little more from your work. So, a Bitcoin node is a source of truth, a complete history from the now, all the way back to the Genesis. By running your own node, you empower yourself to obtain your own direct source of truth, unmediated by banks, politicians, or priests. For Bitcoin, this allows users to know with certainty that their own transactions are valid and real. No need to melt down a gold bar to verify using expensive equipment and time. If the Bitcoin arrives in my wallet, I know it's 100% real. It's not counterfeit. It's not debased. It is pure, unadulterated Bitcoin. With psychedelics, you can similarly grow, synthesize, and/or extract your own, removing the need for middlemen or concerns over purity, weight, and misidentification. Psychedelics allow you to, as Sama Catharo coined it, connect to your own inner node. The software running the wetware of the most complex and densely ramified processing machine known to man, your mind. You can use them to distill your own source of inner truth. You can explore the vast mindscapes within your head without any need for a psychiatrist or other trusted third party to interfere or project their frame of reference onto you. Psychedelics give you the keys to your own inner palace. And while running a full-scale psychedelic laboratory is outside the abilities and desires of most of the population, almost all adults can take control of their psychedelic path and grow their own mushrooms, cacti, and cannabis. Of course, there's various legal ramifications in various jurisdictions, and each user has to decide accordingly. So, what are maybe some of the known, or I'll name some of the known psychedelics? You got LSD, MDMA, mushrooms, DMT. You mentioned cacti here, cannabis. What are research chemicals?
So research chemicals are actually an interesting phenomenon. They're kind of a lesser known branch of psychedelics, and most of these stem from a researcher named Alexander Shulgin, who he's passed on now, but in the 80s he published some books, two books actually, that kind of covered a spectrum of different psychedelic analogs. So these are things that were kind of based on the molecular structure of either LSD or mescaline, and these are two relatively different branches, tryptamines and phenethylamines. So those two branches, he kind of created a cookbook almost for each one of those, and there's about 152 different variations. And within that cookbook, he would kind of test them out all himself with a little group of his friends. So maybe like 10 or so different people. They would test them out, and they would start low and kind of go high. And so these books were not only a cookbook, but they would also be like an experience. They say, hey, this is what this one does, and this is how it feels. And because he created all these interesting, weird variations of psychedelics, other people started to realize that, hey, like you could in essence just start modifying different molecules, and it will actually create different feelings in the way that you experience the world. So there's a whole branch of research chemicals that kind of spun off of Shulgin's initial research, and some of these things are not well researched and not well understood, and some of them are more dangerous than others. So not every psychedelic is as safe as we were talking about before, in the sense that you have like a very low profile of deaths, like a zero with your LSDs and your psilocybins. There are some psychedelics, something called like NBOME. There was a 25I series of NBOMEs, and these things were actually killing people at doses that were just kind of like 1 or 2. And these were extremely dangerous because they were almost like a counterfeit LSD. It was like a substance that was potent enough that you could fit it on an LSD blotter, and people were misrepresenting it and selling it as LSD. So people didn't know that they weren't taking LSD, and they were actually taking one of these research chemicals, and that didn't have the same profile. So these are some of the dangers inherent in having a system where you have something that's illegal, in quotes, I'm saying, because now you have the government saying like this, perfectly safe thing is illegal. So people go to try to find other weird things. And in fact, it's actually much more dangerous and now killing people. So there's weird ramifications that are a consequence of nonsensical regulation.
Yep, I can see that. And Eric Kayson's been on the show twice, examined truth and law and all different frameworks of authority. He's also just a very deep and intense philosopher. He said, and you quoted him, coming to a deep understanding of Bitcoin is very much like a deep psychedelic trip because everything seems to transform around this ideal in a way that's very unexpected and quite radical, because now you are seeing things in a way that is quite different from the way you originally thought you were seeing them. And there's this concept of finality that we have to think about here. There is no point of return with both psychedelics and Bitcoin. You go on to write, once you send a Bitcoin transaction, there's no taking it back. Once you click send and it is confirmed by the network, no action you take can stop that Bitcoin from moving once. When you place a hit of LSD on your tongue or eat a few grams of mushrooms, you are committed to the experience for the next several hours. There is no control Z, do-overs, or take-backs. There is no way out but through. So now, you're at the precipice, and, I'm going to ask a bunch of rhetorical questions here, that one might think about on Bitcoin or psychedelics, which leads to these questions. So what is time? What is money? What is real? What is language? What is work? What is energy? Is using energy good or bad? Where do I fit in among my peers? Why do these two different technologies bring us to the same fundamental questions about reality? And what is it to be human? Why do they inspire us to ask the big questions? The concept of time is deeply enmeshed in Bitcoin and psychedelics on multiple levels. Bitcoin has reimagined timekeeping, and the implications of this are yet to be understood. The human experience of time is variable. We interpret time through a lens of other perceptions. For instance, if you're having fun, time may seem to go fast, while when you're desperately waiting for something, it can feel like every second is an eternity. So what is time like on psychedelics?
Time on psychedelics is very similar to time on Bitcoin in the sense that it's not really related to clock time. So the time that we're used to, it kind of ticks by moment, but the way we experience it is actually different. Now, psychedelics kind of hyper extend that. So I tend to think that it actually makes time go slower in the sense where you feel like you have that same sense where time is really taking a long time to move from 1 minute to the next, rather than the opposite, where when your time is having fun and it's kind of moving very quickly. I find that it does the opposite, which to me, the value of that is that it makes your life longer. Like, if you think about it, if time is moving slower and you're fitting more experience into the same amount of time, like, you're actually like making your life richer and like increasing the amount of life that you have.
Right. I hear what you're saying there. So, I want to get a little bit more into integration, and I want to know what your thoughts are on just maybe alcohol in general, and then integrating alcohol into these sort of implementations, because regardless of maybe how you feel about alcohol or how it might go and the pros and cons of that, I think a lot of people, especially maybe either younger or even just recreationally, might be integrating alcohol into these experiences.
This is a great question. I do use alcohol in the sense that I have wine sometimes. I also drink whiskey. But with psychedelics, I don't usually combine those two. I tend to much more commonly combine cannabis with, well, pretty much that. I tend to use cannabis throughout the day, but alcohol, alcohol affects me in a different way, in the sense that alcohol kind of slows my mind down, and I use it extremely selectively. Like, if I know I'm not going to be reading anything for the evening, or if I know I'm not going to be doing anything for the evening, then I'll know I can kind of have some alcohol. But if I like want to do stuff, then I might go to the LSD side of things, like where I like, okay, I know I'm going to get shit done. So like, they're totally different, and I don't really find them compatible, but I do find it interesting that you bring up that a lot of other people probably do. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You just have to understand that what you're doing is you're modulating the experience in some way, whether you use cannabis, like I kind of said that I do, or alcohol or any other substance. Like, you're going to just be modulating the experience. And that's not necessarily bad or good. It may be actually fine for your personal body chemistry, and maybe that's like totally okay for you. But alcohol tends to be just very strong for me. So I don't do too well with it, so I don't have it super often, but I'm not really against it necessarily. It's just not one of, like, for me, it just takes me in the opposite way of how I usually want to feel, but sometimes it's just very appropriate. So I
Right.
guess it's both.
Right on. And, maybe about inexperience versus experience use, maybe how does that interplay into this? And maybe thinking about sort of maybe wanting to retain your insights or, action plans from the experience.
Right. That's probably one of the most important things is, if you're going to go into one of these experiences, like, how are you going to kind of integrate this later on? And there's really no two ways about it, where I was saying experience use and inexperience use. You kind of can't get to the experience level until you've been in experience for a little bit. So I think sometimes you have to work your way through it to find the way that you can personally leverage it best. But for me, certainly, it's extremely easy now, because like I don't have that experience where, oh, I had this great epiphany and I totally lost it. Like, no, I'm pretty great at like noting when I have an okay idea and at least trying to sketch it out, or try to save it, or if nothing else, then I'm okay with losing it. But I definitely think that integrating it is probably the main important thing from the psychedelic experience, because you can go and have the experience, and that's valid in and of itself, that you just kind of go outside of your normal experience for a while. But I think the real value to you is kind of not just in that moment, or in that say few hours that you're on the psychedelic, but actually, like, how does that transform the rest of your life kind of going forward from there? And the way to kind of find out that best is, I think, through just kind of repeated use. And there's just no way around that. It's just that you kind of have to use these things over and over again. And just like Bitcoin, it's like kind of you learn it each time you use it, and by using it more, you get a little better and more comfortable at it. The first time it's really scary. Like, if you send a Bitcoin transaction, you don't know, like, did I send this to the right address? And I actually sent a whole Bitcoin to the wrong address once in 2015, like back in those days and stuff. So like, yeah, did I send this to the right place? And like, you're very unsure about this, and like, you don't know what you're doing. And the only way to become comfortable is just to kind of like get yourself through that and just do it a couple times in a way that you're comfortable with, and then you gain this adeptness through doing that. But I definitely think that would be the goal for anybody using psychedelics, would be just to figure out how they could leverage it. And I mean, certainly, I think there's just no way around that. Like, probably as you're just first starting to discover psychedelics, you will have those epiphany moments that you'll lose the next day. You'll kind of figure out the whole meaning of life and everything at night, and then the next morning you'll just scratch your head and try to figure out what that was. But I definitely think, like, over time you begin to kind of figure a way that you can actually access that, and then really kind of use that to transform yourself and your experience with the world, and also sometimes maybe translate it in a way that it's valuable to others and they can see it as well.
Right. And you go on to write, benefits, discoveries, and inventions can manifest in a spark of inspiration, only to be forgotten and lost forever just moments later. Some users experience changes after a psychedelic experience, but they are short-lived. They'll gain insight and make changes. But like many New Year's resolutions, these quickly fade into entropy. The changes last a few weeks, maybe a month, but soon users find themselves falling back into the routine of daily life, and bad habits that were identified and addressed come back. The return of the mundane and the imposition of the world on our habits can be a powerful force. Psychedelics and the insights from Bitcoin's first principles thinking can be powerful, but need to be reinforced. This reinforcement can take the form of direct action, deep study, or force of will. But I believe that returning to the source of the experience is also essential. For Bitcoin, this means listening to podcasts, learning, coding, building, and sharing. For psychedelics, this means you need to revisit the psychedelic experience periodically. There is no magic bullet. You would not expect a single dose of aspirin to give a lifetime of pain relief, and psychedelics are the same. They work for a while, but they should be administered as needed. Maybe kind of like DCA. And so in kind of this regard, I think a little bit about confidence building, because you mentioned earlier in the show that, going through a psychedelic experience, especially a tougher one, maybe more honest, exploration of yourself, could be difficult, and going through that can lead to confidence. Do some people experience a death rebirth experience, and is that life affirming?
I definitely think that it's pretty well documented that some people will have a death and rebirth experience on psychedelics. I don't think it's super common that people have that, but it's definitely something that happens over and over for people. And most of the cases that are documented, those are always like a positive story in the end, usually very transformative. But the hero, like any psychedelic, I think is in some way a little bit of the hero's journey. It's a little bit of you kind of going into the unknown. You're kind of taking a risk and bringing yourself, you're going on this adventure that you don't know where it's going to take you. And once you're committed, you're going on this adventure and you go through it, and it's emotional, and it takes you through the ringer, and it brings you to all these places. And in essence, I think like each person goes through this, and when you come out the other side, whether it was difficult or whether it was good, it builds a little sense of confidence, like, hey, I went through this, I was able to do it, it was no problem. And I'm even stronger because of that. And I think that confidence building is something that mentally there's no other way to build that confidence except for going through that experience. And I think Bitcoin is very similar in the way that you can have these experiences. And actually I lost my thread there, but
no worries. So what is harm reduction?
Oh, well, harm reduction is like the psychedelic version of Bitcoin only, I think, in a sense. Like harm reduction is usually it's people that are in the psychedelic scene, and they kind of are there to make it as safe as possible for other people. So there's a whole harm reduction movement in essence, and these people will set up tents at raves, and they will test people's drugs and see if they're actually legitimately ecstasy or maybe some other weird thing, or LSD or whatever it is. They'll just test and say yes, you have something real, or no. And this is like save people's lives, because some people have maybe some kind of substance that literally is like poison or something, or fentanyl, or who knows what it was, and they could just overdose and die. So harm reduction is these people that are taking their own time, they're going out to these places, they're putting in their work, and they're actually doing good to just help other people so that they don't harm themselves. And in Bitcoin, we have this same kind of immune system where it's like the anti-shitcoiners, like people that are just literally, it's no benefit to them to tell you don't buy shitcoins. Like it doesn't help us at all to tell you don't buy shitcoins. It helps you, so it's like, I find harm reduction to be kind of the psychedelic version of that. So those are kind of very, to me, I think those people are all good. It's good to have people in the scene that are actually out there kind of just be, it's in essence, it's kind of taking care of your own, the people that are like, we don't need regulators. We take care of our own. I think it's that kind of that ethos.
Yeah. And your article mentions that you made harm reduction bladder art to help combat this deceptive technique. And it notes that 25I-NBOME is often falsely sold as LSD, but this substance is highly toxic and has killed multiple users, unlike LSD, which has never killed anyone. It's kind of be careful who you deal with, and maybe if you can cultivate or grow your own or whatever you need to do to kind of eliminate middlemen. At one point, you wrote the most important takeaway from kind of this part of the talk, or if not the whole conversation, is keep your focus on Bitcoin in the world of cryptocurrency, and LSD and psilocybin in the world of psychedelics.
I think the thing I want to bring up with the harm reduction blotter art that I did there, because this is an important distinction. The blotter art was made because the research chemicals are research chemicals. So you have people that are legitimately interested in just testing some weird psychedelics, and they just want to find out what it is. And there's actually nothing wrong with that. I don't fault those people at all. What I do fault is people that would take those research chemicals and then sell them and misrepresent them as LSD to unsuspecting people. So the reason I made this blotter art was because this NBOME substance was potent enough to put on blotter, and people were putting it on classic LSD blotter sheets and getting it confused. Because if you have a sheet that's got a couple thousand hits on it, even if the person is super honest that made it, if it's getting kind of distributed around, somebody may tell somebody else it's LSD or something like that. It's gonna the information is hard to find. So I actually put the paper has it on every single hit, so like it can't be misidentified. Like it actually says what it is. So if somebody gets a hold of this blotter, in essence, they won't be fooled. There's nothing wrong with doing MBOME if you want to do it, and like that's like your thing, but you should never be like given that when in essence you were told it's something else. So that's kind of the harm reduction ethos, is just that. So that was when I made that blotter art. It was with that in mind, that people could do what they want, but it shouldn't be misrepresented. So here's kind of a carrier that you can use to do this right for people that do it right. And you still see that blotter art today. I looked it up not too long ago, and I like, it's like I open sourced it, so people didn't have copied it and reprinted it, and it's still out there, which I do find like helpful and useful. It's like I haven't even thought of it in a decade, but it's still out there doing its thing.
Awesome. I want to read a little bit more to round out your piece here.
Yeah.
With Bitcoin, we transmute the fiat structures of the world into a digital cryptographic treasure that can teleport anywhere on the planet. This is performed like a magic spell by using specific words in the correct order. If you run the code, it works. By using the right words in the right sequence, we can make material changes in the world. These aren't just changes in our minds. These are changes others can see, feel, and independently verify. The right computer code can lift a drawbridge or change all the city's traffic lights in perfect timing to ensure drivers can safely transit roads. Bitcoiners are magicians and wizards using computer code rather than spell books. Psychedelic chemists are wizards casting their spells in the language of atoms. Like letters forming words in code or a magic spell, atoms are arranged to form molecules. Psychedelics transmute fiat thinking and living into new perspectives and mystical experiences. Mushrooms are like nature's alchemist, transforming dead and decaying matter, literal trash, and into psychedelic mushrooms, one of nature's most elegant manifestations. Bitcoin can also transmute waste into treasure. Stranded energy, once a burden, is transformed into a digital gold mine through Bitcoin. Bitcoin can even transform our landfills into valuable Bitcoin mines, turning trash into treasure. The alchemic dream is coming true in ways our ancestors could never have imagined. It's really a fascinating topic here. I hear you. What about AI?
I hated myself enough.
What has been your impressions so far? And is this a tool of self-sovereignty in any way?
Oh, I think AI is actually a very interesting tool. I think the incarnations that we have right now are very interesting because we're starting to see a whole bunch of advances. And I think AI is a tool that's very similar to LSD in the sense that they're very imprecise by nature. So how I was saying before, that you can kind of set yourself up with a, very proper set and setting, and you can dose yourself in a certain way to hope for, kind of set yourself up for best results, but you kind of never know what's going to happen. It's like an imprecise thing, and, it could go anywhere, and you just have to be cool with that. But like AI is very similar. You have to understand that it does these amazing things, and it can give you amazing insights and it can show you perspectives that you just didn't have, and it can really key off on things that are interesting, connections that you didn't make before. But you have to understand that it lies, and it's also, not purposely, but it's just wrong a lot, and it's just super imprecise. Like, you can't trust it is the thing. So it's like a really cool search engine that you can use, and either for visual or for text. Like, I find it super cool to use for both. Now, whether they're tools of self-sovereignty or not is totally up for debate, because right now you have the OpenAI, which is kind of using the GPT-4 and the Chat GPT, which are very powerful, and a lot of people, I've used them and stuff. But the problem with those is that you're kind of tied into the WorldCoin model, which is super dystopian, and like, you're kind of feeding data into this monster, and it's not self-sovereign at all. But there are people that are there are people that are building disconnected versions that you do kind of run in a self-hosted manner. And certainly with the visual tools, you have things like Stable Diffusion, I think that's open source. And I think there's some AI tools that are also open source, and I think those are probably the best ones. And as far as being tools of self-sovereignty, I would imagine they are, but it's probably a tricky fine line that we just have to be very aware of and very careful with. I've been having a lot of fun with it because it's really interesting in terms of being able to generate interesting ideas on a path that you're already on. So you can I've been having fun with recent update to Midjourney where it has a feature called Describe, and it will just, you could give it an image and it will just tell you what it thinks it is, and it gives you some buttons you can click, and it will say, okay, it gives you 4 choices of how it would describe your picture, and then you can click those 4 buttons and it'll give you pictures that kind of should be what your picture is. But it never is what your picture is because it's AI and it's super weird and imprecise. But I've been feeding it pictures of my own art and then having it give me pictures of like weird AI versions of my own art. And it's been super helpful because it gives me really interesting shape ideas that I might not have had, but maybe I would have had if I was a different version of me. So I do find that there's really interesting ways to use these tools, and we just have to be conscious about what kind of data that we're releasing and what kind of data we're feeding into the machine when we are using these tools. But I do find that they're extremely interesting to leverage. I think the least interesting way to use like the AI tools like ChatGPT and stuff is to try to make them say something controversial or something like, oh, what do you think about something controversial? Like that's really almost a waste of your time. Like why do you want to like have a controversial chat with an AI? Like I think it's much better to try to make it do something, like almost make it your employee in a sense. Like what's something that you would want to do that you don't really, or something that you need to do that you don't want to do, and you can kind of offload some of that to it, and it actually will do it for you. And it does it pretty all rightish in the sense that you can kind of like, you just understand that it's pretty crappy and you just have to go back and clean it up a little. And there's some potential there. So I think it's just like anything else. It's a tool, it can be improperly used, it can be properly used. And you just have to kind of measure where you are personally in it. But something we all have to kind of contend with now, just like Bitcoin and LSD. This is technology that exists. You know, how do you fit it into your life?
Right. Integration, evolution, and learning. It's not easy. Yeah. Learning is fun, though. I've enjoyed this conversation immensely, Fractal. This has been so dope. My final question to you, before we roll out, is if you could orange pill any artist in the world, dead or alive, who would you orange pill?
Oh, wow. That's a crazy question. Man, orange pill any artist? I don't know. Man, well, I mean, honestly, like there's a lot of great artists that it would be interesting to orange pill, but there's some old clockmakers from the 1500s that to me would actually be really interesting to orange pill, in the sense that these people were kind of some of the pioneers in making the original planetary models that are called orreries and things of this nature. I think those people would be very, very intrigued to learn about like the natures and the patterns inside Bitcoin. And I'd like to kind of see what these like old school clockwork guys would kind of come up with that, because I think we'd be a cool conversation for the evening.
That's awesome. Fair enough. So I'll leave it to you for any parting words and to let people know where they can find you, and your awesome work.
Oh, right on. Cool. Thanks, man. Well, I'm on Twitter, so you can find me on Twitter at Fractal Encrypt. I also have a website, timechainartifacts.com. But mostly I'm on Twitter if you want. If you reach out, I'm always happy to chat about stuff.
Yeah, and I think I'll definitely have to have you back to talk about the time chain codex.
Yes, there's definitely more to chat about. I really appreciate this. This was so much fun to actually get into the article and go through a lot of this, because it was super enjoyable. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Yo, that's a wrap on today's episode of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. We hope you found it informative and engaging. I'd like to take a moment to thank our listeners for tuning in and supporting us. I couldn't do it without you. If you're interested in supporting the show, there are a few ways you can do so. You can leave us a review on your preferred podcast platform, which helps us reach a wider audience. You can also stream the show on the Fountain app and boost it for sats. And finally, we're always looking for sponsors who align with our values and mission. If you're interested in partnering with us, please reach out to me directly at cedricyoungelman@gmail.com. Thanks again for listening, and we'll see you next time on the Bitcoin Matrix podcast.
Love talking to Root. Comes with slides, comes with receipts, comes with this awesome spiral chart. Go and check it out. Make sure you check out the YouTube version as well, so you can see all the charts that go with the show. Okay, if you've got any questions about this or anything else, then hit me up on my email. It's hello@whatbitcoindid.com. Hello, you big carrot. How are you?
Pretty good. Good to see you.
That's good to see you, man. So last time I saw you, you came to Bedford, which was very cool, and you kind of called the bottom.
More or less, right?
More or less. How close were you?
I mean, I think we were past the June lows then, right? Like we had this huge capitulation event in June, and I don't exactly know when we recorded, but it was soon after, right? Like
I think it was in August.
It was in August,
and the low was maybe a month later.
Yeah,
but it was. I mean, we were pretty much there.
No, the low, the final low we've had has been in November, right? So
is that right?
Yeah.
Was it really August?
Yeah, I think so.
Gosh, such a long time since then.
It was good weather in Bedford.
It was good weather in Bedford. I'm bringing the trophies with me now.
Congratulations! Yeah.
Thank you. So, but you called the bottom. Look, we used to make shows about the Bitcoin numbers, about the charts. We used to do it with Willie, and we stopped doing it because we didn't want the show to be about that. But I don't mind making it with you because I think it's more about the data and what it's telling you. And so I found that last show we made, I found it very, very interesting just because of the way you look at the data. It was really popular as well. Had a lot of great feedback. So thank you for coming back on. At the same time, I think today you're going to tell us about When Moon, right?
Well, I thought to do a bit of a follow-up of the last show. So I kept most of the charts from the last show in there. And I just thought, let's go through them again and see what they tell us now. Obviously, so we had the June low back in August, and that was in. I think if I remember correctly, I said like that it was likely to have another low, potentially new bottom, like later that year, and that happened in November. So that was kind of on point with the whole cycle analysis. And I think if we look at the charts, we will you will be quite amazed. I think I'm also gonna discuss some more bearish scenario, but in general, I do think it will be a quite bullish session again. So, well,
awesome. Well, so it sounds like you're a cycle maximalist, a bit like Rizzo. Pete Rizzo said that to me. He said, "Don't give me any theories. Don't give me any of that nonsense." He said, "I'm a cycle maximalist. It will always play out the same."
Yeah.
All right. So, for anyone listening, we've got another presentation here from the Carrot, and we will explain it as best possible so those listening can understand what we're talking about. But also, it would probably be worth going to check out the video on YouTube if you really want to see the charts, because we'll edit them in, right, Danny? All right, cool. So where do you want to start, man?
Yeah, we're going to start again with a spiral chart.
Love this one. I think this is my favorite chart. Do you want me to hit it in?
Yeah.
So if you haven't seen this chart, how would you explain it? You'll do a better job than me.
Well, if you say that the halving is the catalyst of each bull market, which kind of traditionally it has been in Bitcoin, due to the supply shock a little bit caused by the halving. Obviously, that's kind of that effect is diminishing, but it still has been the catalyst for each bull market. So if we take the spiral and we count in block time in this case, each halving is 210,000 blocks. So a full rotation in the spiral chart is 210,000 blocks, which is a little less than 4 years. And so if you do that, if you plot all the data points, then there are some interesting observations that you can make. The all-time highs and the bottoms, they kind of fall at a similar point in time if you do that. And besides the fact that the beautiful thing about the spiral chart is that without any model, it's possible to see Bitcoin's price spinning outwards. So you don't need any model to see where Bitcoin's price is going. So if we keep on following the same pattern, Bitcoin should reach between 100,000 and a million in next cycle, and possibly higher after that, so that is quite bullish.
If it continues to play out the same.
Yeah.
So, I'm with you. I think it's such a super interesting chart. What I can't decide with the halving driving the cycle is there some economics to it, or is it the narrative?
It's also a bit of a narrative. I mean, I think in the early days, the effect of the halving was obviously more intense, than it is now. That's why I like it to call it the halving hype cycle, because there's also just a lot of hype around the halving, which also obviously has an effect on price. And so it can still serve as a catalyst through this narrative, right? But yeah, indeed. But if we look a bit at if we zoom out even a little further, if we look at a bit of the macroeconomic picture, we can kind of also see that Bitcoin followed similar patterns to, for example, the S&P 500 or so. So it's not just that the halving. We cannot not say that the halving was the catalyst of each cycle. Bitcoin has been Bitcoin came out of the 2008 financial crisis, and so and Satoshi, for some reason, chose this 4-year period as a to have these halvings, and that kind of perfectly aligned also with the bigger macro picture. And so it's and we'll get to a chart as well later to show that.
And for the next cycle to fall between 100,000 and 1 million is quite broad.
Mm-hmm.
Why have you chosen those as the numbers so people understand?
Well, that is just simply looking at if we cross the 100, it seems like we're going to cross the 100,000 mark at least next cycle if we continue the same pattern in the. I actually don't think next cycle we will necessarily cross the million mark. That would maybe be for the cycle after that, but it seems like it's kind of impossible to not go above 100,000 if we follow the same pattern in the spiral chart.
And these red dots in the spiral chart, are they the bottom?
Yeah, those are the bottoms. Yeah.
And they look to be within just a few blocks of each other.
Yeah,
each 210,000.
If you go to the next slide, I drew a line from the center, and you can see that actually amazingly. But this is in Bitcoin time, so it's in block time. The all-time high from the last cycle and the current cycle, and also the bottoms from the last cycle and the current cycle, they are just like blocks apart, which is quite astonishing. But it was hard to predict this pattern because obviously the cycle before that was a little more shifted. So I still think also that using human time, just years and months, is in general better to look at the chart than in block time, because people don't think in block time, right? So it's but it's still astonishing that the all-time highs and the bottoms fell nearly at the exact same moment in the cycle.
And you know what? The one in the previous cycle is still fairly close, especially on the bottom.
Yeah.
But to me, that says this is more like a maturing market. It's as it's matured, there's become some consistency because it's still not that far out. That's within 1/8 of the quadrant.
Yeah. It's still very close. I agree, and it seems to be that indeed this pattern could continue unless we deviate away from the halving cycle, which is still a possibility as well.
So, what block is the all-time high going to be at? You must have looked that up.
It's right in the chart, right? It's
did it say?
It's the 78,000, a little more, no?
Of the cycle.
Of the cycle.
So what that is? What's that?
That's
block.
maths I can't do.
Hold on, it's 210,000 times 4 plus, or times 3 plus.
Yeah, so
1,
it's
2, 3.
It's also in the chart.
Yeah, so it's 4 times 210,000 plus.
Yeah, it was the 630 plus the let's say 80,000.
So it's about 710.
710. Yeah, that was more or less.
We need to be able to put alarms on our phones based on blocks now. Block time. Can we do that?
I mean, probably.
NVK, well, saying block clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Block alert.
Block alert. Do you yourself trade based on this data?
Yeah, I do. On a cycle basis.
Yeah. Interesting. It's fascinating. It blows my mind.
I'm not a day trader. Like, I cannot tell where the price is going tomorrow. But on a cycle basis, there are definitely very good patterns.
There are 2 trades you need to make on the cycle.
Basically, yeah.
It's fascinating. The other thing I like about it is that the way you track the price in the spiral chart, the lines have never crossed.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's quite an important thing to maintain, quite an interesting thing to maintain.
Yeah, if we would cross, that would, I do think, and I think I already mentioned that also in our last interview, is that at some point in time we will likely cross, because I do think cycles are, for now they're not shifting, but it's very likely that they will shift at some point in the future. And also if price is gonna stabilize a bit more at some point, maybe also it becomes more volatile first, but eventually, who knows? Measured in USD, it could actually become more volatile. We'll also get to that. But if the market cap grows, it could happen that the lines will cross at some point in time. I still think that the spiral chart will be useful even if that happens. But it's cool for now that that hasn't happened.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that supports that is the liquid supply appears to always be falling as we have new Bitcoiners coming in, becoming hodlers. And then you add into that, there's less new supply coming in every day after the halving. You can see why there's a certain catalyst for it to keep growing like this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'll get to that in some of the charts as well. I made the hodl model, which we discussed also in the last interview. And there's definitely some interesting observations there that are actually very bullish.
All right, let's go to the next one then. Okay.
Yeah. So here we continue with the spiral chart, but now we use just normal time. So this is a 4-year cycle, which also is a common term in Bitcoin, right? But you can see now that the green dots, they are a little. Those are in the northwest, let's say. They are a bit. They're not completely on this on the vertical line. Let's say where the 4-year cycle starts, and because the halving is a little less than 4 years. So now one full rotation in the spiral represents 4 years, and obviously it's on log scale. So each ring. Going outwards is times 10, so it goes from $1 to $10 and so forth. The most outer ring is $1 million in this case, and what the cool thing about looking at this in human time is because we can track a bit better seasonality as well. So it seems every 4 years at least around Christmas time we have this all-time high. It again came true this cycle, and the year after around Christmas time we have we have a bottom. Those red dots in the bottom,
and they're even closer. The bottoms are even closer on those 3 years, based on time.
Yeah. So you can see that the halving kind of shifts back a little bit. I also added in the predicted halving of this. So there's one green dot there. That's actually, I put that at 40,000 because I think that's a reasonable price to make at the next halving. But you can see that again, that's a little shifted. It's a little earlier in the cycle. We will reach that point a little earlier than the previous halving in the same cycle. And so the halvings, so the cycles are shifting a little bit, and you can also see that in the bottoms very well, right? So all those trees, they appear a little earlier in the cycle. Also the all-time high in the last cycle, at least it did not in the previous cycle, but yeah. So the cycles are shifting a little bit there, but yeah, most of the all-time highs are all made in that first quadrant, which is one very interesting observation. And yeah, I think, I mean, all bottoms are in the south, and it's very likely that if we continue the pattern with the cycle, that the bottom is in this time. Like, I'm way more confident now than I was last time. Last time we had like this capitulation event in June, which was a true capitulation event. Like, it was a significant one, like comparable with bottoms of other cycles. So, but time-wise, yeah, there was still this the south of this chart that like kept saying like, okay, we can make another low there, and I warned for that last time, and indeed that it did happen as well. We made another low, although I was not sure if we were going to make another low, but I did expect some downside still in that south area. But we did make another low, and that was also mainly due to like I mean, the events that happened around FTX, and so you know, if we didn't have an FTX or so, maybe we would have just made like another low, but not an old, like not a cycle low there. But in this case, we did, you know.
Isn't it strange though? Every cycle we find a reason or something happens that does cause that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that strange, because if price starts going down, things start falling apart, you know, like so. Yeah. So it's just like this waterfall effect, and yeah, so it's not that strange, but there's some event that will happen indeed, and it depends on which one, you know, like.
So Christmas time's going to be good.
Not
this year, next year.
Yeah, so we're still a year away from the halving, and basically, like, yeah, if we would make an all-time high again at more or less the same time in the cycle, that would be two years out, you know.
All right, man.
Yeah, here I marked still the all-time highs, the bottoms, and the halvings.
That's mad.
That they're like all at exactly the same moment in the cycle.
And they're basically within about a month of each other, it looks like.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Hold on. Each quarter is a year. Yeah, it looks like within about a
more
month.
or less. Yeah, it's really close to each other for, you know.
I'll be interested to do this again in 2 years if we're plotting it the same.
Yeah, I will be too.
All right.
So this, I had that in there as well the last time. This and it's actually very interesting. This is the same. I mean, the price pattern is just on the 4-year cycle again, except now we color coded the chart and based on the short-term holder cost basis. And the short-term holder cost basis is really an amazing, like very powerful on-chain metric, in my opinion. There's so much information that you can pull out of that classification.
Do you want to explain what it is?
Yeah, so the short-term holder cost basis is actually the same as the short-term holder realized price. So to say again first, what is the realized price? The realized price is the average purchase price of all Bitcoin. So all transactions on the blockchain, we can look at the price that they moved, and so the average price that we get is the realized price. So it's the average investor price, basically. And we can also then look at only a certain age of coins. And so it's very useful to do this, because if we look at a relatively young coins, so in this case, it's about 5 months, there's a lot more recency in the data, you know, like, so you can see what's happening now rather than what has happened in the whole history of Bitcoin. And so based on that, you can. So the short-term holder cost base is just the average purchase price of young coins, so young holders, and they are more affected by recent news and events, you know, like, so typically if price drops, it's mostly short-term holders that are selling rather than long-term holders. So it's very useful to have this metric as an indicator, and you can actually use this for all kinds of things. We're going to get to some, but in this case, I used it to mark the difference between bull and bear markets within Bitcoin, and we can see that the second quadrant of the spiral here, it was completely red, yellow, you know, like there was not even a single dot of green. And actually in nearly all cycles, it was kind of just only red, that whole quadrant. And again, we got out of that quadrant, and we made the bottom in the south, and we started to have the first green appear again, like a little bit. So the first, signs of, again, a bit of more bullish a bull market. It's not maybe yet a full grown bull market, but I mean, at least some the early signs. And so yeah, I think to continue maybe with the short-term holder, the usefulness of the short-term holder cost basis, we can also go to the next chart. And this is actually to look a bit more at the recent data. So what is Bitcoin doing now? So I mean, we can see the current cycle here. So we had the all-time high in April, then we had the November highs, and then we made a bottom in June. You can see that touched that black line. So here I use the green line is the short-term holder cost basis, and then basically the red and the black line. Those are the mezzanine and the floor, I call them. They are 2 levels lower than that, So and they seem to, I chose those levels myself, but if you look at the history of Bitcoin, price has almost never fallen below the floor, in its entire lifetime. And as well, this intermediate level has been touched many times. Like sometimes a local bottom is formed there, and so with the June low, you can see that we had like really a true capitulation events, and we even touched that black line there. Whereas actually the actual bottom that we had, I think it was in November as well. It only touched the intermediate level, the red line, but and then we actually crossed above the short-term holder cost basis, which is an indication that we're kind of getting out of the bear market. We're now in a bull market, and then we had a confirmation by actually again finding support on that same short-term holder cost basis, and we continue. And now we're kind of in the level again where we might have either find support again on that short-term holder cost basis, which would be bullish because that would be kind of a continuation of the bull market, or if we fall below, we could see some temporary downside, and maybe fall back to lower levels like the intermediate level or the floor.
Is there any logic to why this happened? Is there a mathematical reason why you think this might happen?
Yeah, so I mean, the logical reason is because so short-term holders are more affected by price movement. So they will be tempted to sell more quickly than long-term holders. So when there are events happening, short-term holders will either sell and the short-term holder cost basis is the average purchase price of such short-term holders. So when prices are trading above the short-term holder cost basis, short-term holders are in profit, so they feel good in general, right? So if price is below the short-term holder cost basis, they are at a loss. And so this level of the short-term holder cost basis for that particular group serves as a level where either if we're trading above it and we fall to the short-term holder cost basis, they might step out of the market to step out at and not have any profits, but to not get any losses, right? And the same thing happens when we're below and when they're at a loss for quite some time. Whenever they get to that level where they're equal, then they might also step out of the market. That's why it's such an interesting level.
Recovery. Amazing.
So here's it's the zoomed out version of that chart. So the whole more or less, it's since 2013, I see. But yeah, you can see that this the floor, it has been touched like every time more or less in the bottom of the bear market. And those intermediate levels have also been touched several times soon after making a bottom, and that again happened this cycle. So it's a useful level to watch as a trader.
This show is brought to you by Wasabi, who I am using to keep my Bitcoin private. Now, Wasabi is the easiest way for you to send and receive Bitcoin privately. And even for non-technical people like me, it is effortless and it provides privacy by default. With Wasabi, there is no minimum amount, so you can start coin joining straight away. And Wasabi users make CoinJoin transactions together with BTC Pay and Trezor users, and BTC Pay server users can make payments in CoinJoin, which saves on fees and is a privacy improvement. Also, Wasabi have just dropped a new feature. Now, Trezor Suite users can make CoinJoins directly on the hardware wallet, which is obviously very cool. Now, if you want to find out more, please head over to wasabiwallet.io, which is WASABIWALLET.io. Next up today, we have BitCasino. Now, BitCasino was established in 2013 and is the world's first licensed Bitcoin casino. It is trusted by tens of thousands of players worldwide, and they not only have cutting-edge security, but they offer fast withdrawals and VIP experiences that money can't buy. BitCasino also has over 2,800 games and tournaments for you to try out, and with their 24/7 live chat support, you can always get help if needed. Now, if you want to find out more about BitCasino, the first Bitcoin casino to win an EGR award, head over to bitcasino.io, which is bitcasino.io. And please remember to gamble responsibly. Next up today, we have Unchained. Now, events at exchanges and traditional banks over the last year have been an important reminder of how critical it is for you to take control of your private keys. But listen, I know for some of you this can be daunting, which is why our friends at Unchained offer a personalized concierge onboarding service. Now, I've personally been through the process and have now set up the vaults for my football team, Real Bedford. And okay, I've got a personal recommendation here. The multi-sig solution which Unchained have created is so easy to use. They also ship you the required devices and walk you through this step by step so you understand exactly how the vaults work. After you set up, Unchained continues to provide you with regular support to help you get comfortable with controlling your keys. Now, if you've been putting off taking control of your Bitcoin wealth, Unchained's concierge onboarding is a simple way to get started. So book your onboarding today at unchained.com/whatbitcoindid, which is unchained.com/whatbitcoindid. And at the checkout, you can get $50 off with the promo code whatbitcoindid. Also today, we have Spellcaster, The Fall of SBF. Now, many thought Sam Bankman-Fried was changing the game as he graced the pages of Forbes and Vanity Fair, and some people in crypto saw him as a breath of fresh air from the usual Wall Street buffs with his casual dress and his ability to play League of Legends during board meetings. But in just 1 month, his exchange would collapse, and SBF would find himself in handcuffs with tens of thousands of investors blaming him for their losses. From Bloomberg and Wondery comes Spellcaster, a new 6-part docu-series about the meteoric rise and fall of FTX and founder Sam Bankman-Fried. Follow Spellcaster wherever you get your podcasts, and Prime members, you can listen to episodes ad-free on Amazon Music. So please download the Amazon Music app today. Okay.
Yeah, we'll still continue with some spiral charts. So this is... I like to, I mean, this is again a bit the bigger picture, but, we compare Bitcoin to silver, gold, and real estate. We did that last time as well.
Yeah, let me just explain the chart to people who are listening. So where we have these circles, concentric circles. Are they concentric circles?
Yeah, I mean,
when you look at the spiral chart, what the big carrot's done, he's put circles in to explain essentially the market cap for silver, gold, and real estate, and how Bitcoin is chasing these down. And it's touched on the silver market cap a couple of times. Is that twice in the last year?
The last cycle we did in April and in November. I think in November we actually went above it like just slightly, but yeah, we surpassed. Yeah, we surpassed silver's market cap just by a small margin, but then again we dropped back below it. But it seems if we continue the pattern, that indeed next cycle we will have to go above a silver's market cap, and we're going to start going after gold, which will be cool.
Will be fascinating.
It will be fun. Also, because especially after the next halving, so in a year, Bitcoin's inflation rate will also be lower. It's now more or less the same as gold, but after next halving, which is already in a year, it will actually drop for the first time lower than gold. So it's going to be interesting.
Someone will have to check on Peter Schiff. That will be fascinating though, because the gold bugs just will be in disbelief.
Yeah, I think, once Bitcoin really starts competing with gold, it's going to be very interesting.
10 trillion, that's a long way to go yet.
It's still, I still expect at least a full cycle. Maybe, I don't expect actually to trade above that the coming cycle. It's probably going to take another cycle after that.
Yeah.
Do we know what the price of Bitcoin would be for it to do that? Rough.
I have that mapped out. I have a chart where I have Bitcoin's price and gold's price if we would surpass it, but I'm not sure what the price is at now.
It's basically, but is it 500,000?
Yeah, about that. If there's not quite 20 million coins,
but 20 million-ish, 500,000. Yeah, I mean, we could flow with it. Interesting. It depends what gold does as well, though.
Yeah, and gold has been going up recently, obviously, because of recessionary fears. And so this, here, so I compare Bitcoin. It's a bit similar, but I compare them to the biggest currencies in the world. So we have the British pound there, the Japanese yen, the euro, the USD, and the Chinese yen.
The pound is fucked. It's coming for it.
We're now more or less trading similar to, for example, the Mexican peso or so. So already kind of. So and these are the biggest currencies in the world, by the way. Yeah. So Bitcoin already surpassed many, in market terms of market cap, but we're already trading at a similar currency, for example, the Mexican peso now, and yeah, we're going after the pound next. So that looks good.
I don't have to feel too patriotic about that one. Interesting. Fascinating.
Yeah, so here I plotted the Bitcoin halvings. They're scaled, to the current cycle. So you can see how far, how much of a price increase, for example, the 2013 cycle had. It would have gone more or less to 1 million almost if we would have the similar returns in this cycle, which is obviously not reasonable to think because the market cap has increased significantly. But I added here also the realized price. Those are those other lines that you can see there, and we can see that those bottoms they fell more or less at the similar moment in time below realized price. So realized price is again the average purchase price of all Bitcoin, so price only trades about maximum a year below realized price each cycle, and it seems that we're past that point now, and we made a low. So.
I mean, the pattern here is every cycle, the percent growth we see is reducing.
Yeah. So those are diminishing returns, as they call them.
Yeah. So does it eventually get to the point where there's no returns to be made and we go backwards?
Yeah. So I have some evidence why I think that's not going to happen, and actually I think that potentially the next cycle might have a higher increase than current cycle. And I'll show the reasons for that, but it has to do with illiquid supply and each Bitcoin getting more scarce, and so we'll get to that in the next charts. But yeah, if you think and the lock growth curve again is one of those famous models, right, in Bitcoin, then you would expect diminishing returns each cycle, but if we look at the patterns on chain, what's actually happening, Bitcoin is getting more scarce. And I think when hype is coming back next cycle, I think it might cause higher price increases than that we had last cycle.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, this is still the same comparison, but now they're not scaled. They're just really on a normal price scale. So we can see again that year. I also mentioned this chart I showed in the last interview, where we have this period of a year where it's actually really a good accumulation zone. I think we mentioned that last interview. This is an ideal time to be accumulating Bitcoin, and we're kind of now past that red zone. So I think our last interview was 8 months ago or so.
Yeah.
So that year more or less has passed now. It's still reasonable to buy Bitcoin or to average in. If especially if you think that next cycle we will reach prices higher than 100K. But the ideal accumulation zone was in that red zone, and where we made the bottom, obviously. So if we look at the amount of supply that is in circulation that is held by short-term holders, I think it's again shows where the short-term holder is such a powerful metric. we can use this kind of as a proxy for demand, or how much hype is there in the market currently. Because there's high amounts of young coins. That means a lot of new people are coming in the market, and that's why these peaks here that you can see with they correlate with all the blue dots, in the price chart. With the all-time highs are made during those peaks. And yeah, as you can see, we're nearly at a low, we're very low. So there's really not much of hype in the market currently. There's not many young coins in the market, which is also reason to believe that, that we cannot expect high price increases. I think we're still gonna have some horizontal price movement, let's say. I expect that kind of to be the case until the next halving, but yeah, it's kind of waiting for one of those peaks again in young supply where new hype is coming in the market, and it seems to happen more or less every 4 years, right?
It's interesting that the previous all-time high basically had no hype. The second time we hit 68K or whatever it was, 69K. Yeah. The second top in the but that was actually a top made only on long-term holders being really excited about Bitcoin and expecting that price would still continue to go above 100K. That's why. But if you looked at this indicator, you already knew that was not very sustainable, and so that's why we barely made a new all-time high there. By the way, we almost didn't. So it's the April top was actually the true peak of the cycle. Also in terms of hype, and if hype is gone, it's not going to come back soon. It takes a couple of years. Again, it needs to build up. There need to be some catalyst, but yeah, it will come again next year. I don't see any reason why not.
If you had a platform with live charts for this, I would subscribe. I would pay to access it.
Yeah, you're a lucky man.
Is that on the roadmap?
You're a lucky man. You can go to bitcoinstrategyplatform.com and subscribe. You will
Is it already there? It's already there.
It's already there. Yeah.
That sounded like such a setup, didn't it? It sounded like such a setup. Danny, keep bookmark that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So here, we'll discuss a bit of the bearish case. So here I compared Bitcoin to the S&P 500, and we use TA because obviously we don't have access to on-chain analysis in traditional finance. So we can only compare the two through TA. And so we use the relative strength index, which is on a scale from 0 to 100, like what is Bitcoin's momentum, basically, or the S&P in this case. The blue line is the S&P. And so I zoomed out a little further, but you can see that the orange line, so we had the recession in 2008. We had the relative strength index touched values below 20 there, Bitcoin came forward out of that crisis more or less. So it was launched, and but you can see that this Bitcoin's RSI kind of follows the same pattern. In the beginning, a little less still, but it starts to correlate more and more, with the S&P. So we can see the similar cycles there actually.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think we have that correlation?
As the S&P as well is a bit of a risk asset, so Bitcoin is correlated to risk assets currently more than it was in the past. But it seems to be the natural human psychology, so these market cycles, they obviously don't only happen they happen in all markets, and risk appetite or that happens in all markets, and that's why this correlation is there. But this again shows why also we cannot say that the halvings, which actually those are the horizontal lines that you can see there, those are actually the halvings in time. So we made a bottom, and then the halving comes, and we do see that after the halving, that Bitcoin's price outpaces kind of the S&P, so there was, especially in the first cycle, for example, if you look at the first halving, Bitcoin's RSI spiked way higher than the S&P did. So, but it has been more similar. I think that's why we can also, if you look at other macro, if you look at other indicators in macro, Bitcoin also will follow similar cycle pattern. So that's why also I do believe the halving is a bit of a narrative. It still causes obviously the hype around it currently probably more than the actual halving, but it still causes it still serves as a catalyst. This is kind of worrying in a way, because if Bitcoin's price stays correlated and we do get a recession, later this year or early next year, and we get to an RSI in the S&P of like below 20 again, like we did in the dot-com bubble or in the Great Recession, Bitcoin's price could temporarily, we could deviate a bit from the 4-year cycle, in that sense.
So we kind of need the bull market before then.
Yeah, well, I think it will kind of go hand in hand. I mean, if we have if there's going to be a recession, I don't expect an immediate. I think it will just be we will have to. A recession takes about a year, 2 years, So we'll just have a bit of a delay, before we get to the bull market. So it depends on what's going to happen on a macro level with Bitcoin. I mean, if we do get a recession, we can have a bit of a delay in the next bull market, which would also deviate the cycle pattern. So this is a very, I think, an important chart to keep track of, because if we start going, if we get an RSI below 40 again in the next months or so, that's a severe warning signal that we could potentially, or Bitcoin needs to decorrelate, which also can happen. If Bitcoin becomes more, if we get the digital gold narrative, it will be interesting to watch. I don't know if that will happen. I mean, for now it's quite correlated to the S&P, but we could decorrelate, and it's possible. And definitely, if we look at some of the charts later that I'll still show about illiquid supply, so how Bitcoin is getting more scarce, there is a possibility that we actually might decorrelate.
Okay.
So this is the
HODL model.
The HODL model, or these are the charts that go along with the HODL model. So here is Bitcoin's supply shown. That's just the circulating supply. So the orange line that you can see, it's 19 million something coins that we have currently in circulation, and here I made the division between illiquid supply and liquid supply. So the orange part of this chart is actually the supply that's available for trade, whereas the illiquid supply, the blue part of the chart, is actually coins that hardly move. And so instead of instead of looking at the age of coins, what we do with illiquid and liquid supply is looking at the spending behavior of coins. So if someone spends less than 25% of their holdings, it's considered illiquid supply. Whereas if someone spends more than 25% of his holdings, he's considered an illiquid person or a liquid entity, because he might sell Bitcoin at any moment in time, basically. And so this is very interesting because especially the orange part of this chart, so the liquid part, so the supply that's actually available for trade, you could see that if you think of price as a function of supply and demand, the orange part is actually the supply part of the function, and so it's obviously a proxy. It's an approximation. It's not a perfect indicator, but it gives it does a decent job, in my opinion, about what is the actual supply available for trade.
Yeah, and the interesting part of this is that the circulating supply, the liquid supply, is every 4 years it's reducing.
Yeah,
so that's going to start going horizontal-ish.
Yeah, so the circulating supply after every halving, the steepness of that curve will basically halve because the issuance halves every halving, and so that flattens out. We're already at 19 million, and we will only go to 21 million in the next 100 years. So, but the illiquid supply seems to be growing. And so where. The idea of the HODL model is that the third halving kind of was an inflection point because as you can see in this chart, the supply issuance outpaced illiquid supply growth until the third halving. But after the third halving, suddenly illiquid supply is growing faster at a faster rate than new supply is entering Bitcoin in circulation, and that's kind of fascinating because that means that Bitcoin is getting more scarce.
Yeah.
And that has only been happening for a relatively short amount of time. And we started out with a relatively high amount of, actually around that third halving is the highest amount of available supply, which so a very abundant Bitcoin, let's say. So, and we had the kind of disappointing, perhaps, bull market after that. But so if you think that, we had a lot of supply during that bull market, it makes sense that we didn't get to like extreme high prices. Whereas next halving, it looks quite a bit more bullish.
Definitely. Wow. That's a cool chart.
So here's the HODL model then. So what does the HODL model do? So it tries to kind of predict the growth rate of illiquid supply. And because we can map a bit, Bitcoin's supply issuance schedule is known into the future. And so we can map the HODL model, or we can try to predict like what is liquid supply going to do. And so and the HODL model is a very conservative model in this case. And you can see also that illiquid supply is kind of like quite a bit above the model value there. And in the bottom chart, we look at the same thing, but we look at it in percentage terms. So how much supply of how much supply is illiquid of the total supply in percentage terms. And so we can see that we start at 100% because in the beginning of Bitcoin, nearly all supply was illiquid, and then kind of supply starts moving more and gets spent more, and then so it dropped. But at that third halving, we made a low there. So the HODL model makes a low, and illiquid supply made a low there, and we have been rising since. So that means that again the available supply for trade is shrinking. So Bitcoin is getting more scarce since that third halving. And this was the model that I also showed last time. And what I didn't show was this was the conservative HODL model. I also had an optimistic HODL model, which is the HODL model S.
Oh, wow. That's the S curve.
That's the S curve. Yeah. The HODL model S, which is a model that I actually have never shared yet.
Hold on. Where are we here?
2030, that.
2030.
Yeah.
Do we want everything like Bitcoin to become very liquid though, or do we want people spending it?
If you think of Bitcoin as a store of value, mainly, it makes sense that most of the supply is just stored, right? But there will be always a small part of the supply that's liquid, and that will be used for trade. But if you think, of all the money in the world, like most value is also stored, either in real estate or bonds or like in all kinds of things, right? It's just sitting there. Whereas the money that's spent on an actual day-to-day basis is a lot less. So the HODL model S I have never shared. It's actually the first time that I show this model. The reason I didn't share it last time also was because it was kind of like too optimistic, and coming from a stock to flow model that was kind of like had a bit of like a negative impact on. I didn't want to. It's better to have a conservative model and be wrong to the upside than to have an optimistic model and be wrong to the downside. But even now with the HODL model S, we're actually still trading. Like the illiquid supply is still above the model value, even with the optimistic model that I had.
So by the end of the next cycle, that really could get crazy.
Yeah, if we keep track with this model, I don't know. I mean, we will have hyper Bitcoinization within 2 cycles. I can also not believe it myself. That's why I didn't share this chart last time, and why But I think now we've been past a bit like the whole stock to flow model, and it's fine. And especially since we're still trading above it now, I feel like it's good to share this.
This show is brought to you by Ledger. Now, Ledger is the world's leader in Bitcoin security, and it's the best way for you to own and secure your private keys. If you are still holding Bitcoin on an exchange or with a custodian, it might be time for you to take your Bitcoin security a little more seriously, because remember, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. Now, Ledger hardware wallets paired with the Ledger Live app are the easiest and safest way for you to start managing your private keys. You can send and sign your Bitcoin transactions with full transparency in the Ledger Live app, and honestly, it couldn't be easier. I've been a Ledger customer since 2017, and I'm still using the same Nano S I bought back then. Now, if you want to find out more or purchase a hardware wallet from Ledger, then please head over to shop.ledger.com, which is shop.ledger.com. Next up today, we have Iris Energy. Now, Iris is the largest NASDAQ-listed Bitcoin miner using 100% renewable energy. Their strategy is to target markets with low-cost, excess renewable energy, and they build their own highly efficient Bitcoin data centers. They are led by a seasoned management team with a track record of success across renewables, infrastructure, and digital assets. And Danny and I met them recently in Canada and were super impressed with Iris Energy and their values, which align with us, so they're a great fit for what Bitcoin did in you, the listeners. Now, we're going to be working with Iris Energy on everything from the podcast to films to live events, and they're even sponsoring my football team, Real Bedford. So we're really happy to be working with such a forward-thinking and sustainable Bitcoin mining company. Now, if you want to find out more, please head over to irisenergy.co, which is irisenergy.co. Also, today we have Ledden. From savings accounts to personal loans and even mortgages, Ledden's financial services enable Bitcoiners to experience the benefits of their holdings today without selling their Bitcoin. Ledden has a robust risk management strategy and always prioritizes safeguarding clients' assets with no DeFi yield farming. And Ledden only supports Bitcoin and USDC, two of the highest quality and most liquid assets in the industry. They are also dedicated to transparency and are the first digital asset lending company to complete a proof of reserves attestation, which they re-verify every 6 months. With multilingual support on standby 24/7, Ledden is there to support all your needs. And not only is Ledden a sponsor, I am also a customer of theirs. Now, if you want to find out more, please head over to ledden.io, which is LEDN.io. This is where it'll get really real with all other football clubs, where they'll be like, oh, this is why he did it.
Won't you be in the Premier League in 8 years?
No.
Championship, maybe?
No. I mean, I'm thinking, I'm looking about the middle of the next cycle. What's that? 2, 3, 4 years. I think it's by the time we hit the league, our treasury will start accelerating in price, and then we can probably build that 50,000 seat stadium in Bedford.
Yeah. I mean, if this model is going to continue keeping up, you can hire some really good players.
Oh, this excites the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
But it's funny because, when you first see prices go up, you get really excited because you think about personal net wealth. But I'm beyond that now. All I think about is this football club. How do I get this football club up the leagues? And money is a function of this, like available funds to invest in players, the team, your facilities. I look at this and think, oh, we can do this.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe you can get to.
Did you come to a game? I can't remember.
I went to see the field.
Oh,
but
yeah.
There wasn't a game.
There
no.
wasn't a game one. We're going to get you over for a game at some point. This is the coolest chart in here.
Mm-hmm.
What does it make you think?
I don't know. I think I like the idea of spend and replace, and then you don't have as much liquid supply.
But you can still spend it. It doesn't matter what they.
But then it's liquid. Then at that point, if it's moving regularly, then it's become part of the liquid supply, presumably.
Yeah, but the value you've got is so much more that you don't need to spend that much of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if the dollar value increases, obviously you need to spend less Bitcoin.
Yeah,
so.
But I'd hope more and more people start spending and replacing as more and more people accept Bitcoin. So I guess that then increases the. I understand the point, but
but also more and more people will use it as a store of value. So that's and
both can be true, right?
Both can be true at the same time.
Both more can be spending, and
because if you're spending and replacing, it doesn't remove the store of value aspect of it, but you also are actually using this.
And if we're recruiting more Bitcoiners at an increasing rate, we can all be spending more.
Yeah.
By the way, in this model, so here the third halving serves as this inflection point where Bitcoin becomes more scarce. But what I don't show here, but I do think there will be a second inflection point, because here kind of all of Bitcoin supply will be liquid by 2035 or something. So
supply shocks.
That is, but that obviously won't happen. There will always be liquid supply.
You would just need to zoom in more. That's the point. Is that there will always be a gap.
Yeah, there will always be a gap, but it will. But I think that gap will stabilize at some point.
Yeah.
The sooner the closer we get to like hyper Bitcoinization, so there will be a second inflection point where because here the available supply will kind of shrink to zero, but that's obviously not going to happen. So there will be some second inflection point where and that likely will be more close to hyper Bitcoinization, where we'll stabilize in terms of liquid supply.
Love this chart.
Can I just ask one more question on that? Because I can't quite figure this out in my head. If we move to a world where everyone's getting paid in Bitcoin and spending Bitcoin, everything becomes much more liquid, presumably, because coins are like moving hands. Even though there's not like a US dollar trade or a great like a pound trade, like the Bitcoin is swapping hands more.
Yeah, I think that's why I think there will be a second inflection, but it might be Satoshis, that are kind of like swapped. So it depends on Bitcoin's price. So the higher Bitcoin's price gets in US dollar terms, the less Bitcoin needs to be moved, but
the more of like the global economy that goes to being paid in Bitcoin, then like I think that could probably outstrip the sort of the shrinking.
So
of the
if price does a 10x and you start moving, like if price does 10x or so, like then also the supply that you trade would be 10 times less, in dollars terms. So,
but at the moment,
Bitcoin can grow a lot in terms. If the user base grows times 10, but the price also goes times 10, like then
I don't know if it's
the same amount of kind of liquid supply trading.
But I don't know if it's just the growth of the user base, because like the vast majority of the user base, like 99.9%, I would guess, are not getting paid in Bitcoin. And so if like the way that people interact with Bitcoin changes, I guess that could change that ratio as well. Because if everyone if say that 0.1% of people get paid in Bitcoin now becomes 10%, then that can, like, the 10x in price can get outstripped by that.
Yeah, I also think, by the time that nearly the whole world gets paid in Bitcoin, we're not going to measure in USD terms anymore. Like, it's not going to be a value, but we can still look on chain, like how much supply is going to be used for, like how much supply is going to be liquid and how much illiquid.
Mm-hmm.
That percentage we can still see in it. But I think, and I cannot predict that now. But I do think, there will be a second inflection point
where it starts going the other way,
where we again maybe start increasing or at least stabilize in terms of available supply for trade. So this is it's again zoomed in on that orange part, which is the available supply for trade. But here we look at it at percentage terms. So how much percent of the supply is available for trade? And we can see that in the first halving we had around 20% of the supply was available for trade, and we had these huge price increases that came with that. Then we had in the second halving we had 25% of the supply available for trade. And we still had we did 20x or so in 2017. And then the third halving, so that was actually the inflection point, we had the highest amount of available supply for trade, which you can see like quite clearly in this chart. And since then we have been going down.
So we've just lived through what should be the hardest cycle.
Actually, I do think so. Yeah. If you look at Bitcoin scarcity, that is the case. Like obviously it also depends on all events and how much demand there is, and so there's other factors at play. But in terms of Bitcoin scarcity, the highest amount of available supply was available around that third halving. So
and so then it kind of makes sense that we didn't really have a 10x cycle that a lot of people expected. They expected it based on previous cycles, but they weren't looking at this data. And for us to have such a huge, jump from, we kind of did what the bottom was 3K, we topped at 60, so that's really a 20x actually. But I think, there's some people thought we were going to go to 100, 150, 200, maybe even 300, because they were basing it based on the growth of a previous cycle. But with a massive increase in the supply, available for trade. That made it a lot harder.
Yeah, I usually measure from the previous all-time high. So in that sense, the all-time high, the previous all-time high was like 20K, and so this cycle we only got to 69K. So it was like a 3 point something X. Whereas in the 2017 we had the 20X. We went from 1200,
nearly about 18,
to something like that. But if next cycle, and it looks like it, I mean, that we're going to have a supply that's available supply for trade that's going to be more similar to the 2017 cycle.
So another 18x.
Hold
on, that would be on 60K. No, come on, that'd be a million.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
Shit, what was my bet with Hodl? What was? Yeah. Root says we definitely hit $1 million next cycle.
He promises.
Yeah, he promised us. What was my bet with American Hodl?
I think it was it $1 million by 2027?
I think it was. He could win that.
You might lose, yeah.
I mean, I fucking hope you lose that bet.
Oh, I hope I lose that bet. I've never wanted to lose a bet more than that one.
Yeah.
Colin, do you understand why we want me to lose that bet?
Yeah. Yeah, so it is truly amazing. I think this is really the most underrated data. That's and I think that's kind of even that adds to the fact that it can happen like more likely, because no one is expecting it. Everyone is expecting diminishing returns, next cycle, just because everyone is focused on this locked growth base. Also, all history of Bitcoin has been diminishing returns. If you look at price, you will only think diminishing returns. But if you think of price as a function of supply and demand, now the supply is really getting more scarce. And it seems to be, I made a conservative model, which I shared 8 months ago. I actually made the optimistic model before the conservative model, but I found it too optimistic to share. So I tried to make a more conservative model, which I shared 8 months ago. But now I feel like since we're still trading above it, I also have to share the optimistic model. But even the optimistic model is not optimistic enough, apparently. So it's at that fast pace it's going, and the optimistic model is kind of like by 2030, which I also cannot believe. So I don't know, but the data is the data. I mean, obviously, also demand is a function, but we showed that with the short-term holder supply, which I think is a pretty good function for demand. So you have these peaks coming in. So, but if the supply is kind of scarce around the next halving, and we get one of those spikes again in hype, like in short-term holder, a lot of new young coins coming in, which I do expect at some point. Price could go quite insane.
What do you think we top out in the next? What's your strike price?
Yeah, I don't want to make any price predictions.
I know you don't. I don't. Why don't we all make? Should we all write one down and come back to it? We don't have to tell them.
I just said 1.2 million, right? I promised. No, it's no. I have.
Holy shit! If we went to 1.2 million,
Premier League, here you come.
Premier League, here we come.
There is some caveats here. I mean, I do think since the increase in market cap, it does become a little more difficult for the price to move. So even if we have a more, if you have a scarcer supply, I mean, it could still be harder to have the same amount of increases we did early on. But for me, like I think 100K next cycle is like the bare minimum. Based on the spiral, based on just available supply for trade, it seems very unlikely that we'll not surpass that.
Yeah, and I wonder if we did get up to those crazy numbers, then we would see more liquid supply come in, because there's people who have just gone from, I don't mean this to come across like a dick, but say you've got enough Bitcoin, you're worth 100,000, you're suddenly a millionaire. It's like, fuck, well, I'm going to sell half of this. I can buy a house. So like people who just have such massive gains.
We always see during bull markets that long-term holders are selling, and taking profits. And I do think since we didn't reach prices, higher than 100K last cycle, that a lot of long-term holders are still sitting on their Bitcoin, kind of that they would have liked to maybe take more profit in the last cycle, and so maybe also more tempted to sell a bit of that if prices start reaching those levels. But
no one ever takes profit. That's one thing. Everyone always expects it to go much higher than it does, and no one ever takes profit.
Yeah. So here, so you can see these the conservative model and the optimistic model of the supply, and so you can see that available supply is still trading below, is still below the optimistic model here, and so that's it's just kind of amazing. So here, I still showed this demand curve. So imagine getting another spike of demand with like less supply in the next cycle. I do think 2017 price increases, maybe less because we have an increased market cap, but I wouldn't be surprised if we surpass the last cycle's increase, in price. And so I said I don't really like to make price predictions like in the future, because I also think on-chain is not like very good at predicting like the future, like it's more, I think on-chain is more valuable in telling like what's currently happening. Like give me a block and I tell you what's happening. Like so if we we can, so I made this on-chain value map, which is actually built a bit also on Willy Woo's work. So the bottom indicator here is actually one of, a bit adjusted, but it's one of the indicators that Willy Woo did, which is coin value days destroyed. So it looks at how many coins, how many days a coin builds up, and how many of those days are destroyed once there is a transaction of that coin. And so it's kind of useful to make a bottom indicator. But the top indicator of this chart, I think, is very promising, and that is actually based on the average money invested in Bitcoin plus the available supply for trade. And it's a very simple indicator actually, and it gives this near perfectly, like we touch this top line of this value map near perfectly with each cycle, and so since Bitcoin is getting more scarce, also that line has kind of flattened out. So you can see in the last in the current cycle, you see that line kind of just stays relatively high. It's even higher than it was at the peak in April, and that is because available supply is shrinking. So that line kind of is good, and considering it will. So if more people start buying Bitcoin, so if new hype is coming in, then this red line will start to move up, because there's more, like Bitcoin's average purchase price will move up. So there's more money flowing into Bitcoin, which kind of it measures. And it also measures the available supply for trade. And so based on that, I think it's going to be one of the better top indicators for next cycle. But I cannot predict into the future, because I don't know how much money is going to be invested into Bitcoin over the next cycle. And I also don't know what tradable supply will be in the future. But we can look at the current moment. So as soon as this model, like if Bitcoin's price starts kind of hitting this red line, or it gets close to it, I think it will be like kind of become a top signal.
You know what I'm going to say, Danny?
I don't. Go on.
We need some more Bitcoin. We need more Bitcoin. We don't have enough Bitcoin.
No one has enough Bitcoin.
Sailor's going to be the richest person in the galaxy.
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, it's. I also need more Bitcoin.
We all need more Bitcoin. It's amazing. I love your charts. I think it's brilliant. I think it's very cool. It's super interesting. There's a lot of look. I understand they're just models, and models can be broken.
Yeah.
But it's super interesting. The bit that just really interests me is the available supply starting to drop. That inflection point is super interesting.
Yeah.
And you have that against growing demand.
And almost no one is talking about that, which is, people say, Bitcoin is scarce, but here's actually the data showing Bitcoin is getting more scarce. And kind of like not many people are paying attention to this.
And so when your thing, bitcoinstrategyplatform.com, I'm definitely advertising that right now. I can get live versions of these charts.
Yeah.
I am on. We need to subscribe to that. Ruth, that's amazing. Anything else you want to talk about?
No, I kind of wanted to do the follow-up of the last charts, and we went through them. So unless you still want to discuss some football or...
No, I tell you what I want to do is I want to come back and have a chat with you in about... I think we need to do this in about a year.
Yeah, just before the halving.
Yeah. Before or after?
Yeah. around the halving would be a very interesting
What about halving day?
Yeah.
Why don't we do halving day together?
Yeah.
Do we know when that is? When it's just
About April.
Yeah, it's the end of April.
You know what that is? It's end of the you know what that's end of the football season.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
Halving 2024. All right, Root, amazing. Do you want to reshow your platform? Tell people where to go.
Yeah, you can go to bitcoinstrategyplatform.com and sign up. You get free newsletters, and if you become a paid subscriber, you get access to the platform with all these charts.
How much is it?
It's $21 a month, but currently there's a limited 30% discount. So it's
why are you discount? You do not. I would switch that discount off now. After people hear this, they're going to be on it. You've gone for $21 to be like a Bitcoiner. You could charge way more for this.
I could, yeah. It's extremely valuable info, I think.
Yeah. All right, we're going to sign up. Root, love you, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
All right, pretty bullish, right? Okay, if you haven't seen this spiral chart from Root, definitely go and check out the YouTube version. Go and see that. It's pretty mad how this always lines up. Now, we might not be in a bull market right now, but I got a feeling things are going to get pretty good soon. It's looking good, man. And also, every bull market, we seem to have something that drives the price. And we had the news yesterday that BlackRock is launching an ETF. Well, is it an ETF? Functionally, it may look like one. Technically, it might not be one. But if Larry is out there telling people that Bitcoin is a place to put your money, it could be pretty interesting. I know there's some people out there will be pro this, some will be against this, especially as everything that's happened with Grayscale. But anyway, let's wait and see. Okay, any questions about this or anything else, then hit me up on my email. It's hello@whatbitcoindid.com.
Greatest wonders of the late modern world. So Greg Foss is understandably very passionate about it. So passionate, in fact, that he dropped 11 F-bombs in 31 seconds out of concern for its future. And he's Canadian. Why is such a stalwart Bitcoin proponent so concerned? Because two guys in cheap wizard costumes did a cringy Fortnite dance? Surely, the stakes must be higher. According to some, there is a battle underway for the future and soul of Bitcoin. The best in Bitcoin made audible. I am Guy Swan, and this is Bitcoin Audible. What is up, guys? Welcome back to Bitcoin Audible. I am Guy Swan, the guy who has read more about Bitcoin than anybody else you know. And we've got a really fun read today. This one actually just dropped yesterday by Roy Scheinfeld, which I've read. I read his stuff all the time if you haven't been keeping up. Roy Scheinfeld is the CEO, founder of Breeze and Breeze Technology and the Breeze Wallet, which has always been a favorite of mine. And they have... he's always had such a great perspective and has done such a good job of kind of pioneering the way to think about Lightning and running the Lightning infrastructure and where it is likely going to be placed in the future and in, you know, monetary and financial reality as we go into the future. Also, they coined the term LSP, Lightning Service Provider, which became not only the dominant infrastructure model, a business model for Lightning, but also the common term. That's how people, literally people set up LSPs, which is really cool. That foresight of being able to tell ahead of time where it seemed obvious Lightning was going. I just always valued his writing and opinions, and I think they're doing really awesome stuff over there. So that's a shill for Roy. I'll have a link in the show notes if you want to read the blog. Check out the wallet. Check out the SDK. I'll have some links to previous things that we've covered. The stuff that they're doing with the Breeze SDK is really, really exciting, and their partnership with Greenlight. But this particular article, I did not know if I wanted to get back into this, I kind of felt like I said my piece on the whole ordinals inscriptions mess. And I still kind of stand by my conclusion that it's kind of just a wait to price itself out situation. But he had a couple of really good points in this one, and I read it, and it's fun. And I made a bit of a stink about it the other day. Like, I was trying to make the argument about why it's not censorship. It's not a censorship issue to be talking about whether or not you should be able to stick JPEGs into a Bitcoin transaction. And I wanted to reiterate that, but also reiterate that despite my annoyance with it, it still just is not that big of a deal. But I don't want to get ahead of it too much. I really like the way Roy lays it out. So we're going to hand it over to him. Real quick, let's hit our sponsor, and then we will jump into this article. A quick thank you to Fold, and do not forget that they have a wonderful opportunity right now, 100,000 sats for signing up and depositing $20 and spending $20 with the Fold debit card. You get 100,000 sats, which right now is literally like 25 to 30 bucks. So they're paying you for your first purchase in Bitcoin. This is good until the end of June. So use my link, bitcoinaudible.com/fold, to check it out. And then when you get those sats, you need to keep it on the safest, most secure, most cypherpunk hardware wallet and or cypherpunk calculator, the Cold Card, or one of the many, many devices. I actually just had set up a wallet just a little while ago on the phone, and I still just love that I yank my tap signer right out of my wallet, and I just scan. And I've signed the key, and I got a new wallet. It's just cool. The NFC on the Cold Card tap signer, you have to just use it to understand. And you get 9% off with code Bitcoin Audible, and it's right there in the show notes. With that, let's get into today's article. And it's titled, Bitcoin is Unbreakable. Much Ado About Ordinals, Inscriptions, and BRC20 by Roy Scheinfeld. The more wonderful something is, the more passion it will arouse. Bitcoin is among the greatest wonders of the late modern world, so Greg Foss is understandably very passionate about it. So passionate, in fact, that he dropped 11 F-bombs in 31 seconds out of concern for its future. And he's Canadian. Why is such a stalwart Bitcoin proponent so concerned? Because two guys in cheap wizard costumes did a cringy Fortnite dance? Surely the stakes must be higher. According to some, there is a battle underway for the future and soul of Bitcoin. According to others, we've just gained a fun, nerdy, and innocuous way to play with Bitcoin that makes it even funner and nerdier, though no less revolutionary. Ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC20 are the bones of contention. Ordinals allow individual sats to be identified. Inscriptions allow objects like text, images, and data files to be written onto them. And BRC20 allows second-order tokens to be minted directly onto them, like an Ethereum Lite. In effect, they introduce storage as a new use case for the Bitcoin blockchain, in addition to its existing and principal use as a ledger for currency transactions. These features are affecting block sizes, transaction fees, and validation times, so they're not inconsequential. The bone of contention is what they mean for Bitcoin's future. Are they pathological, like a tumor? Do they offer a competitive advantage, like chlorophyll and claws? Or are they just harmless and benign, like male nipples or that little dangly thing at the top of your throat? Ordinal ABCs. Scratch that. 1, 2, 3s. Of the recent developments in Bitcoin, ordinals came first. Casey Rodimer, the guy who, quote, invented ordinals this time around, sought to devise, quote, stable identifiers that may be used by Bitcoin applications. In other words, he wanted to index sats by giving each one a serial number that would survive across time and UTXOs. Of course, giving each sat a unique identifier means that they are no longer perfectly fungible because they are no longer strictly identical when applying the ordinal convention. Just like the LCC system for books in research libraries or URLs for web pages, ordinals make each sat unique and retrievable. Identifiability affects fungibility without eliminating it. Inscriptions are the second controversial development in the world of Bitcoin. The Ordinal Theory Handbook gives a marvelously succinct definition of inscriptions, helpfully relating them to ordinals. Quote, Inscriptions inscribe sats with arbitrary content, creating Bitcoin native digital artifacts, more commonly known as NFTs. These inscribed sats can then be transferred using Bitcoin transactions, sent to Bitcoin addresses, and held in Bitcoin UTXOs. These transactions, addresses, and UTXOs are normal Bitcoin transactions, addresses, and UTXOs in all respects, with the exception that in order to send individual sats, transactions must control the order and value of inputs and outputs according to ordinal theory. Of course, Bitcoiners are far too sophisticated to get suckered into all of that Bored Ape nonsense. If we were to copyright cartoons on our blockchain, we'd do wizards instead of apes. I mean, apes? Come on. Whatever. Think of inscriptions like blockchain tattoos. Some people are going to love them, others are going to disdain them. The world and the witness data of a transaction is big enough for both. The third recent development in Bitcoin is the BRC-20 protocol, which lets people mint and distribute tokens according to predefined parameters. These tokens are written as inscriptions onto sats marked with ordinals, which brings us full circle. These three features allow users to create digital artifacts and NFTs and to use the Bitcoin blockchain to distribute and trade them. So, how's it going? Not surprisingly, some people are attracted to particular numbers like 1, 7, or 69,420. So some sats are coveted because ordinals have made them, quote, rare. Although if you think about it, each ordinal number is unique, so each one is exactly as rare as the others. There's also a market for BRC-20 tokens, many of which are just second-order Bitcoin. For example, the $OG token and the pizza token both have a supply of 21 million, just like Bitcoin, and have market caps of around $10 million. The upshot is that 1. Sats are now uniquely identifiable according to a new convention. 2. People can add data to sats. And 3. Token minting algorithms are a kind of inscription data, so people can mint tokens on the Bitcoin blockchain. It's important to note that while ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC-20 are recent developments in how Bitcoin works and how we use it, they're not really innovations because they're not really new. Something like ordinals were proposed under the name BitDNS back in 2010. Using op-return to store strings of data in UTXOs goes back nearly a decade. And minting second-order, quote, tokens on an underlying blockchain is basically the idea behind Ethereum, which isn't really new. Hat tip to Giacomo Zucco, who took a deep dive in the presentation he gave in Prague. Plus ça change. What this means for Bitcoin. Transaction fees. Ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC-20 tokens are, of course, controversial. Though some love them, as the transaction fees of recent months attest, others are bemused or annoyed. Even the guy who invented BRC-20 has said, quote, "These will be worthless. Please do not waste money mass minting." Okay, but worthless isn't a synonym for evil. Some people think tattoos and Big Macs are worthless. Other people love them. So what's the big deal? Opposition to Bitcoin's new features stems from the suppositions that 1. Ordinals and inscriptions make Bitcoin less like money, and 2. They make transactions more expensive. Let's deal with the last point first. Thanks in part to ordinals, the number of transactions in the mempool has increased by about 2 orders of magnitude, and the data in the backlog has increased about 150x. The effects are ambivalent. On the one hand, more data per transaction increases the storage and computing burdens for node operators, for which they receive no compensation. Not great. On the other hand, more data to compute means higher fees for miners. In fact, the average on-chain transaction fee reached $30.91 a few weeks ago. High on-chain transaction fees are not evil. In fact, high fees are a good thing. They incentivize miners, which attracts miners and spurs them to invest, which keeps the hash rate high and makes Bitcoin more secure. That's about as evil as a St. Bernard carrying a cask of brandy. When you encounter such evil, scratch its belly. Moreover, high on-chain fees merely reinforce the different use cases of on-chain Bitcoin and Lightning. On-chain payments have arguably never been well-suited to quick microtransactions because they treat small and large transactions pretty much the same. By contrast, Lightning fees are proportional to the transaction amount. If you're paying 2x or 3x or 10x the price of your beer or pizza in transaction fees for an on-chain payment, when you could be paying 1,000th on Lightning, you're doing it wrong. If on-chain fees are inhibiting you from paying with Bitcoin, then you should probably take advantage of Lightning's proportional fees. If Lightning's fees are inhibiting you from paying with Bitcoin, then you should probably take advantage of the one-size-fits-all on-chain fees. What this means for Bitcoin: moneyness. As for whether Bitcoin is still money in a world of ordinals, there are a couple of ways to answer that question. First, we could comb through various definitions of what money is, come up with the ultimate list of criteria, and use it to evaluate the Bitcoin white paper and all subsequent protocols. Aristotle would be proud, but the answer would be unnecessarily theoretical and abstract. Alternatively, we could actually observe what people are doing out there in the world. However sensible this new use case is, people like inscriptions and are willing to pay for them. Whom are they paying? Miners. How are they paying? Transaction fees. What are miners doing with the transaction fees? Reinvesting some to cover the costs of mining more Bitcoin. Where does that Bitcoin go? From the miners out into the world where it circulates. And there we have it. Payment and circulation. People pay miners, miners pay people, they're using Bitcoin, ergo Bitcoin is money. We've found the essence of currency without a dictionary. Sorry, Aristotle. In other words, Bitcoin is still money, but the Bitcoin blockchain can also be used for storage. Note the Boolean operator, money and storage, not money or storage. Indeed, adding new sensible use cases might be a prerequisite for any currency from this point forward. The question is merely, what counts as, quote, sensible? But time and the market will tell. Good, bad, or benign? So let us return to the original question. Are ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC20 good or bad for Bitcoin? Or are they just a new feature of the world that we will adapt to without much consequence? Well, these functions weren't at the top of my personal list of priorities. I can't say that Taproot wizards or ordinal tokens are really making the world a better place. But I don't fear these developments either. They raise fees, and higher fees have beneficial side effects for the blockchain. What's good for Bitcoin is good for the world, whether it's intentional or not. And they reinforce the case for Lightning as a low-fee means to use Bitcoin as money for smallish, everyday purchases and transfers. Generally, what's good for Lightning is good for Bitcoin, which is good for the world. Wizard gifts and subsidiary tokens can't really do much harm, so I'm just going to stay cool, stack sats, and continue making Lightning as good as it can be. And that concludes the piece by Roy Scheinfeld, Bitcoin is Unbreakable, Much Ado About Ordinals, Inscriptions, and BRC20. Let's take a minute and hit our sponsor, and then we will jump back in. Do you have Bitcoin on a risky centralized exchange? Don't leave your Bitcoin to rot in IOUs or empty promises from centralized third parties. Keep your Bitcoin fresh with the coldest of cold storage. The Cold Card. When you know you own your keys and you've got your Bitcoin behind the Cold Card, they can be stored indefinitely without ever losing that fresh, sovereign taste. That incredible flavor. 50% sovereignty, 50% cypherpunk, and 100% f***ing your central bank.
Exit your money from the system, own your Bitcoin, hold your keys, and break open a cypherpunk calculator. Bitcoin only, air-gapped by default, accessible by microSD, USB, wireless NFC, or as a virtual disk. It has fast and easy backup and recovery, a Duress pin, and a BrickMe pin. Unlimited memory, so there's no transaction too big for your cold card to sign. You can sign the largest multi-sig imaginable, or even sign your bullshit inscriptions. All this while keeping your keys ice cold. Enjoy the fresh taste of freedom and open up a cold card today. 9% off with code Bitcoin Audible. Limited 1 discount per order. Not available on Mars. Ships from Canada, which is pretty cool, eh? So I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring this topic up again. But like I said at the beginning, I thought this was a really great article when I read it yesterday. And I thought it really kind of put things into perspective and also hit one of the most important points that, like, even particularly because I have had a couple of different interviews and a couple of different like Twitter posts and things where I have specifically come out against, or I've made a bit of a big deal out of it when my conclusion, I still believe my conclusion in the pooping in the park episode. It's easy to just get wrapped up in what I consider the negatives and make it seem like I think it's more important than it actually is. And Roy also does a good job of making it clear that the fees aren't the problem, which I hope I properly articulated in my more direct episodes about this topic previously. And you know, I mean, that was the whole point of the analogy of pooping in the park. I think it's also not so simple that I still would push back a little bit in Roy's perspective on the fact that it is money and storage, and that I genuinely think the Bitcoin the money and Bitcoin the monetary base is more important, or is objectively at a lower level than the idea of storage as a utility. And that if the storage utility compromises or has any negative effect on the monetary purpose or the monetary robustness and security and validation costs of the base network, then, and if obviously there is a clear and simple way to mitigate it or remove it, then that should be thought of as an important engineering goal, as a proper reaction to the issue. And a tweet that I made recently, where I was trying to articulate this point, was I was saying that, you know, like, TCP/IP isn't made so that you can cram a whole bunch of arbitrary data, like an image, into a connection handshake. Like, the whole point of TCP/IP is to be able to transmit after establishing a connection. You send it in packets, right? And the header of the packet is very strictly defined and limited so that it can properly and efficiently transmit packets. Now imagine if I could put like some tiny little piece of code in it that would send computers into a loop trying to see what's going on in the data. And I could send a malicious packet that had in the TCP/IP header, like in the handshake or the connection details, wherever it is in the TCP/IP protocol, I could insert some information that just caused a computer to just crash, or to just have to do some infinite computation that endlessly came back to zero and started over, because I have put this into the TCP/IP protocol. It's important that that sort of information is invalid, that this is not a way to use TCP/IP so that TCP/IP can transmit data, because that's its purpose. And the same thing with a signature, like ECDSA, you're making a signature, whatever. It's not made so that you can stick in a bunch of arbitrary information. The signature is just the signature. It's just what's necessary to serve its purpose and to confirm the existence of the key. And what I hoped to make clear, what I was trying to explain in that tweet, was the framing or the analogy that this isn't about censorship. because the information doesn't have to have anything to do with Bitcoin as money. It literally is using Bitcoin transactions as a storage device, which a monetary transaction is not. In the same way that a TCP/IP handshake is not a program. It's not a way to distribute apps. It is not something that you want other computers having to do arbitrary computation on in order to establish a handshake. You just want it, or to establish a connection. You just want it to do the absolute bare minimum, extremely strict set of rules to quickly and efficiently establish a connection so that you can get on with all of the things you want to do on the internet. If these protocols, if these signatures, if all of these different systems were not designed to strictly only do the thing that they do, well, then the system itself, the protocol gets bogged down, becomes clunky for the purpose that it's actually meant for, because somebody found some trick or workarounds or I still think it's almost fair to call it an exploit of putting something completely arbitrary into the information that bogs down the purpose of establishing a connection or checking a signature, etc., etc. But what is funny, and I think is really important to continue reiterating, is that the idea of high fees is really what kind of pissed a lot of people off. Is that, fees went $10, $20, $30, and people were pissed that it was costing a fortune to send Bitcoin around, and then to find it's literally because people are sticking stupid images and NFT, just straight garbage into the chain, and of course, just paying enormous fees and bloating the entire mempool and everything, literally using the blockchain, literally using the Bitcoin time chain as a storage drive instead of a monetary network. I can see why. I mean, it's annoying. It's annoying. But the fees inevitably have to get there. So it's not really anything. I would just much rather it be that it's being used as money when the fees got there, because then we know it's a relative use case or it's actual demand for the utility for the purpose of Bitcoin by which this data is being processed. But I think the most sober and simple way to put it was a quote from this article. It says, "The effects are ambivalent. On the one hand, more data per transaction increases the storage and computing burdens for node operators, for which they receive no compensation. Not great." End quote. That's it. That's it. That's the negative. It's not got anything to do with fees. It's not even that ordinals affect the fungibility, because if you don't care about ordinals, it doesn't. It literally, you could just as easily say this address is cool because it's got a word at the beginning of it. Like you can generate a hash at the beginning with a word at the beginning of it, and you can say it's more valuable, and people could literally want it more than an address that has nothing interesting in it. It's just a bunch of random hash, right? But that is not a fundamental effect of fungibility. And Bitcoin has no recognition of any of this. This is part of the reason why I specifically call it garbage. And that if you are using Bitcoin as a canonical history, as a time stamping server, then what you should be doing is stamping a hash of whatever it is that you're trying to validate or to confirm its existence prior to anything else, which is exactly why Taproot Assets, I think, is the ultimate solution to this. And I hope that just in the long run, it literally just prices itself out, because who the hell is who's gonna pay $30 to get some pizza token when you can do you can have the same dumb, just vapid tokens of whatever the hell you want on something like Taproot Assets, and it costs 100,000th of a penny because somebody's issuing 100,000 transactions in a single Taproot hash. I mean, the comparable efficiency of getting the exact same meaningless token it's not, you really just can't compare it. It's just silly. So again, it likely prices itself out. And despite my annoyance with it and the fact that I do